Oh, not started yet. Okay. Okay. Hello. Well,
Hello.
YouTube.
I just mentioned that I just watched
So you're like emotional.
some little
and I've already said like
emotional.
I have no interest in watching that. Even just a preview, I'm like, I can't deal with this.
It's amazing though, but I understand why. Like, it's not a popcorn and play your DS during it kind of movie.
And well, and like that just shows you what kind of person I am, because you're saying you're emotional because of that, and I'm emotional right now because my favorite wrestler may have just retired tonight. Like he
Different
basically
reasons,
said he
but
might
yeah.
not ever.
Wait, who?
Daniel Bryan basically said like I might never wrestle again. This is the second time he's done this, and it's horrible. He's had to. So this has happened twice. This is so. It's hard to deal with. It's been a rough month for me because, like, I don't know, like because of other stuff. But then,
Right.
so wrestling wise, it's been a rough month because Sami Zayn, who is one of my favorite NXT wrestlers, who's been wrestling in the Indies forever, and he's finally like made it there, and he wrestled John Cena on Raw in Calgary on Monday, and Bret Hart came out and introduced him, and like that's my favorite wrestler of all time, introducing one of my favorite new wrestlers. And Sami Zayn's coming off of a shoulder injury, and I kid you not, he separated his shoulder again, doing his like entrance cheer coming down the ramp.
Oh no!
But then the doctor, it's the most disgusting. It was on live TV, and they only showed it on the live feed, but I watched it. It was pretty horrific. A doctor came out, and you could see they caught it on camera when he popped his shoulder back in.
Oh, that's horrible.
But yeah, he's gonna be out for a while probably.
Yeah.
And then Hideo Itami, my other like the Japanese guy that like Kenta, who finally seemed to be catching hold, and he was at they called him up for one match at WrestleMania.
Okay.
And like his wife and they made like a whole special, and like his wife and kid were here from Japan, and it was just this really emotional thing. He's out for 6 to 8 months.
Oh, what'd he do?
Knee injury.
Oh gosh.
And then Daniel Bryan won the So after last year, where we watched him struggle, chase the world title forever. This is after I've been following him for years. Right. I saw him wrestle at the Mayan Theater, in like 2002, and like no 2001. I don't know, something around that. And whoa, it was like motorcycle.
That was an earthquake at first.
Maybe I didn't. There was an earthquake a while ago, and I didn't feel it. It was like in San Jacinto.
Really?
Yeah. People, they felt it all around here. I was reading on Reddit. And anyways, so Daniel Bryan, we watched this struggle for like, he finally seemed to be making it. I went to one of the reasons why I bought a WrestleMania ticket, because I'm like, this is going to be it for Daniel Bryan. Went to New Orleans, and I was there, watched him capture the world title, and just seeing him achieve his dream. And then a week later, his dad died, and then his injuries had mounted up, and he basically, again, was told he might not wrestle again, definitely on the shelf. So he was stripped of the title after he only defended it one time.
Wait. Why
this was last year, because he was hurt.
Oh, okay.
So he basically couldn't wrestle. So his dad died, and he was hurt. So that all happened like all at once.
Wow.
And he gave this really emotional speech, but it seemed like maybe he was going to recover, which then 9 months later he recovers. He's finally back.
Okay.
And he comes back, and at first it was very frustrating because it seemed like he wasn't going to be doing anything for a while. And I think that was because they were worried about him getting injured again. And then he wins the Intercontinental title, which is not as big a deal as the world title, but it's still cool. And we were there. I was there at WrestleMania again, and I'm like, oh, finally he's back doing awesome stuff. And we got to watch him wrestle a couple times, and he had one title defense on Raw, and then hurt himself again. And now it seems like he's
really done.
He says he doesn't know, but it doesn't look good. And here's the thing. Here's what's worrying about this whole trend is I feel like it's going to turn Vince McMahon off to these indie wrestlers because these guys have worked so hard and they work such a fast, hard style. And they before they even get to the WWE, they've been working for years. So they're already just like pretty beat up. And if this trend of these guys like Sami Zayn and Daniel Bryan and Hideo Itami, like, and even my guy, Kevin Owens, Kevin Steen, he's been out for a few months with an injury. But he told me personally he's ready to go. I asked him because I'm like, everybody's getting hurt, stuff. Right. And so I'm just worried, though, this is going to turn them off to these indie guys, and they're going to go back to trying to, like, create their own guys from scratch, which these guys that they bring up, they're like football players and big dudes. Right. And they don't have the same feel of like a dude that has worked all over the world, every different, like that's why these indie guys are so awesome because they've worked everywhere. They can make any match look good because these guys have worked in some guy like Daniel Bryan or Sami Zayn or Kevin Owens. They've wrestled in bingo halls in front of 30 people and made it awesome. I mean, I was one of the most exciting matches I've ever seen was watching Kevin Steen wrestle in front of like 100 people, but it was amazing. Yeah. And I feel like that, if you can do that, you can like that kind of, and then these guys that they get where there's just like some big dude, they don't have that flavor, that seasoning of like, it's like music, there's like those artificial bands, and there's such a big difference between those like produced bands and the band that's like toured for 2 years and worked hard, and the same thing in the wrestling business, same thing in a lot of things. And I'm a little worried about this because I could see where they're like, maybe all this, because they're investing a lot of time and money in these guys, and to have them before they even really make it on, like, Daniel Bryan has been on the main roster for several years, but he's kind of just now really coming into his own, and just to have all that be jeopardized by these, but these are nagging injuries. Anyways, so you watch Selma, and I'm talking. So I'm sad about wrestling.
Too. I mean, but
Selma
it's just based on real life, but it's not a current thing. Although kind of it is. I mean, there's obviously things. I
mean, there's still the fact that like all that stuff is still an issue, and it's how many years later. Yeah. And that's sometimes where you think, like, what are we doing?
Well, the 50th, they released it like for the 50th anniversary of the Selma March. And I didn't even realize this, but in 2013, like a lot of those voter restrictions were repealed.
Yeah.
I never caught that.
Yeah, Supreme Court totally, Nobody paid attention when that was going on.
So like, because I was, of course, the second I'm done watching.
Yeah, Alabama basically was like, we don't need these anymore, which to me is like, people died for this. Yeah. And that was, and like, that's where, because NPR and stuff was airing a lot, like, to try and raise awareness, they were interviewing a lot of people, like, Selma, and there was, I don't know if they touched on this in the movie Selma, but like, one of the events that kind of sparked that whole movement was this church burning, like, and these girls, so they interviewed, they're like, the other thing that history doesn't, there's a girl that survived that.
Mm-hmm. She was blind in one eye.
But like, she's kind of been like forgotten because like, I guess it ruins it makes it less dramatic. So like, she's like, it's just really, so they found her and like, and it's just listening to her talk, and I'm like, and that's really depressing. And then I'm like, and then I don't know, just thinking about things like, there are still like just so much horror, like stuff happens still, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
And like, and so then when you go on Facebook and some idiot friend of yours that doesn't know any better tries to say that racism doesn't exist anymore just because they don't see it.
Right.
It's very frustrating and crazy that I don't know. It just, whenever people try and say that we've advanced so far as a society, sometimes I feel like we still have a lot of ways to go.
We do.
But when you think about it is better. But the fact that I don't know. You think we would have figured some of this stuff out, but then I'm like, is some of it? Will it ever go away? Like,
yeah, I mean, I doubt it'll ever be perfect.
I mean, but like, it's just sad that like basically an entire like we're gonna have to like get past a few generations.
Yeah, well, because
even I don't know.
I mean, like we were just looking at Janelle and I, because of course once we watched it, we'd like dove into Wikipedia and reading articles and stuff, and like the one of the guys that was responsible for the bombing of the church wasn't convicted until 1977.
Oh yeah, things like that.
The first of the guys that was convicted. Yeah. It was a year before I was born.
Well, yeah, that was another thing like that, and like some of the guys. There are guys that like straight up like shot people and like hung people that never got away, like basically like, and are out in the open. Like there's a lot of campaigns to like get these like there's a whole group of people. There's like these lawyers, because that was another thing that I was listening about, where they're trying to get some of these people convicted, like like get these cases reopened. Like that's crazy.
That's not been taken care of decades ago.
Yeah,
I mean even after all the stuff that went down at Selma, the voting, I forget what it's called, the Voting Act, whatever, wasn't passed for like 2 more years.
Yeah.
And that's just insane. Like, how could you watch that, see this happening, and then, we'll get around to it, you know? And, I mean, that was just one incident that they focused on, but...
I don't know. It's crazy.
Anyway, but it was really well done. It also... I understood a little more of the, I don't know, Academy Award rage when it was pretty snubbed. Because there were some amazing performances in that movie. The director definitely, I think, deserved to be nominated.
Well, I guess now in a world where there's 10 Best Picture nominees, but only 5 Best Director.
Yeah.
Because it was when there was 5 Best Picture and 5 Best Director, it never made sense to me when
5 movies out of all
like
the movies.
Those, if you're nominating 5 movies for Best Picture and not all 5 of those are Best Director, then I feel like you voted incorrectly.
Right.
But now that there's 10, which I heard that's not going to be, I think they're
messing around with the number.
I don't know.
But even at least the actor, and I can't remember his name now. His last name is Oyelowo. Oyelowo, I think anyway, he was incredible. Like, I believed that he was Martin Luther King Jr. I don't know. I realize that's a small part of like the social justice, but I saw Birdman, which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
And I love Birdman. It was really, really good, but I think this movie was better, easily. I
haven't seen it, so I can't make that.
I know. And whatever. And I know it's subjective and it's voting and blah, 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 but definitely I feel like it didn't get the love it deserved.
Well,
I like Birdman, though. I mean, I'm not saying it did. Don't get me wrong. Should we actually start?
Sure. I'm zoning out right now. Thinking if there's anything I forgot in here. I think there is. Oh yeah. God. And so I'm gonna make sure I got everything in here.
That Black Widow movie thing on SNL was amazing.
The thing that really drove me crazy, I don't know if anybody in your Facebook feed, but there were people that posted and they were mad about the sketch because they're like, this is part of the problem. And I'm like, you're not allowed to ever watch an SNL sketch ever again. Like, that's exactly the point. They're like, they shouldn't even be making fun of this because it's such a big problem. I'm like, no, that's why they should be. I'm like, comedy. You're not allowed to watch comedy anymore, dude.
No.
And I saw at least 2 people. And I'm like, I feel like this is where people, like, the internet just has become, what are we mad at today?
Yeah.
How
could you watch that and be mad? I don't even understand.
Because people are crazy. So wait,
they were saying that
they're like, you shouldn't
undermining the cause of feminism or whatever.
Because this is too serious. First of all, nothing is too serious to make fun of. And also, I feel like this is going to raise way more awareness than any dumb Facebook thing.
That's the whole point of satire.
I know. It made me. Trust me. I was like, it almost made me like. I'm like, I don't know. I don't unfriend people, but I'm like, you're an idiot.
Obviously, the stance of that was the joke was, hey, maybe we are not as far along in that fight as we probably should be either. You know,
but that's like also the people again. I did what you suggested, and I read some Netflix reviews for They Came Together.
Oh my gosh!
People don't get it.
Morons.
People are stupid. Well, it's like, and then I did some things that you suggested. I read Netflix reviews of They Came Together, and I read Goodreads reviews of Princess Bride. Right. I'm like, what is wrong with people?
Those people are there. They exist.
Wrong with people?
Again, like, just it boggles my mind. How, and if you're smart enough to read a book that long, how could you not understand the humor behind it?
Well, yeah, and then like people, but like They Came Together thing, I'm like,
first of all, the same movie I was watching?
What are you watching? And you're not familiar with David Wayne or any of these people,
right?
And like, first, like what?
Yeah.
What?
To me, it was so ridiculous. I don't understand how the whole scene with the, man, you look. What did he say? Like, oh, I had a rough day. Tell me about it. Well, just walk over here. You know, that whole thing, and it goes on and on and on. If that scene doesn't happen in a real movie, so obviously we're looking at something else. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. That's that boggles my mind.
I don't know what they thought. Like, I think they thought that like this is what SNL thinks a Black Widow movie. And I'm like, if you think that you're an idiot, like,
no, because yes, it's a comedy show.
Although they're under some heat right now.
Oh,
apparently, did you watch this week's episode?
I've not. No,
I haven't watched it, but
Reese Witherspoon, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So there was a sketch where they play like. Is like a Pictionary type game show.
Okay.
And they do something. It's like about drawing the Prophet Muhammad. And normally when I see these like, oh, SNL stole this sketch, I'm always very suspicious.
Okay.
But I watched the two sketches. So it was on this Canadian show. They are identical.
Really?
Identical.
Huh.
I think somebody's going to get fired.
Wow.
Because they are like even to the point like some of the like the trivial bits of the script that if you were really careful, if you were ripping it off, you would have changed.
Right.
Those are identical.
Well,
now
I need to watch.
Oh, dude, it's stupid.
It's funny. That's not the part of the controversy when you said they did a thing about drawing Muhammad that I thought it would.
Oh no.
Interesting.
It's a sketch about
how do
it.
They think like how would
I don't know. There was another one that. I don't know. I'm starting to think that some of their writers are like cribbing stuff off of YouTube because there was another one recently that was kind of like I'm like, oh, that's pretty,
right.
But I still kind of was like, you know, sometimes with those kind of things,
right? There's some of the jokes.
It was like it seemed to be like it was very similar. It was this. I forgot what the sketch was. It was something on Weekend Update. Now, what I'm surprised with that. Nobody's pointed this out.
Okay.
Did you notice that Kate McKinnon did the character on, you know, that like that apartment lady that like is complaining about the neighbors on the apartment? Yeah. So she did that on Comedy Bang Bang. I think she did it on Comedy Bang Bang first.
Okay.
And then she did the same exact character on Weekend Update. And I think it's because it's her. That's fine. Right. But that's still kind of weird. Okay, I think that's just her character. For that,
though, because a lot of times they'll have characters they did.
Yeah.
You know, in whatever sketch.
But this was like
even were on
this wasn't even, this was like it wasn't before. This was like 6 months apart. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's cool, and it wasn't exactly the same, but it was almost the same. So I'm like, was she workshopping this? But Comedy Bang Bang is like on TV,
right? But because I mean, I'm trying to think like, because a lot of times they've developed these characters.
Yeah.
On their whatever improv show or whatever for a long time. So I wonder if it's like a long running character that she just brings.
Yeah,
with
like
her.
Well, because like Nick Kroll has like his characters that he brings around
right.
Because he's got like Fabrice that he does. That's a Comedy Bang Bang character, but he's done that character on like other things.
Right. So I mean, I wonder if it's not something like.
But it's just kind of I don't know. But then like nobody brought that up, and I'm like, that's I don't know. Because I guess you know how much I've been watching. And like I'm like, that's the same thing.
Right.
And I had already seen the SNL one, like when she did it on Weekend Update, I think. And then I'm like, wait, when was like? And I did the timeline, and
so I wonder, like, in today's world of the internet, how does one steal something and think they're going to get away with it? Like,
I don't know. Well, especially this SNL thing. Like,
that's, I mean, like on a level of that exposure, someone's going to notice that.
Yeah.
And if
which
nothing
people
else,
did right away.
I mean, like, immediately someone should cop to like, oh my gosh, that was unintentional or something like that.
I don't know.
That's nuts. I kind of want to see it now. Is it long? This is a pre-show.
I don't know. Ugh, site's slow.
New York Daily News. That's bad. Because there are certain, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I said vinyl countdown. I guarantee you someone else.
See, because this is all over the place. Look at how, like, this is on AV Club. Like,
yeah.
This is not. Okay, so they did this thing. So
okay,
I don't know. Do you want to watch them? What?
Oh, that's a link to the. Where's the actual video? At the bottom, maybe. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
So that's the Canadian one.
Okay, we'll watch the Canadian one.
Well, this is the pre-show. You can watch.
Okay, it's 1 minute 34 seconds.
Winners are draw.
And today we are here with Ron and Mary Taylor. Now, before the break, Ron, you successfully guessed that Mary drew a puppy, and for that, you two are taking home $750. You hear that noise? You two have been selected to play the super duper bonus round.
Oh, yeah, it was the same amount of money.
$700.
And like the money amounts are just like that's.
Okay, so Ron, get on up here. Turn on, Ron. Pick up that marker. And for this last round, go ahead, Ron. Put your earpiece in there, Ron. Just so everybody knows at home, he is the only one who can hear the prompt in this entire room. $1 million. Let's hear your one.
Please draw Mohammed.
What is it, Ron?
Could they repeat the word?
Sure, go ahead, Director.
Please draw Mohammed.
Okay, Ron. $1 million, Ron. $1 million, Ron. Just $1 million. Right on here. Go ahead, right. $1 million, Ron. $1 million. Go ahead. $1 million. You have to draw. You have to draw on the thing. It's for $1 million, Ron.
Hey, what is it, Ron? What is it, Ron? Come on, honey.
I can't draw this.
Mohammed.
Okay, that's funny. Okay, that's
so. This was in January.
This
was this weekend.
Welcome to Picture Perfect. We have some terrific players here ready to draw their way to victory in our $1 million grand prize. We have Michael and Michelle Bolton.
$1 million is a standard number.
Yeah, but come on.
Okay.
So they've added some flourishes.
Right.
Move on.
Remember, if you get stuck halfway through, you can hand the pen off to a teammate. Fultons, show how it's done. All right, here we go. Now, your category is at the movies, and here's what you'll be drawing. Got it. All right, clock's ready. Go.
It's a girl. She's gone. Apple. Apple girl.
Oh, excuse me. Hope they're all not that easy, right? Hoffman's, you're up. Get up here, Daniel. Come on, Daniel. Daniel, tell me how you're feeling. Well, I took a drawing class in college, so I think I'm going to be just fine.
Hey, Daniel.
Oh, love, support, confidence. I like it. Your category is trendsetter.
It's just us watching.
Yes, that's okay. People are watching it with us. It's even a similar font.
Yeah.
dude.
Daniel, it's $1 million. Whoever it is, just draw a face. I know. Draw his face, Daniel.
I don't want to go home.
Oh, and that sound means it's the halfway beeper. Now remember, Daniel, if you want, you can't treat with a treat. Thank you. It's about time. You want to see how it's done? Fine. Let me just read the hook. Oh, I dropped my pen. All right, well, while we give Reginald a new pen, a reminder, if they don't win the $1 million prize, we will subtract $1 million from the Hoffman's bank account.
Why? Come on, Reginald. You can do it. Take the pen.
Not doing it.
You can do it.
Not doing it.
Urkel would do it.
All right, give me the pen.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's time. Tara, your final guess. What did they draw?
I don't know. The Prophet Muhammad?
I don't know. I feel like it's different enough so that they can try and, but it's very similar. It seems like a weird thing that.
I mean, okay, so the joke of, you can't draw Muhammad, and so having a game show where they have to draw something. I mean, that could be something that two people could come across.
I don't know.
But the way that it's delivered, because he doesn't want to do it, and then she figures it out because he doesn't do it.
Yeah. It's got the same punchline.
It does. So it's, I don't know. I mean,
but you can't go to court for this. Like, this is.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's similar enough that you could like.
Nothing. I don't believe. How do you? Is that even something you can?
I don't know.
Like,
maybe.
How would that even work?
I don't know.
Can you are sketches like automatically copyrighted? Are you like, is that something that falls under copyright? But it's different enough that it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
like,
to me,
you can't copyright a sketch idea. But I feel like this does make SNL look really bad.
If they're smart, here's what they would do.
They would fire somebody.
Either fire someone, or if it really is, and I could see the possibility of it being an incredible coincidence. They get those guys on their show, and they come and do like a sketch where they apologize to them by having them on their show. Yeah. Something where they show goodwill.
It is everywhere.
But you know what I mean? Like somehow helping those guys out, showing, hey, we didn't mean to steal from you. We'll
339 upvotes.
That's what I think their best call would be. To admit, like, oh, this is obviously a mistake, and we're all, I don't know. Because if you think about it, it's not inconceivable that two different people could come up with a similar joke.
Yeah.
But they should acknowledge the other group. That's all I'm saying. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
That's a lot of
heat. I mean, they're gonna not. People are gonna be unhappy.
Nah.
I don't know. It's funny. It's a funny idea, though. I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Without actually being like offensive to anyone. I don't think. So. Anyway. Oh
wait, we were.
You started doing check.
Oh, whoops.
We'll do it.
29-minute sound check. Check 1, 2, test. Hello,
check,
test.
2, 3. 29-minute sound check.
Yeah, buddy. All right.
Well, that was it.
Check 1, 2, test. Hello.
Wheezing in the beginning.
Sound check. Yeah, buddy. All right.
Good.
I never even published
the thing. Well, it's only 10:03 right now.
Exclusive.
So that's good. That's a lot of good YouTube bonus. Only 10:03, so maybe we'll have people still.
One day, I don't know.
Possible. You never know. So I think with that video, and I'm going to change the design because other than that, I think everything's all good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll launch. Maybe if I do Tuesday, I don't know how. Let's see. If I do Wednesday, how long do you think? When will this go up?
What?
The show that we're about to do
Tomorrow.
So that will give everyone a chance to listen to it and know we're launching. Well, I just mean, someone listened to it on Monday.
Okay.
Or on Tuesday. Or Wednesday even,
All right. You ready?
Ready.
It's hot. I wish I could turn the air conditioning on.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to have
I don't know. Still thinking about shaving my head.
Yeah. Let's do it. What's up, Steven? Andres? Welcome to the show. We've been YouTubing for a while.
Forgot to add the Hangout. Publish the Hangout, but whatever.
We're good. It's good.
It was
cool.
On
watch on YouTube. So you saw our 29-minute sound check.
All right.
Cool. Ready to start for real?
You ready?
Let's do it.
Can we start with our soda thing so I can drink
I only
it some
have
more?
like a sip left.
Oh my gosh.
I like to drink soda.
I do too. All right. Ready? I'm still getting your shit. Wait, hold on. My computer is making a lot of noise, so I just want to make sure it's not like doing anything.
It's thinking.
All right. Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And it is Monday night.
Yes.
We're just talking about on the YouTube, on the chat, on the YouTube pre-show.
The bonus pre-show.
Bonus. Yes. You're a little emotional because you just watched Selma.
Yeah.
I'm a little emotional because I may have just watched Daniel Bryan retire on Raw.
Different things, but both full of emotion. I don't know. I'm not sure which one is more impactful, but I'm
pretty sure I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm a little depressed, but I'll get over it eventually. Maybe. I don't know.
Selma was really good. It was just very emotional,
I can't deal with that right now.
It's super good.
I've had a very emotional day.
Well, don't watch that today. I'm just saying. It's uplifting, but it's difficult at times to watch for sure.
So, did you have a good Mother's Day?
Did
you honor the mothers in your life?
Honored both of the mothers, my wife and my own mom.
Yeah.
It was good. We actually went with my mom all day on Saturday.
You went to
a wild animal preserve thing. It was cool.
At Tigers?
Tigers, lions,
big cats,
pumas, servals, all kinds of big cats. But they also had birds like parrots and owls, rare owls, and tortoises, alligators. I mean, they had everything. And largely what they do is they rescue stuff from people that own like illegal exotic pets and stuff. So they had
which is like a big thing.
It's huge. So I mean,
especially
they had from it.
LA, because you got all these rich people,
right?
That are I want a tiger.
I want a tiger, or I want a sloth. There was a sloth there. It was amazing. They're deadly. They had a room of deadly snakes.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's incredible because normal zoos aren't allowed to have these snakes. And
what kind of snakes?
They had black mamba, king cobra.
They had a freaking black. Black mamba? As the most deadliest. Yeah. It's like the deadliest snake in the world.
I mean, they had every kind of spitting cobras, Indian cobras, the king cobra is freaky. Those are huge.
Yeah.
And we only saw it kind of through the box. Some of them were going around.
Well, I saw some of your
were
pictures.
Striking at the thing.
I was just looking at pictures.
And the crazy part is
they had a giant python.
The biggest, I think the king cobra is the biggest. They had the biggest. They didn't have a python. I think they had a boa maybe, but it was a smaller one.
Because how big Have you been to the Wild Park?
Yeah.
How big do you think that python is in there?
Big.
Because that's like
Very
a 15-foot python.
There wasn't anything quite that big.
Can you imagine? What would I just feel like if that thing, like if you're in the jungle and that thing like dropped on you or something?
Yeah,
like,
that's about as terrifying as I can imagine.
That thing could probably eat a person.
Yeah, they eat deer. I can imagine that. But these were more of the deadly, all kinds of rattlesnakes.
It's funny. The way I know about black mambas is reading. Do you ever read Roald Dahl's Boy?
Oh, I have. Yes.
And he talks about like going into the jungle and like a guide or something got bit by a black and died like within minutes. He was dead.
That's it.
And like where he's just, and that's where he was like, that's like, because he talks about the different times he thought he was gonna die. One of them, like he survived the craziest story in that book is nuts, by the way. But like one of the things is like his family had like one of the first cars, and like it was like nobody really. There was no seat belts or anything, and I get like his sister was driving, and they got in a car crash, and like he had like some horrific injury, and he talks about like in great detail like this surgery that he had to have with like no anesthetic and like all this like and like because he basically flew through the windshield of his car, and then he talks about like World War One. Or World War One. He was like an RAF pilot, and then he talks about the Black Mamba. Because he worked for Shell or something, and he was like in Africa, and that's how I found out about black mambas. Because at first I thought it was something he made up, and I remember I had a set of encyclopedias, and I looked it up, and I had nightmares.
Well, because, and I know you had a similar experience, I'm sure, but you can imagine the 4th grade Phil going in like, I like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I'm gonna go read this one, and I'm like, oh, this is like real. Like this, it was hard to read.
Yeah, it also talks about like because he went to like a boarding school that had like corporal punishment, and like he talks about getting like whipped by his principal, and like I'm like, can they do that to me here? Like I had to have my mom like reassure me that like I'm not gonna get whipped. Did you ever go to school with
corporal punishment?
I think there was like when I was in early elementary school, our vice principal like. This is a public school, though, so I don't know how this is possible.
It is.
But, like, she paddled people.
Yeah. Up until I was in 1st grade, they had, but your parents had to sign off.
Okay.
Like, they gave
because I never got paddled, but I know people got paddled.
It was, like, an optional thing.
But there was a kid in my 1st grade class, no, my 2nd grade class, that I know for a fact got paddled by our vice principal.
Yeah, that's real. You didn't imagine that.
Okay. And she was she was, like a nightmare scary. I remember her name was Miss Cunningham, and she was scary. Like you did not mess with this lady.
Paddled by her.
And like she paddled kids. and I remember at some point that got taken away. So
yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know if the law was changed or whatever, but it definitely is not a thing anymore.
But my mom always because my mom always tells stories like. Because she went to like a one-room schoolhouse where each row was like a grade, and like their teacher like straight up like we're talking like wrap your knuckles with a ruler and like all this stuff. And then I hear about like people like Kevin Smith and other friends of mine that went to like Catholic school and like just stuff like that. And like that's the kind of stuff that traumatizes
it is.
People. That's where like you wonder like I don't know Usually it has something to do with religious schools, but they...
Yeah, because they have all kinds, or private schools in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then there was, like... Did anybody ever get sent away to, like, one of those wilderness camps?
Well, not when I was a kid. One of our friends did, remember? It was a little different.
What?
Remember Steve went to something...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that was the same thing, but something like that.
Well, I just remember, like, one of my friends was, like, a total, like... troublemaker kid, and his parents had him sent away to this like, and he just came back like shell shocked, because like they kidnapped him and like they just like did all kinds of like crazy stuff. Like if you ever want to just think about like the horrific, like if you want to see how horrifying like our world still is, read about those like camps. Like Crack did one about a guy that escaped from one.
Really?
It's a crazy story. Like it just sounds like, and also the fact that like there's been tons of research, like those they don't work.
Oh yeah.
Like they straight up, like in fact, it has the opposite effect. Like 9 times out of 10, it only makes the kids worse. There's no evidence that it works. And then like people like children have, because basically what happens in some of these instances is like, so it's where parents feel like it's their last resort. Usually it's like drugs or criminal stuff, and like they feel like they have to, so they're at their end of their rope. And I understand that.
Yeah.
But basically what happens is then some of these, and I'm not saying all of them, but many of these programs,
I'm sure there's beneficial programs out there.
So you basically sign like a power of attorney over to them, and they can do whatever, so they can do whatever they want. And then a lot of the time isn't even in the camp itself, but it's in the transporting of the people, because sometimes they have to like kidnap them or like bound them, and like children have died in like these transporting and like other things, like just crazy. I don't know. I'm glad I was never like nothing ever that bad happened. Like, I think the worst thing that happened was my mom like at some point wanted to I don't think she wanted to commit me, but she definitely wanted me to get like some more hands-on help, and my dad was just like, I think my dad helped me dodge a little bit of a bullet there. Like I remember, like, I think there was some negotiations, and I ended up like going away for the summer instead of like
just getting some space.
Yeah. Like that happened a few times. Like I remember that's how I ended up going to Montana. Was one summer my mom just did not know what to do with me.
So who's in Montana?
My mom's old best friend, like, lived in Missoula.
Oh, okay.
And like, I don't even know if they had talked a whole lot, but I think she was just like, because I wouldn't go to the farm, like I refused.
Right.
And I was in 8th grade, and I was just like, it was because it was the summer between 7th and 8th grade. 7th grade was like the worst year of my life.
Right.
And I was just a mess. And so once I got home, all that like was just coming out, and I was lashing out at everything, and just I was a mess.
When your mom had a hard year as well.
Well, this was before my dad died.
Okay.
But it was still just like we were all still going through stuff.
Yeah.
Like my parents were separated.
Right.
My mom at this point I think was still drinking. So it was just kind of a bad scene all around. And and so I end up meeting these people that I didn't remember them, but I kind of had like vague memories with basically these strangers, but ended up I was there for like a month.
Was it cool? Like,
it was cool, and she had a son that was my age. It was her and her son. Okay. And I remember the son, I think at first was like, because he was like a cool guy, and he's like, oh my gosh, because you have to understand me and like that, like 13-year-old, I had just turned 13, and I was like just glasses, fat glasses, and like I was not the outgoing Brendan that I was totally quiet, shy, but prone to just fits of rage, and also fits of like, I was like very, like, I wasn't manic depressive, I was mostly just depressive, so it was just fits of like just extreme depression, and like I could just go off anytime.
This is gonna be summer vacation.
Yeah.
Here comes you.
And he like basically had to like babysit me. But we kind of bonded.
Good.
I never really talked to him after that summer because, like, again, like, I don't know, you're teenagers, and we were kind of going in different directions. Like, I remember his like goal that summer was to like sleep with a girl, like, so, because he was like, he's into girls, and I'm like still like, let's play Battletoads, like. So it was also that we were very much different paths of like he was like, I was like super late bloomer and all that aspect, like everything, and but Montana was awesome. I remember the coolest thing we did was we went to like this ghost town, and I don't know where it was, because I remember we went on like this trip where we we went out somewhere to like some national park. Like I think
Glacier
it was
National Park.
maybe I don't know.
That's
But
near there.
it was somewhere near. It was like a few hours away from Missoula, I think. We just went to some park and we camped out for a while.
Okay.
For like a few days. We went fishing. It was the first time I ever caught a fish. Because like normally you go fishing and like
nothing.
And I caught like 3 or 4 fish. We actually like 8 fish that I caught, and like it was cool.
That's cool.
And I remember Sean, the guy, the guy, he was like way into fly fishing, so he kind of taught me a little bit about fly fishing, which is where you like stand in the middle of the river.
Yeah, and,
and we were like and like Montana, that's like where they filmed that, because this was like when a river runs through it came out and stuff, and that's where they filmed it. So we were there, and it was like the most beautiful, like, I mean, it's gorgeous up there, and big sky, big sky country. So it was and then so we went on that, and then we went out to like this ghost town, and I remember they had the cool, like I wish I had this. There are some. Do you have books that you had in your life that you don't have anymore, that like at some point passed through, you don't know what happened to them, and you wish you saw? Well, one of them I got at this ghost town. I wish I knew what the name of the ghost town was, and it was a collection of the newspapers from the town, like cool. All like, but it was like reprinted, and like it was like a bound book, and it was from like the 1800s, like from the middle of the 1800s, and since this was like a mining town,
right,
and I remember the craziest thing was because it had like every issue. It was like 100. It was like 5 or 6 years worth of newspapers.
That's cool.
And I remember it was during the time, because they would report like world news, and in the world news section they were basically reporting like Jack the Ripper like as it happened, like from the time period.
That's super
and I remember
cool.
As like a 13-year-old kid, it was so fascinating. And then like all the old advertisements and like all the like stuff.
And to think that was happening there while this
like whole gold rush, Wild West.
Yeah. It is weird to think like you don't associate those normally.
Yeah. And like just some of the speculation.
Yeah.
And like there were like letters and stuff, and people were like, they're like, what if there's a serial killer here in America? What if Jack the Ripper comes to America? Just like all kinds of weird, crazy, and then like the personal ads and like all that stuff. Like
I wonder what ghost town was it?
I don't know.
Find out.
Maybe Craig from the Res.
Maybe he knows.
And then, because then I remember we went to a bison range, or I think it was, which one? Because there's bison and there's buffalo, and one is not endangered and one is.
Well, it's interesting that you would say that.
Okay.
It's actually all bison. There is no buffalo in North America.
Huh.
They're mislabeled as buffalo. Buffalo are actually the things that live in Africa.
Oh.
They're water buffalo. So they're actually American bison.
But isn't there 2 kinds?
There might be 2 different kinds, but neither of them are technically a buffalo.
Are they endangered?
I think they were and have since recovered,
but
if I'm not mistaken.
Even when, like, because I remember even in the 80s we were eating buffalo burgers.
Yeah.
So I think, but there's some that they preserve, and then there's ones that they just harvest for meat still.
I don't know for sure off the top of my head. I know that there is a population resurgence at some point.
Because I remember we went to a bison range.
Yeah.
And like you could drive around, and they were like coming up to the car and stuff, and we were feeding them, and it was like, but this was like that's what you were supposed to do.
Right.
And then I remember I got like buffalo nickels.
Oh, that's cool.
And like I thought that was cool, and took my picture with some bison, and but yeah, I remember that trip very well, and it was. And I remember I was really sad because I missed Tony Gwynn's like 2000th hit, because I remember my dad called me like from the baseball game to tell me, because I knew it was coming up, and I'm like, call me when it happens, and he like found a payphone, and like I remember that, and I also remember that was like Beavis and Butthead was really getting big, and we stayed up. I remember 2 nights with Sean that I really remember we stayed up until 3 in the morning playing Battletoads, and we could not get past the surfing level, and then another night we stayed up watching Beavis and Butthead. And then we watched Bram Stoker's Dracula, and I remember even then being like, "This movie is really boring."
That's the one with Gary Oldman, right?
And Keanu Reeves.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And then I remember even like as a kid where I should be like, this is awesome, and plus like as a 30, like there's boobs and like all this stuff. But I was still like, this is boring. Keanu's accent is horrible.
Right.
But like, yeah. And,
It's
like,
just weird.
why does that guy have like butt hair?
Yeah,
Like,
what is up with Gary Oldman's head in that movie? I don't know. I don't think I've ever watched it all the way through. I've watched chunks of it.
Coppola, man.
Oh,
He
what
like
happened? Talk about a fall from grace, man. We watched another one of his probably about 10 years ago that was about
Jack.
No, I've seen that one too. But it was a similar theme where it was like a Dorian Gray thing, I think, where he didn't age or something along those themes.
Okay. I know because he's had a couple movies. I know the most recent one, but this was like really recent, had what's her face, Elle Fanning in it. And that one also, like, I never heard what happened.
I don't know about that one.
But, yeah, he's done a couple movies. But, because I remember there was this period where he was making stuff and taking his name off of it.
Yeah.
Which was Jack, and there was one other movie, I forgot which it was, that he took his name off of. Because I think, I don't know, I feel like that's one of those things where, like, I feel like he just kind of burnt himself out, and then he kind of tried to... Because then I remember he was in some money troubles because I guess he bought these vineyards, and Coppola wine is like still a thing, but I think I don't think I think it is. I think because like wineries like take a long time to like, and I think during the periods where it had, because it takes like years, and I think there was some periods where he like had all his money tied up and so he took these jobs, like these money jobs. And I know people gave him a lot of crap after Captain EO.
Really?
Just because, like, it's just weird. Also, people were giving him a hard time because I guess up until, I think even still, per minute, it's like the most expensive movie ever made. Like, I think it costs like $30 million, and it's like 20 minutes, so it's like over $1 million a minute.
But it's amazing, though.
It is. But it's just so crazy because you look at this guy's catalog and he made like some of the biggest, most like cinematically important movies, and then it just kind of like
it just trails off. Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe he'll have a comeback.
Who knows? Well, hey, we got a soda corner.
Yeah, we do.
I gave you so we want to give props to listener Mark Ariano, who tipped us off to Mountain Dew Dew Shine, which is a citrus-flavored Mountain Dew.
Made with real sugar.
If you're not watching the video, it's crystal clear. Like
Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah. And, it's real good. But I found it, because at first it seemed like it was a Circle K thing.
Right.
Because that's where Mark found it. And I remember going to the store and not seeing it, but then the other day I was at Stater Brothers and they had 4-packs.
There it is. I've already almost had all of mine because I'm like that.
It's really good because it is like a citrusy Mountain Dew.
Yeah, it's almost like a mix between like a Sprite kind of thing and Mountain Dew. It's good though. I like it.
I am curious that's my next thing I got to try and find is the LeBron mix of Sprite.
Yeah, what's that?
Because it's like cherry and lime mix. It's like, I guess it's like cherry Sprite basically. Yeah.
But it's got his name. Well, still, it's for Soda Corner or whatever.
But I'm I'm all about new different sodas.
I'm all about that. Sodas and chips. Those are my weak points.
Speaking of chips, have you had? I guess this is a Doritos corner.
Okay.
Have you had the Doritos roulette yet?
No, I have not.
Everybody's talking about it.
I had the Incredible Hulk.
The 3D
things,
which are really good.
Have not done that yet.
Okay, I haven't found them yet, but people have been talking about them, and I saw a YouTube video. It sounds awesome because it's like this basically like the chips are there. It's like they're sort of spicy, but then there's like 1 in every 5 is like jalapeno mega spicy, and so that's why it's called Doritos Roulette.
I would definitely do that.
So
I like spicy,
and I think they're starting to roll out, and also. You see another thing. Everybody should check out our Facebook group.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of good stuff.
It's great.
Matthew opened a Pandora's box the other day because he's like, check out this wrestling video, and then me and Steve Espinoza started posting a ton of funny wrestling videos. And so I think we got Matthew into wrestling videos.
Yeah.
at least the comedy wrestling. But hey, it's a start.
It's fun though. I like our group.
And so Mark Ariano posted that we've gone too far, and I haven't seen this anywhere, but apparently it's in some LA areas. It might be at some of the, because where is the test one? Isn't it like in, well, I guess the test one's in Orange County.
Yeah.
Because the headquarters is in Orange County. Because Monica's sister works there.
I don't know. I mean,
so they might, I don't know where they're, but apparently they're testing it in LA, and it's a Flaming Hot Cheetos burger.
Yeah.
I want that.
I would eat that.
I would totally eat that.
I don't know what the problem is with that.
Because he's like, we've gone too far. I'm like, never say that, because then they won't make stuff like this.
They won't create these things.
Although, did you ever have the Doritos fully loaded? I never did, no.
I
don't know. I remember sitting there and looking at it.
Is it 7-Eleven?
It's 7-Eleven. And I remember the one by my house, because there was that one right by my apartment. And I remember at least more than twice, I went over there, and I'm like, I don't know how long this thing has been sitting there.
Yeah, that's my thing.
And I'm like, is this the same one? Because I went to that 7-Eleven a lot, and I never saw anyone order that thing.
It's probably
and I'm
the
like,
same
is
one.
it the same one? And like, it just, I don't know.
If they even had that at like Carl's Jr. or something, I might be more likely to try it. Plus, how often do I go into 7-Eleven? You know, I don't need to.
Still might do it one of these days.
Maybe. We have a couple here in town.
Well, so it sounds like you had a busy couple days.
Yeah. So Mother's Day was good. Well, so we did that, and then yesterday on actual Mother's Day.
What'd you do for Janelle?
Well, a couple things. She wanted to. I kind of let her. Well, for a present, first of all, the kids made so many like cute cards and crafts and stuff. Like they just went nuts with it. And Audrey helped Luke make cards, and she, they both did stuff at school and in Sunday school and all this stuff. So
I saw Janelle. They had like a Mother's Day tea or something.
Yeah, she actually got to go into her class, and they did a craft there, and she got to do that. So the kids did tons of good stuff. I bought her several Cranberry CDs. She had.
You bought her all the catalog?
No,
yet?
Because there's so many singles and like random stuff that like. I mean, she's got a ton, but it was cheap and stuff, but it was fun. I got her a couple singles. There's actually a best of album that had like 2 exclusive tracks that she never had.
That's how they get you.
Which it works. And then she actually never got the most recent, like the one they did in 2012.
Oh yeah, they did come back together.
Yeah.
Because we saw them touring for that.
Right. So
album.
She never actually got the album, so I got them for her too. So, a little bit there, and then she wanted to go shopping, which she rarely does. I'm very blessed in that category. So we took her to like all her favorite, clothes stores and stuff. And then we went to the movies, and we tried out the thing in Moreno Valley at the movie theater where the kids go and like there's like a play area.
That's amazing.
Dude, it was super cool because I would feel bad if we were like dumping our kids off and they were miserable. But we, of course, we like made it a surprise, and we got there and like. There's toys, there's games, they have video games, they got like a movie playing, they get free popcorn, there's a puppet show, they do crafts, and it's $6 per kid for the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's less than going to the movie, than taking them to the movie itself,
Yeah.
And they charge by
Definitely
the movie.
Cheaper than a babysitter.
Oh, way cheaper. Because they charge by the movie, it's not by the hour. So if you go to a 3-hour movie, it's the same price.
Dang.
So yeah, it was really, really cool. And the people were super nice, the kids loved it, they didn't want to leave when we got back. So next time we need to go see a movie, that's where we got to go.
Yeah, because I remember as a kid getting dumped at some pretty shady daycare experiences.
Yeah. This is cool. They had tons of adults. It's all out, it's you get to check out the place, and it seemed pretty legit. The kids were nice, so it was cool. We'll talk about the movie in the movie section, but
all right.
So yeah, it's good. And she had to pick where we went to eat.
I didn't do anything this weekend. Well, I studied a lot.
Yeah.
And I didn't pass my test today.
Today was the day.
Let me tell you, I knew the material, but I guess I don't know what happened. I got caught on a few of these questions that take a long time, where I was like writing out binary and stuff, and I thought, I'm like, oh man, I'm really nailing all these questions, and then I looked and I'm like, oh crap, I have 10 minutes. And I had like 20 questions left, and I'm just like,
So you find out right away you didn't pass?
Yeah, like immediately.
Do you know, like, were you close?
No, because I got 20 questions.
Okay.
But I got a good percentage where I know like the ones that I did answer I got right.
Right.
It's just I don't know how you, because I guess I got to learn some of these shortcuts when it comes to some of these like, because there's like it's basically math problems with like these IP addressing.
Right.
And like some of the techniques are easier than others, but I forgot like the shortcut way that I had learned was messing me up when I was trying to do it, so I just went to doing it like the old-fashioned way where I'm writing out the IP addresses in binary, and that takes
too long.
Forever. But I was getting them right. It was taking me like you can't, when you have an hour for a 50-question test, you can't spend 10 minutes on one question or you're screwed.
So maybe what you should do is do them the shortcut way, and then you can go back and double-check your work.
You can't go back.
Oh, you can't go back. Oh, well, then that's bad, too.
Yeah.
Dang.
I know.
That's like classic, test-taking technique.
And I hate tests. This is why I hate tests. So I can retake it, but I have to pay. So I have to pay $150.
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen anytime soon. I have my one certification, which is good enough, and I have to start looking for a job. So I applied for some jobs today, but my mind just wasn't really in it.
Yeah.
And then I took a nap.
Well.
And then I watched wrestling, and it made me sad.
And that's why you're emotional today.
But
that's good reason to be emotional.
Dean Ambrose is in the world title match, and he's another one of my favorites. But
it's not all bad news.
Hopefully he won't get hurt. Everybody's getting hurt, man. Well, he doesn't. He's more of a brawler. He doesn't really. I mean, I guess he does some high risk stuff, but not like super high risk.
Yeah.
It's these. I think it's like the speed at which some of these guys are working, and like some of the like bumps on their head. Especially Daniel Bryan has like these existing neck injuries.
Oh yeah.
And apparently, I don't know. I don't know if this is internet speculation. It sounds like how would these people know? But apparently, like Daniel, because like it's pretty well known that Daniel Bryan's like pretty into like holistic stuff.
Okay.
So like apparently he's like doing all these alternative things, and it's like you have a freaking neck injury, dude. Like go to a real doctor.
There's only so much.
So apparently, like I don't know.
It's one thing when you're dealing with allergies or something. It's another thing if you could like be paralyzed. I'd want all the information.
There are like some of these alternative surgeries that other wrestlers have done, and I think that's the route he's going. But as time has gone on, it's shown that some of these alternative surgeries can lead to more problems down the road. So I'm like, oh no, like I don't. And part of me is like, oh, like I don't want him to retire. But then another part of me is like, that's very selfish of me because like this dude obviously like he recently got married. He's probably thinking like, what kind of future do I want to have? Like quality of life.
Right.
Do I want to be one of these like old veterans that wrestles way past when they should, that can barely get out of bed now? I mean, the saddest thing you watch every year at the Hall of Fame is like half these dudes, these old guys that come out are like in walkers.
Right.
Some of them are in wheelchairs.
They're not that
and they're
old.
not like super old. So like when you see guys like, Bushwhacker Luke in like his in his walker, and like Mr. Fuji, who yes, he was getting old, but he's in a wheelchair, and like some of these other guys like that like can't walk. And so I think he sees that and he's like, I haven't even had kids yet. What kind of life am I going to have? I mean, but then it's like I'm still at the primary money-making years of my life, and so I guess that's got to be like a really hard position.
Yeah.
Because it's like, do I risk it and make another few $1 million, which he easily could,
right?
But like he could end up paralyzed.
He probably has enough now that he can afford to kind of.
Oh yeah.
Relax.
Plus he's like. He lives in like rural Washington. He's a very like off the grid. He's not like living. He doesn't have like he doesn't have the John Cena private jet, giant mansion, like lifestyle.
So he could probably retire.
He lives
now
on like a farm.
Yeah.
He has like a farm. He's a very like of the earth dude. But it's just upsetting to watch somebody achieve their dream and then just have it all like. And that's the crazy thing about wrestling is like in an instant,
it
can be over. I don't know. I mean, that's how it is with pretty much all
sports.
Yeah. But whatever. I mean, not whatever, but anyways, we got some reader mail.
Let's do some reader mail.
Steve Espinoza following up on last week's episode.
Right.
Right. First thing first, no, I did not buy all the yoga products last week. I have used DDP Yoga because that was my guess was he was doing DDP Yoga. So DDP is Diamond Dallas Page, is a wrestler who is he's become this yoga fitness guru, and he's actually used his yoga program to basically save the lives of some down and out wrestlers like Jake the Snake Roberts. Basically what DDP has done is he's gone and kind of for instance Jake the Snake, he was having some serious it's well documented his drug and alcohol problems beyond the mat especially, and just that's kind of one of his things, and he was also having some major health problems, and basically DDP's he grabbed these guys, he grabbed them and was come live in my house and I will help detox you and then we'll work out every day and do my yoga program, because it's basically yoga for dudes.
Okay.
I think it used to be called yoga for regular guys, so it's not too crazy on the
so
stretchy.
Flexible.
Yeah.
I could never do regular yoga.
So that's what this is. This is anybody can do this stuff, and it builds up on your, and he pretty much saved Jake Roberts' life.
Huh.
He's cleaned up now. He's actually, I mean, I know he's had some he's back. His cancer came back, unfortunately, but I think he's in much better shape now. So he's actually he's able to fight it much better because he's in such if DDP hadn't helped him, he would definitely be dead.
Wow.
And then another wrestler, Scott Hall, someone known as Razor Ramon, also had huge alcohol problems. Again, near death, and DDP kind of rescued him, and now he's got a couple other, he's basically saving all these down and out wrestlers who a lot of these guys end up overdosing on painkillers because they're just so, again, in constant pain all the time, and then when you're out the road, it does kind of mess with these guys' heads. So DDP has kind of become this guy helping out all these
the wrestling
down and out.
Guru.
Yes. But he also has this yoga program that anybody can do, and I've seen a lot of dudes lose a lot of weight, and
that's cool.
Benson actually won a DDP yoga set at one of the wrestling shows we went to. I don't think he's used it though, but because it's $75, you get the DVDs and you get a training program and diets stuff,
cool.
and anyway, so he says I have used DDP yoga before with awesome results.
Very cool.
I just got out of a routine and I need to get back into it, but I have all the necessary things already. So it wasn't him.
Someone else is doing it.
So a mystery yoga person.
That's cool.
Secondly, I remember, because we were talking about substitute teachers.
Right.
Secondly, I remember middle school, 8th grade, my science class got a substitute teacher fired.
Wow.
We did the usual rowdy class because we got a subroutine. He couldn't handle the chaos and yelled out, "God damn it, shut the hell up, you kids." My best friend at the time was a religious kid and got mad and threw a jumbo marshmallow at him.
What?
That got him mad, and he yells at my friend, "I'm going to kick your ass, kid." The class got silent, and one girl ran out of the class and got the school security and the vice principal. The sub was never to be seen again. The funny thing was he was also one of the baseball coaches for the adjacent high school, so I doubt he kept that job too.
Wow.
That's crazy.
As a sub who subbed for many, many years, you cannot let kids get to you.
Or they will eat you alive.
They can smell the fear. I kid you not. Once they start getting rowdy and you freak out, it's over.
That's it.
It's done. And once you take it personally too, you can't take it personally.
What's the worst thing that ever happened to you as a sub?
Oh my gosh. I could do a whole podcast about subbing, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure you and Janelle and Jeff.
Oh gosh. I mean, because Janelle and Jeff and I, Jeff's our good friend Jeff, and then Janelle, obviously my wife, we were subbing for, the three of us subbed in the same district for about, I don't know, 5 years or something. I did it longer.
Yeah. That was your right out of college job.
Right out of college.
It was
a sweet deal.
Yeah.
I only had to work a couple days. I figured out exactly how much money
I remember coming to visit you and I'm like, "So you're working?" You're like, "Yeah, I'm working." I'm like, but the whole time we were there, I think you went to work once.
Yeah.
You had it down to exactly
I knew how much I had to make it through the month, and it was usually like 4 days of subbing because I was
For
living
the
with
whole month.
I was living with 10 dudes in an apartment.
And you were eating corn
I
out
was
of a
eating
can.
corn out of a can, and I didn't drive very far. I did not have to make money, so I subbed a few days a month, and then I had the rest of the time off. It was sweet. So I don't know. I mean, worst. I started out my first day. I learned quickly because my first day was in the junior high class, and they were horrible. And I freaked out and started. I had this. Except
this is Norwalk.
This was in Norwalk,
which is not like, the greatest.
It's adjacent to like Long Beach and Compton, basically. So it's a rougher area. And they like the first class they like freaked out, and I started like I wasn't like threatening them like this guy, but I was like yelling like, you guys gotta be quiet. And the teacher next door came over and he's like, hey, is everything cool? And I'm like, these are horrible. And he's like, is this your first day? I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Because there's no training.
Yeah. And
they don't even like interview. You show up if you have the credentials.
Well, I remember I got to the point where I was about to start, and basically all you do is if you pass your CBEST, you have your bachelor's degree, and you fill out the application to take your TB tests.
Yeah.
And as long as
you're not a criminal,
you're not a total freaking spazzo, they're like, all right.
There was no interview. I came in expecting an interview, and they're like, okay, here's how you check in. Here's your pay stub, or here's your time card, and start looking for a call. I'm like, well, so I have the job? Oh yeah, you're here, right? You got the job, dude. So that was it. And then you just show up one day, and they give you, okay, go to this classroom, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you just teach. So I don't know. So the teacher like kind of gave me like a 10-minute boot camp. He's like, look, these kids are gonna mess with you. You just have to like, don't let it get to you. It's okay if they're talking a little bit. Just chill out, and if they see that you're cool, they'll be cool with you. And then like it worked out fine. But I guarantee you, if you can survive subbing for multiple years, you can do anything. Like nothing could get under your skin. If you don't let those juniors, because they're mean. I mean, every day, like they would call me, and this is like probably 75 pounds ago, but they call you fat, and they would call you ugly. They make fun of the clothes you were wearing. I'd just be like, do you think that if I cared about what you said about my clothes, I'd be subbing here? Obviously not, right? Like, move on. You just have to be. You have to just get past that, I remember one time they noticed, like, I was at the same school for a couple of days, and they noticed I had, like, someone had, like, marked a pen on my pants on accident, and I wore the same pants the next day, and they're like, oh, you didn't change your pants. I'm like, how many dress-up pants do you think I have? I'm a substitute teacher. Like, this is it. I got to go home and do laundry now so I can wear clothes again tomorrow. Like, so I don't know. I mean, just everything. I mean, people would throw stuff.
Did you ever have any like violent things happen?
I had like a kid, like, because one of my things I would do if you have to have like just one class, and like high school where you have like one class usually, and then like they leave and you're done with them, right? But if you have to keep having them over and over again, you have to like at least come to somewhat of an understanding, And so one of my things I would do is, I couldn't like force them to do what I wanted to in class. But if I had to have them finish an assignment or clean up the room so it wasn't a disaster, because I'd get in trouble if the room was messy, and I'm not going around cleaning up their stuff. So I wouldn't excuse them until they did. And in order to do that, I would stand and block the door. And I'd be like, because it's like recess. They want to go out to, or whatever, to their lunch break. I'm like, clean up the trash, you guys can go. And usually they're like, they realize there's nothing they can do until they do it. But I did have a dude one time rush me and shove me out the door. So that didn't work as well, but most of the time it worked. But that was, I mean, honestly, once I got over being freaked out by it, it was, I don't know. They're horrible. I mean, there was bad days.
Did anybody follow you to your car or anything like that?
No, nothing like that. I did have kids ask me, like, what kind of car you drive? I'm like, I'm not telling you. What do you think I am, moron? But the good thing is that, so some days are horrible. They're long, and the stuff is bad. Sometimes, and the teachers too. Real teachers treat subs like they're like lesser people. Like seriously, you'd be in the teacher lounge and like, oh, you're a sub, huh? So you couldn't be a real teacher? And like, no, this is just kind of a job I'm doing. I just got out of college. Oh, so you're going to school to be a teacher? I'm like, no. Oh, really? Can't cut that? What's the matter with you? I mean, like, they're brutal, right? But probably the reason that I was able to keep doing it is because, you have days when it's horrible, but you also have days when you don't get a call till 11:30 and you go in and cover one class, and then you're done and you get paid a full day. You get paid $120 for going in for an hour. Or the best was like when teachers have student teachers, right? So they're learning to teach under them. If the regular teacher is absent, the student teachers aren't allowed to watch the class on their own.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still teaching the whole class, so you have to be there legally, but you don't have to do anything. So, like, I remember one time I went and there was a student teacher, and they're like, you can just kind of sit at the desk and do your thing. You just have to be here legally. And I sat and I read Holes, like the book, you know. I read the whole thing because it was sitting there, and I read the whole thing that day. That was it. Went home at the end of the day. That was it. So there's days like that when you're like, this is worth it. This is awesome. And there's other days when you're like, I can't do this anymore.
Well, I remember we knew a guy. Didn't somebody we know like lose his sub job because he showed some like inappropriate movie, or didn't he show like Saddam Hussein getting?
He showed some of the like beheading videos off of the internet, right. And not only did he do that, but if you probably remember that one of the only way to like find some of them was like to go through like porn sites would host them. So he was like going on porn sites to find these like beheading videos and showing them to the kids, and then saying like his argument was. You know, his history class or whatever, you know, he's trying to teach them about what's happening in the world. They're like, how do you explain that to someone?
Yeah.
Like, that's just, that was bad. Okay, the worst thing that ever happened to me as a sub, though, was actually kind of my own fault. At one of the schools we taught at, you get like a big prep period, you know, if it's high school.
Mm-hmm.
So I had lunch and prep period back to back. So I had like 2 hours off in the middle of the day because they had block periods. And at the time, I'd gotten a fix-it ticket for like a headlight being out or something like that. And the courthouse was like 15 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
So lunchtime comes, I got that 2 hour block, and I got to go pay the ticket. So I leave the campus, and I go to the courthouse. And while I was in there, you know, I walk up to the front, and I said, I got to pay the fix-it ticket. And they handed me a form to fill out, and I filled it out and handed it back. And she said, the lady at the counter was like, oh, okay, well, your court appearance will be in 2 hours. I'm like, no, I don't need a court appearance. This is just a fix-it ticket. I'm just showing you I did it. And she's like, oh, why didn't you say so? You just filled out a paperwork to go appear before a judge. I'm like, I told you I needed to pay a fix-it ticket. And she's like, no, that's not the paperwork you just did. I'm like, well, just cancel that. And she's like, it's too late. I already put it in the system, and if you leave this building, you'll be in contempt of court, and we'll arrest you. And I'm like, I explained. I'm like, I'm on break from teaching. Like, I have to go back to the school. She's like, if you leave, you'll be under arrest. We will put a warrant out for your arrest.
Holy crap.
And I'm like,
just because this lady gave you
me the wrong form, and he filled it out. And so I'm like, you gotta be. I'm like practically crying. This is like, I had a cell phone, but this was like back when it was. Oh, that just scared the crap out of me. What was that?
I have a major complaint right now.
What?
I'm officially uninstalling Simpsons Tapped Out on my phone. So
It just scared the crap out of me.
It's been scaring the crap out of me all day long. I guess I don't even.
Why is it doing that?
You know how you can like you go into an app and like you disable the notifications? Right. I have disabled the notifications on this app, and it still sends out notifications.
And he like talks to you.
So screw this app.
Oh, dude.
Because I reinstalled it because I needed something to do, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's still fun."
Right.
And like I started playing again, I'm like, "Oh, I guess it's." But then it sends out these notifications even when you disable notifications. That's the definition of evil.
And it was in the other room, so I just heard someone talking in your kitchen.
Homer?
Like, I didn't know it was Homer at first. I just heard a dude in there. Like, there's a guy in your house. What do I do? I got a bottle. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right. So you were talking about
this
courthouse.
So I'm stuck at the courthouse. It's like early cell phones, so like no one has them. I had like an emergency one, but I don't even think I had it on me. So I had to go to the payphone and like look up the school district in the payphone.
Oh my God.
I had to pop like quarters in the machine and call them and be like, I'm sorry, like I'm stuck at the courthouse. I can't come back and finish my day of work. I had the key to the room in my pocket. Like I had to bail out. And so I finally, I had to wait there. It was like 2 hours. And I went before the judge, and I'm like, this was a mistake. They gave me the wrong form. I was like, oh, you didn't have to wait in here. This is dumb. Just case dismissed. Go pay your $10. Because it was a $10 fix-it ticket for a headlight. So then I like had to. So then I go back out to the car, and I find out my car was broken into while I was in there. Someone like gone through all my stuff. The door was wide open. So that was bad. And then I had to drive back to the school and like hang my head low because I had to give them the keys back. I had to get my stuff back that I had left there. I had to like get my time card back, and the lady's like, I can't pay you for today. I'm like, yes, I know you can't pay me for today. I'm sorry. And I did not go back to that school for like 2 years because that was so embarrassing. But she was actually pretty nice. Like, she didn't report me or anything like that. So that was probably my worst subbing experience, but it was completely my fault. Or the lady at the courthouse, anyway.
Sounds like the lady at the courthouse.
So I'm like, no, I don't need to be here. This is no, Sean, you're gonna be arrested then.
That's so crazy.
Ugh. It is, and I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if that's true, but that's what she told me. And I'm not, how do you argue that? Justice system.
It's already in the system. You have to go to court.
Yeah, and then the judge himself. Oh, do you need to be here? Well, anyway. Crazy. So that was my sub stories.
So then he writes, you want a horror story that'll make your skin crawl? Try this one. It was a dark and stormy November night. Ted Cruz elected president. All right.
It will be bad if I admit that I'm not politically aware enough to even know who that is.
He's just one of those crazy guys.
I don't know. I don't even know who.
I think Bobby Moynihan plays him sometimes.
Okay. I don't even pay attention to the political ones on SNL. I'm that out of the league.
All right. He says, anyways, hope you guys have a good week and make sure you make your moms and wife feel special for Mother's Day.
Hey, we did.
I called my mom and my mom said I needed to call more. That's what I got.
Well, that's what she wanted for Mother's Day. I'll tell you that. So.
And I feel bad because my mom her sewing machine is breaking, but sewing machines are expensive, and I'm like, sorry, Mom, you're not getting a sewing machine.
Aww.
And I got her. It's like an adult. It was like a coloring book for moms. So I guess coloring is a form of therapy now or something.
Okay.
But it was a Mother's Day coloring book with all these sayings
cool.
about moms, and it was
affordable.
I think she liked it. She thought it was funny.
Okay, I'm gonna give you. You're probably aware of this, but you might not have thought of this. Groupon or Amazon Local is the best thing for Mother's Day type stuff.
See, my mom, I feel wouldn't use it.
I guess, but what about for a massage or something?
I don't know.
Because I'm telling you, you can get them. This time we got my mom a Groupon for this thing where they deliver food to your house.
Yeah.
And they do meals, there's fancy meals, they pre-cook them, and it's 3 meals, and that's it. She doesn't have to do anything; they just bring her the food. So
that's cool.
I don't know. I'm just saying it's a good way. And we sent one to Janelle's mom in Colorado. You don't have to mail anything; it just goes in the computer. Anyway, good tip there.
Been a little down on Groupon lately after that Jamba Juice
incident,
fiasco.
Yeah.
So I didn't talk about it on here, but I got in a pretty huge argument with the Jamba Juice lady to the point where I can't go in that Jamba Juice anymore because I feel bad.
Right.
It's the one on hospitality. I can't.
It's far enough out of town.
Far enough, but it's the closest Jamba Juice to here.
Right.
So, anyways, so Janelle had just given me I guess Janelle's mom had this was the one where she printed it out and sent it to you.
Yeah, she printed out the Groupons
and
it
was
mailed them to
these
us.
Protein bowls that neither of you guys wanted really.
Yeah.
Or did your mother-in-law listen to this show?
We passed it along. I don't think she does. Probably. We appreciated it.
Well, yeah. So
we shared it.
Gave some to me, and so I had the protein bowl twice. And it's all right. It's yogurt and all this other stuff. Yeah. I'd rather have a smoothie, but they were during it said so basically until the promotion expired, you had to use it on the bowl. But then it says once that promotion is over, it's good for the cash value
that was spent on it.
Yeah.
That's how Groupon works.
So I'm so it had expired. So I had one left over, and so I tried to get a smoothie, and I'm well, just apply this toward it. I'll play the difference. She's you can't do that. And I'm what are you talking about? It says right here. She's no, you have to get the protein bowl. I'm what does it matter if I get $3 toward a protein bowl or $3 toward a raspberry smoothie? $3. She's no, it's not. And I'm just but it says right here. And she's no. And I was so pissed off. Because I'm well, first of all, why do you care?
Right.
Are you the queen of Jamba Juice? And second of all, this is cash. It's value to cash.
That's the policy.
Cash is cash.
That's how Groupon works.
So stop it. And she just and I'm and I just was so pissed.
Well,
I may have said some things.
Did you actually get anything from them ever?
Not out of that.
Okay, I was gonna say at that point I wouldn't have had anything.
I may have torn it up in rage in the restaurant.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, I haven't got back to that.
No, I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. They probably have your picture by the door. Do not serve this man.
Put something in my razzmatazz.
Yeah. Well, that's true. It's not by the door. It's backstage. If you see this guy,
give him the special.
Give him the extra protein.
So yeah, that was very upsetting. I don't know, man.
I understand. I guess that could be bad.
But yeah, so that's what I got my mom, and then I called her, and my brother had beat me to the punch.
Oh.
You never know with him. Like sometimes he like never calls. Sometimes he's like totally on the ball.
Yeah.
I think it just depends.
I got the first Facebook post on my mom's wall. That's significant.
It's good. All right, we got another mail here. Craig from the Res. Oh, he's clarifying.
We had asked
this is what I had assumed, but the way he worded it was so weird.
Well, it's a complicated relationship.
He said his kid's grandfather was Chekhov, but so as I suspected, Jimmy Pardo is married to Danielle Koenig, so
right.
Walter Koenig's daughter. Her father is Walter Koenig, who played Chekhov. Andrew Koenig, who was Boner in some show Phil will remember. Excuse me, like I don't. Why would Phil only remember Growing Pains?
Maybe because
does he think I'm like Cameron? 10 years younger than you?
Or because you've talked about you don't like Kirk Cameron, maybe, or something.
I don't like Kirk Cameron, but who doesn't love Growing Pains? I mean, come on.
And they had a character named Boner on the show all those years.
But it was like,
what that meant.
Wasn't it like his name was Stabone, like that was his last name,
right.
But they called him Boner?
Well, because as we've talked about before, like in the past, a boner was like a mistake, a flub, a mess up.
Yeah.
But that was in the 80s.
There's that Batman comic that everybody,
right.
When Joker's like, I'm going to pull a huge boner.
Well, and I have all those like records of like the world's greatest flubs and boners, you know, like I have a couple of those. You got me one of them. But this was well into the 80s when that's not what it meant anymore. So I don't know how they got away with that.
Just hearing Alan Thicke say boner all the time.
It's kind of weird.
It's pretty funny. But on a sad note, so Andrew Koenig did the video. I guess he's talking about the video on the Jimmy Pardo show.
Right.
Until he killed himself a few years ago. I remember when that happened. Yeah. It was very sad. I remember Will Wheaton wrote about it because they were friends.
I remember blocking a few people on Facebook who couldn't control themselves from making boner jokes about it too. So, so good job.
So Jimmy's son is Chekhov's grandkid. So there.
So there you go. That makes sense now. That's kind of what you guessed.
The author. Right. Chekhov. Well, because then I'm like, wait, if he's doing that, and then because I guess I didn't like. It was just a weird way to put it instead of saying he's married to. If he just said he's married to this woman, but whatever.
You got it now.
Whatever.
Got it.
All right. So thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. That's good.
We're speaking of Craig from the Res.
Should I talk about it now?
Yeah.
All right. So we have our next vacation planned, or at least partially planned. We bought the airfare. We are flying. It's great because we just kind of did our thing where we looked for like where the cheapest airfare we could find was, and we're flying into Kalispell, Montana, which is
what airline flies into Kalispell, Montana?
Allegiant Air.
Oh, have fun with that.
Yeah, we've flown with them before. We're aware of the limitations of the airline, but we got round-trip airfare to there for $137.
It's a good deal.
Which, to like far northern Montana, that's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm. So where's Kalispell?
It's like all the way in the north, kind of like the northwest corner. It's just under the border to Canada, and just a little bit east of the border to Idaho, so way up there.
Right. Where in Canada?
It's like right on the border between British Columbia and Alberta. Yeah. Calgary's right here, and Banff National Park. It depends.
I want to go to Calgary really bad because Calgary is the home of Bret the Hitman Hart and the famous Hart House and the Hart Family Dungeon.
Hart Family Dungeon?
Well, it's called the Dungeon. It's basically it was a room in their basement where Stu Hart trained wrestlers, and it was called the Dungeon because seriously, the way Stu Hart trained wrestlers is. Did you ever see the movie Ready to Rumble with David Arquette?
I watched it with you, but like in college, so it's been
a while. Martin Landau's in that movie,
right.
And he plays this old wrestler, and he just starts basically like beating the crap out of. That is actually that's a nod to Stu Hart, Bret Hart's dad, because that's all he did is he would just like stretch guys out until they would. So like there's audio of this and like video, and it's just dudes screaming because he was like an old school. Like Stu Hart was a professional football player, and then he was an amateur wrestler, and then he started it's a very famous promotion of it was a big territory in Canada called Stampede Wrestling, named after the famous Calgary Stampede, which is an annual big rodeo they do up there, I guess.
Sounds like
it's like an annual big thing, and so yeah, and so anyways. So he started training wrestlers, and they called it was just this room in their basement.
Okay.
It's called
that's much less creepy than like what I imagined at first when you said that. Yeah. So that's good.
Anyways, that's why I've always wanted to go to Calgary.
Well, it depends because we were talking about.
It seems very pretty.
It's the whole. I'm just looking at pictures up there. I'm really excited. It's really pretty. We're also thinking of maybe instead doing like a drive to the west and going to like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, because that's really gorgeous up there.
Yeah.
But anyway, one way or another.
Napoleon Dynamite.
No, that's true. Wait, is it actually Coeur d'Alene at these?
I don't think so.
No, I think it's further south.
Some little town in Idaho.
But anyway, I knew that we had talked with Craig from the Res quite a while ago about if we ever come to Montana, well, I didn't realize when we booked the airfare. I'm like, oh, he's up there somewhere in Montana. So I looked up where he was at, and we're flying in like 45 minutes from his house.
Yeah.
Something like that. So anyway, I've been writing back and forth with them, and we're gonna at some point, meet up, and he's got all kinds of cool like suggestions and stuff, and I don't know exactly what we're gonna do yet, but it's gonna be cool. So it's like vacation, but it'll also be like, good research for the show. Plus, I get to visit one of our listeners.
Awesome.
So it'll be really cool. I'm excited about it. I don't know. I know some of the stuff he's got in mind, and he's got some big adventures. So we'll see what all we get to, but it's gonna be fun, and I'm stoked on it. So, yeah. So it's
gonna get to see some of his, because I know he does a lot of gardening and.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping. I'm not inviting myself to his house. So like, if he says come over and check it out or whatever, because he is like talking about some outdoor places, like taking us on a boat to like an island and.
That's pretty awesome.
He even was like scoping out campgrounds. He's
like talking about cool places.
Like outdoor stuff.
Yeah.
He recommended this place. He said he doesn't recommend it to everyone, but he thinks we'll like it. It's kind of like the mystery spot, it sounds like. Or the haunted shack, where they have like the optical illusion type stuff.
I know you.
I love that kind of junk. Stuff. So anyway, I don't know. I mean, we may actually go to his house, or we may just kind of see him around, whatever. Cool. I don't want to I don't want to assume that I'm going to his house and like impose like that, because we have 2 kids, I get that. But anyway, it'll be cool. It'll be cool to see him, and it's beautiful up there, so it's going to be a good trip.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it is very nice there, even in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of looked up like weather averages, and it should be pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably be here.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and warm.
You're missing my birthday.
That's true. Well,
although we are doing the concert on the 9th.
That's right. Yeah, we're doing it right before.
So I guess that can be.
We're going to be gone on Janelle's birthday.
Yeah.
And Father's Day.
Yeah.
So, But, yeah, we're going to go to that concert. It's going to be cool.
Just by myself on my birthday.
Well, we could do a recording. Do a special hangout, a birthday hangout.
All right. Well, I got some stuff from Facebook and YouTube also.
I saw a couple good ones here.
So Josh,
who's in the chat?
Who's in the chat right now, wrote on our Facebook page. I had to listen to the YouTube to hear the story that made Phil throw up. I missed the supposed gross part because all I heard was the terrible noises Phil made in Brendo's sink. I did listen back, and it's just you going like, I had to scrub back to actually hear the story. Needless to say, I am disappointed. I don't even know what was gross, but I do know Phil is a gigantic baby. You are a gigantic baby.
I admit, when it comes to medical stuff, I am a baby.
So I just say enema?
You don't have to just say it.
8 pounds of poop?
It's getting there.
Curling the finger?
Plus, he like builds up to it. He knows. The thing is, I grew up with a nurse as a mom.
Yeah.
And she would just talk about the nastiest stuff at dinner. And I swear, my whole life, people have tried to gross me out because they knew I would react that way.
Josh just suggested you should do a new segment where people tell stories to try and get Phil to puke. I don't want you throwing up on my dishes, man.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, my spoons, those are clean spoons.
Oh, he got new 2 stories.
Oh,
Josh, you're having some.
Oh gosh, that's right. Because he was saying he had
problems.
Some issues. Well, see, part of it though, it wasn't just an isolated thing. He'd been going on it for a while. He'd been building up to it. It wasn't like just the one story.
It was talking about poop.
Yeah, but when medical, like removing it from other people. Ugh, it's one thing to think of my poop. I don't want to think of putting my hands somewhere to get someone else's poop.
Josh has had a journey mouth-wise. That's the worst.
Yeah.
I'm always scared of like when something bad is gonna happen to like because like so far I haven't had to get them removed, but sometimes they start like bother. But like I don't know.
Well, I do want to hear the mouth story, even though it sounds bad. At least you get a story out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Audrey had a bad mouth week too.
Oh yeah, what happened?
One of her fillings fell out, so we got to take her in. I don't know. They have an appointment.
How'd it fall out?
I don't know.
She's jumping around.
Poor kiddo. No, I mean, her teeth, like her baby teeth. So far, her adult teeth seem to be okay, but her baby teeth just did not come in formed very well. So they were real thin enamel, or sometimes the enamel was just not there at all. So they were like grew in with cavities basically.
Ugh.
So she just had a hard time with them, So it's not her fault. And the dentist has even said, like, you guys obviously brush and floss on a regular basis. It's nothing you can really do, but it's hard. So anyway,
I don't know. I feel I guess I got lucky with like my teeth, and also my mom got those sealant things when I was like a kid. And that saved me, because like I basically every night it's always this ordeal where you basically have to assault your kids with these little flossers.
It is, we floss.
And they're just like, ah!
It's gotten better.
It's gotten better.
They know
way
it's
better.
Part of what
but I just know at first it was like this thing where it's just like, all right, get ready for the screaming.
Yep.
Like here
it's time. And you have to do it, especially. I mean, Luke's teeth are a lot better. He got like Janelle's teeth, because Janelle, up until fairly recently, like never flossed, didn't bother brushing half the time, and she never had cavities. So his are always fine, but like mine, I have to be on top of it. And Audrey has definitely got my teeth. So anyway, I feel for you, Josh. I'm not saying it's as bad as what Josh had. I'm just saying
well, you are a gigantic baby.
With dentistry is the other thing I'm a huge baby about. So not so much gagging as much as just terror. Like I'm terrified of it.
I know Janelle has to like time out. Like
she does. I canceled my last one and postponed it for a month because I freaked out too bad beforehand. I had to call the day before.
I remember there was a period. I remember the last time I was unemployed and I was like doing some like I was helping Janelle, and she's like, "All right, you're gonna schedule this dentist appointment, but do not tell Phil until like." She's like, "I'll tell him in like a few months." She's like, "But don't tell Phil you're scheduling this appointment."
No.
And I was like, "Okay."
I panic the day of. I'm like totally grouchy, and like no one's allowed to talk to me, and I don't eat all day until like after I'm done with it, and I brush like 100 times on the day. It's so bad.
Also, let me Josh says I'm super into saltwater rinses. Also, let me give you some advice. If your teeth hurt at all, that's a bad sign. Don't ignore it for 3 years or so.
If I remember,
is that where you end up in like root canal land?
I think he said he had to get a root canal, right?
Oh, see.
Is that no? Okay, someone else I know that
worse
recently.
Oh, no, what's worse?
Worse than a root canal?
You just have to get them like removed, but isn't
root canal was no good.
Ew.
Oh gosh.
I remember. See, my mom has horrible teeth because it was a result of polio.
Again, people get your kids vaccinated. Dang it.
All my bone had dissolved away. Ugh.
Like in your jaw? Oh gosh, in his jaw. In his skull.
That's horrible.
See, that doesn't gross me out as much as it just gives me shivers of pain. Like I feel sympathetic pain.
Into my sinus cavity. Oh my god.
Oh.
Sounds like you've had a bit of.
That is, yeah. You topped the missing filling right there.
My mom had so many root canals and like all kinds of other stuff. I remember growing up, that eventually, like, I think at some point she just was like, take them out, just like so her whole bottom was false. Because it just got to be like where she just kept having to have, and it got really expensive.
Right.
And like she still has to have, at least once every couple of years, she has some major dental procedure, and it just sounds horrible.
Okay, so that's my thing with dentistry is that you can call me a baby about it, but it's a well-founded fear. Like terrible things happen. It's horrible.
Well, that's where like anybody that's ever been through this stuff, that's when they tell you like don't mess around when it comes to your teeth.
It's expensive, it's painful, it's scary, and they make you feel guilty all the time.
That's the other thing. And then but the worst though is when like once you get old enough where your parents aren't negotiating anything for you and you have to deal with the dentist, they're always trying to sell you something.
Oh yeah.
Which also drives me crazy. Like, oh, you need this and this thing, and like, oh, you're and I'm just like, oh, it's like the oil change place.
Yeah.
Like, just
just
do it. Get me out of here.
For your gasoline. Oh, yeah. Oh, I do not. The dentist we have now is probably the best dentist I've ever dealt with, but that's not saying much. It's terrible.
I went to this one dentist that my mom went to the one time I had a cavity, like the only cavity I ever had, and it was like right before I left for China, and I was terrified. But like he had some kind of painless process where like he did a filling and I didn't even know what was going on.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be painful.
But then I've been to places where, like, I remember the first dentist, like, when I had, like, dental insurance, and I went to the dentist, and I just picked the first one that, like, popped up when, like your dental plan, because I don't know anything from anything.
Right.
And I go in there, and I'm, like, they're, like, destroying me with that scraper thing, and I'm, like, bleeding everywhere and freaking out, and, like, I swear they were, like they cut me and like what is happening? And then after that I'm like I'm done. I'm freaking done.
Yeah, I went probably 4 years. I had a 4-year stretch where I didn't go. And then when I got married and I was like, you gotta go to the dentist. Like this could be really bad. And I've been regular now, so I'm back on, but stressful.
I don't have dental insurance at the moment and I don't care. I got a Sonicare, and I got my Daniel Bryan toothbrush.
You have a Daniel Bryan toothbrush?
I got it in my Brian Apodaca goodie bag, and it's actually Daniel Bryan and Randy Orton, and it's awesome. It plays their theme song, and it's one of those brushes. So I guess there's a whole line where it has like songs, and you
that's how long you're supposed to brush.
And so I'm like, and it's like 2 minutes, so you're like really, and like. So it's kind of cool, but like lately I've had like, cause I'll switch off. Like it even has like for daytime it's Daniel Bryan, for nighttime it's Randy Orton, and it's 2 different buttons. So now I have like I'll be in the middle of the day and I have Randy Orton's theme song in my head, cause Daniel Bryan's is Flight of the Valkyries, like it's just an instrumental. So like I'm like yeah, I'm doing it, but then like. Randy Orton is like an actual like I hear voices in my head, and I'm like sitting there brushing my teeth,
singing it.
So I hear voices calling. So like, and I don't even like Randy Orton, but his theme song's literally in my head.
Literally in your head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Josh says dental insurance is a scam too. Don't get me started on that. That's part of what put me down my whole like. Bad credit thing in the first place was our first dental insurance like that screwed us over. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right. Well, Old Restless, our regular YouTube commenter, he usually comments 3 or 4 times on every episode. He doesn't seem to be a fan of you. Like lately, most of his comments have been derogatory Phil comments.
I think he is a fan. If he's writing that much about me,
well, I think he's concerned for your well-being, because he also writes. This is my favorite of one of the things, but he wrote something similar to Josh also, where he's like you being a giant baby.
I get it.
But anyways, this is the thing that I thought was funny. He says Phil is scared to buy hummus in fear of listeria, yet he eats Papa John's pizza and other horrendous foods that can cause diabetes and heart disease.
That's true. I'll give you that. But listeria is something that can kill you immediately. At least with those other things, it could be a long-term issue. I don't know.
Are you worried that at some point we're just gonna fall apart like all at once?
You know, it's
because I feel like I don't know. I feel like I should be way worse off than I am right now. According to everybody else, if everything that everybody says is true about like food and such, but like, and I think about like all the crap that I eat, and like, and especially like my eating habits and like my questionable exercise habits, and then just some of my other like, I'm like, according to all this, like I should be dead. Like I should be dead. And every year I go into the doctor and he's like, and he's even surprised sometimes. I swear, like, like I had a dude that was convinced like that I had diabetes. Like he was like checking my ankles, and, like doing all this stuff. He had me get blood work like 3 times, and every time it came back like nope. And he's like I don't understand. I'm like I don't know. So I feel like I don't know. Is it gonna be like when I'm like 45? It just all comes at once.
Because I think right now.
But then I feel like if it's like that and it's all at once and it's like a quick thing, I'm like I know we've had this discussion.
Yes,
before.
It makes me sad.
I want it to be quick.
No, but not 45. That's ridiculous.
Okay, 55.
No.
But what? I don't know. Like.
No,
I'm an overweight dude.
Yeah, but
at least I don't smoke anymore, I guess.
Yeah, that right there is a big thing. I think that's my saving grace is just that I'm active. Like, I don't exercise like running around, actually doing exercise routines kind of thing very often, as often as I should. But every day I'm up playing with my kids. I'm working in the yard. We go on walks sometimes. You know, I mean, it's that's what I think. Because you know, when I go to the doctor, my blood pressure's fine. Other stuff is fine. And they say I should lose some weight, and I know.
I had a blood pressure scare, but then I found out it was because one of the medications I was taking.
Okay.
And now that I'm not taking that medication, the blood pressure's fine.
So I don't know. I mean, that's a constant. I mean, honestly, in all seriousness, it's a constant struggle. Like it's not easy, and it's something that I. Do
you feel like your kids are more of a motivator now?
They definitely are, and I mean,
But it's obviously not enough for you to like really change anything.
I don't know. I mean, we've been doing really good on doing our nightly exercise with the kids.
Yeah.
So that's good. I eat a little better now that we have them because we have to like provide.
But then you like go on vacation and like I see all your.
Like we go out to eat a lot and it's tough. It's really really hard. So yes, they are. But even with that, it's a long-term issue. It's not an easy one. So listeria is something I freak out on because that's an instant thing. Mm-hmm. The other one is more of a long-term struggle, and it is. It's tough. I wish I had an easy answer.
Are you jealous of your children?
No, but I definitely want to provide like the healthiest thing I can provide for them without being like a freak.
I just think it's funny that right now it seems to me like your kids are in like that don't eat phase.
Oh my gosh,
which is bizarre. But then they don't eat when they're supposed to eat. But then when they do eat, your kids are eating machines.
Yeah.
And like your kids, like Luke is like the skinniest kid in the world.
Well, and
I know that's like a kid
all
thing.
The time too,
because I remember I was a skinny kid. I think everybody starts out a skinny kid. But I don't see fat in your kid's future at all. Like I see Luke becoming. I think Luke has like a jock.
Oh, he does.
Like Luke is gonna be an athlete.
He can throw a ball. He can run and jump.
And then Audrey is gonna just be like super. I don't know. She's kind of a big giant ball of energy.
Yeah. Well,
you get very energetic
dance and all that stuff. I mean, the thing is, as they've gotten older, they have made me have to be more active because I can't just sit around and like we have to go do stuff, you know. So, I mean that's
because they are giant balls of energy.
Yeah.
I know Luke, but then I'm also sometimes concerned because like Audrey like refuses to eat vegetables.
I know just tonight. I mean, it wasn't even it was onions.
The veggie wars.
There were some onions in the food, like. Jill made spaghetti that had like onions and she's like, I don't want to eat it. It has some onions. And I'm like, you're eating it tonight. Like, we're not arguing tonight. And she did.
Seen some of these battles,
but like,
insane.
that's ridiculous. That's not even like vegetable. And
well, some of her things like don't even make sense.
Well, yeah, like when we made salsa the other day, you heard about this, right?
No.
So Audrey, they like to help Janelle cook, and if they help her cook it, they'll eat it. So she made like homemade like pico de gallo salsa. So they chopped up onions and peppers and everything, and made this salsa.
Mm-hmm.
And Audrey loved the salsa, and she ate it, and we had like chicken tacos, and she put it on there. And then, so we were putting together, and she had some of the onions and the tomatoes left over just to add on separately. And Audrey's like, oh, I don't want to have any tomatoes. Those are gross. She's like, there's tomatoes in the salsa. And she's like, yeah, that's fine, but I don't want any of the tomatoes by themselves.
Well, that sounds like something
so
you would do.
It's totally, like, she has my logic, and it definitely has come back to bite me quite a few times. So
diet is the most important, and I feel like that's where I feel the most.
Oh, like I said, I don't have it figured out, but not by a long shot. I'm just saying I think that's my saving grace is that we are exercising, we are being active, and out there doing yard work and going on hikes and doing our nightly exercise routine with the kids. It would be much worse if I wasn't doing that, But I don't know. It's hard. I don't have an easy answer. And I go in phases where we do better or worse, but I like to eat, and that's a problem.
Something that I'm experiencing, and I know a lot of people talk about this, and I think this is something that people don't understand until they're like living like it. Like, so I'm on a very tight budget because I'm on unemployment, and you hear people talk about this, like eating healthy is expensive because like fresh vegetables like aren't cheap, especially because you have to keep buying them, like because they go, and like after a while I'm just like I give up on that, like because I'm like, when you can buy 5 frozen dinners for $5 or like a bunch of vegetables that are gonna go bad in like 3 days, like you have to, like I end up making some choice. You have to make some choices, and that's where I remember like everybody was making fun of Gwyneth Paltrow because she's like, look, because she like used the like food stamps budget, but then she immediately bought like perishable foods that will die, that's gonna all go bad in like less than a week, and I'm like, you realize they have to make this last a month, like, and this is where like like, and when you get paid and like that's all the money you're gonna have, it's like, so I have to plan out some things where I'm like, I have to buy this, like this food has to last, and so it's very expensive buying fresh food or food that is good for you, because the processed cheese and all that stuff, it's the cheapest stuff. The cheapest food is also the worst food for you.
You can get 10 things of top ramen for $1.
You can get 10 of like those, like I live on those Tina's burritos, but they have no nutritional value, but they're 4 for $1.
Yeah.
And like when it's buy that or buy like, because like ground, like real beef, expensive as all get out, and you have to cook it immediately or freeze it, and it just is a hassle. And like, so
okay, now locally, and this doesn't solve everything, obviously.
No, there's
we gotta take you to that place because their produce is super cheap. It's really good, and it's really high quality stuff.
Yeah,
it's definitely like any produce. You can't buy a whole month's worth.
But that's the thing, like, and that's the thing. I think
it's really good, and it's pretty affordable.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of it, but like, it's, again, as Josh points out, it's either buy bad stuff or nothing.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a tough situation that we're in.
And that's where I get frustrated when again, Facebook, people post dumb things about food stamps and stuff, and I'm like, anybody that ever posts things like that has never had to experience. I feel like anybody that's ever been remotely poor, or like, because there was a period when I was working at Disneyland where I was on food stamps because my income, because this is also where I get a little bit angry when people are talking about like you can't raise minimum wage. I'm like, the money you're paying, that people are, it's coming from somewhere. So like, if you're not going to raise minimum wage, you can't be mad at people for being on food stamps, because how else are they going to eat? Like, it kind of drives me crazy. is Josh points out like food stamps saved my mom's life. I'm like, because like you have zero income, and like same thing with my mom's had some instances where again, especially like, and this is where things don't realize, like older people like that, like like especially in like situations, stuff happens, and some of the things that people say, I'm like, I feel like I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about because you've obviously never wanted for anything, and it always kind of drives me crazy having been in that situation. And it's kind of one of those things where I really appreciate somebody like Kevin Smith, who's like he's always like he's always been like, I never judge the kind of thing because people ask him about stuff. He's like, because it's kind of a there, but by the grace of God go I. Like that could be like, that's the thing. Like I don't think people realize like it's not like, it's not, I don't know. Really,
when we were first married, we didn't have to. I mean, we managed to keep off of assistance, but Janelle was working very part time at Disneyland and going to school. I was working part time at a church and making like $150 a week or something like that. So we scraped by and we were fine, but that's when we got into like terrible credit card debt.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean,
you got to do things.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm still paying for but it wasn't even like mistakes. It was just things I had to do to survive.
Exactly.
Like the rent is due, or like this has because like for instance, like I talked about this before, but like looking back, I don't know how I survived during these times.
Right.
But in 2005, like yes, I got here. I don't think I really started working until June. But
I think came back from China.
Yeah, and then Janelle got me a job at Disneyland. But I'm looking at my Social Security statement. I made $6,857 in 2005. Like how? But somehow I survived. And then even the next year, I made $14,000. Like
it's a little over $1,000 a month.
Like and like Then and people are like, and so when people say things like, you don't know how lucky you are, or like you're just lazy, or this. I'm like, I was working all the time, but just I look at my Disneyland pay stubs.
You were working 40 hours plus a week.
Yeah, if I was lucky.
If you could.
But then I remember for a while I had two jobs. Because I was working that security job at the church for a while, but then I was working at that eBay store for a while. I was always doing more than one thing. Just to kind of supplement, but even then, again, like that's all in there. So like so 2006, I took another job, and that bumped me up to I made $14,000 this year, and I was working as many. I remember that was also when I would work like during the holidays when you could actually get hours.
Right.
I worked 18 days in a row, or during the summer I was working like 50, 60 hours a week sometimes, and even then, because that's the only way you can make. Because like my base rate for the majority of the time because I think the last 4 months I was there I was a lead, but like my base pay at Disneyland was $7.40.
Yeah.
And so in order to make any money, like overtime you would make time and a half, and then if you worked 6 days you got time and a half on the 6th day. If you worked 7 days it was double time. So anything over 7 days in a row, you would get double time. So that whole week after, when I worked like those 18 days in a row, I would get double time. But at what sacrifice and even then, double time. So now I'm making $14 an hour.
Right.
Like, that's a little bit that's a little better. That's a livable wage.
Yeah, but still.
But then, and then I'm like, and it's like, what if I had a family? We would be on the street.
Right. Oh, you can't. You definitely could not support a whole family on one of those jobs.
Yeah.
It's just not doable.
And like most of the people that I knew that worked at Disneyland were either retired people who had like, it was just a job that they did to stay busy, so they like had like Social Security income, or some other, like I remember there was a dude that worked there that was a teacher and he was on a pension, but he just worked there just to keep busy.
Mm-hmm.
Or they supplemented their retirement income by working at Disney, but they had some kind of retirement income. Or there was people that it was like they had a big family, but like the husband worked, and like, but then I knew some single moms, but they were on, half the people, I'm pretty sure half the people that work full time at Disneyland are on some kind of assistants or foods, because I mean, yeah, they're making like, I think like, especially with the union contracts where Disney keeps tightening those screws, because I remember at one point you could top out at like $18, $19 an hour. Those days are over. I think now like main entrance, like you top out at like $10.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Maybe 12. And that's after working there for like 7 years. Yeah. And again, at these union jobs, especially with like the benefits tied to like the amount of hours you work and your seniority, you are literally, I remember it got to a point where I had to like, where I quit, because I just really faced the facts that like, I am literally waiting for people to die in order to be able to get health insurance. Yeah. This is crazy. Like, what am I doing? I shouldn't be. I'm 25 years old. I have no insurance. There's no future for me here, and that's where I kind of had to put those, because that my dream was like I was gonna work at the park and then eventually somehow parlay that into a job at like either like at the TDA building, like the theme park management, or dream like at the something at the studio.
Right.
And I mean, I got as far as like interviewing for those positions, but then I found out from like somebody on the inside, like 9 times out of 10, they will not hire somebody from the theme parks at one of those jobs. Like, they look down.
Highly competitive.
Yeah, but like there were times where I'm pretty sure I should have gotten the job, but like they flat out won't hire. Like, they look down on the theme park people.
So it's interesting then, because especially like seeing a lot of, you know, even more impoverished situations with Janelle working in a city. Like, I guess, I don't know. I guess this is political, but I don't care. Because if someone is at a point where they're on aid and you're going to complain about them being on aid but not want to raise minimum wage, what's their motivation for getting off of aid when they're going to go work a job and not be able to pay their bills still, but they're working 40 hours, 60 hours a week, whatever. Like, that has to be a livable wage, or else you're going to just have this endless cycle.
Which we have.
Which is what we have. So it doesn't, I mean, and I know there's way more factors than that. I know it's not as simple as just that will fix everything. But
well, the other thing that bothers me is that I feel like if you listen to the internet and like these like people that are always ragging on people on food stamps and welfare, you would think that everybody on welfare is like on drugs or scammers, and in actuality, when you actually look at it's like a tiniest percentage. But just the fact that there are those people out there, for them, that makes the whole system evil and terrible, and that drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yes, people abuse, but people abuse every system. There's insurance fraud. Should we get rid of all health insurance? Like,
right.
I don't know.
Well, and again, it's boiling it down to something that's way too. It's am I a communist? What was this, like the Joseph McCarthy all over again? It's not as simple as any of that. It's way more complicated than that.
Anyways, I don't know how we got here, but
I don't know. I guess I just wish people would just be more like caring.
Just be a little bit more
like, understanding.
Just put yourself in somebody else. Think about when you're about. I would just ask people, when you're about to post something on Facebook, think about like, what if this happened to me?
Yeah.
Or what if I was in this situation?
Would you say that to that person's face?
Would you
try that? That would solve 90% of the problems on the internet right there.
But I know it's never gonna go away. But it is shocking sometimes, like the things that you see your friend. Like today, I found this is ridiculous. I found out somebody I know is like a chemtrail conspiracy person, because she's
like the airplane thing.
Because she took a picture from her window and she's like, oh, I closed my window because they're spraying stuff, and I'm like, they're not spraying anything. There's like, she's like, and I'm like, there, you live right by John Wayne Airport. Those are normal. That's like the you can look it up, like MythBusters did a whole thing about this. Like it's the air pressure causes it to be. It's something in the disparity of the air.
Right, the atmosphere
causes it to be visible. Like the fumes are visible. They're not spraying anything.
More in danger of the cars driving by putting their exhaust out.
Yeah, and I'm just like, but then I'm like, this is a smart person that I knew like that like I went to college with, and I'm just like it's weird how Facebook is like, here's your friends that are nuts.
It is actually
this
nice.
this one friend started, like, it's weird to watch people. This guy started posting some somewhat shady news stories. Everyone's like, stop posting. And now he's gone into full blown like, this is a conspiracy. This is I'm like, but it's weird to watch somebody that you know like fall into all that. Just like, whoa.
But it is. It's kind of like having a lie detector.
As Josh pointed out, it's hot jet exhaust mixing with cold air.
Yeah,
it's very simple.
It's not rocket science. But it's nice having like sort of a filter on your friend. You know, like, oh, okay, well, I know
that guy's nuts.
Conversation with that guy.
I'm not gonna have this guy over for dinner, or I know what not to talk about with these people.
Josh says he can't.
Oh, Alex Jones, like the
Alex
crazy.
Jones?
He's like the uber conspiracy guy.
Okay.
Like he's like the Sandy Hook. Like
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to see.
And it's funny. It's also funny to see your friends that are super gullible and keep posting like fake articles that are like onion articles or other stuff. That's always funny.
Yeah. Can you believe this is outrageous?
Like you'll see them like totally flip out and then have to be like, but like there's some friends that do it all the time, and I'm like, you need to just stop being on the internet. Like your internet privileges are revoked.
Yeah.
Officially.
Oh. There's it's also funny on mine in particular. I mean, I'm sure everybody has this, but you know, you have your different friend groups. Like I have my friends from when I was a kid, and friends that I knew from church, or friends that I know now from work or whatever. And seeing like the you know, one of them will be like, you know, F-ity F this, and the other one's like, oh, prayer request today. And, I don't know, just going down the thing and seeing all, and then you've got a conspiracy theory, and then someone's saying don't vaccinate your kids, and someone else is like, vaccinate your kids, you idiots, and it's all right there. It's kind of fun.
It's just weird that this all kind of happened.
Ooh, that's fun. Josh said there's a website called literallyunbelievable.com that collects people's reactions to fake news stories.
Nice.
Want to check that out?
I would love to be the guy of the Onion that's just looking at all the referral traffic, because you probably get to just see all kinds of dumb people that are linking, and they're like, they don't, because it's a link is a link, so they don't care.
Yeah, they're getting the traffic.
But it's just really funny.
Even just like the movie, you get the guy that does the movie reviews, and people are like, this is terrible. How can he call this a review? I'm like, how do you not? It's amazing.
I guess, like, remember when Landover Baptist was like huge?
Which one is that?
It was like an Uber, like it was like super, like all these crazy Christian stories, like about like, oh, they're gonna, like, it was just really making fun of like uber crazy Christians. But like, I remember so many people posting Landover Baptist stories on like Bubs and stuff. Like that was a huge one. Where they're like, can you believe this? Like, I'm like, oh, you guys, like, stop it. Like that was, because I remember that was like one that people would get hooked on, like get hoodwinked by quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. All right. Well, you know what is also funny?
What?
Listening to funny podcasts.
That's true.
On Stitcher.
You can also listen to dramatic or serious ones.
Serious podcasts.
All kinds of podcasts.
Just the other day, I was listening to Judd Apatow on Pete Holmes' You Made It Weird.
Nice.
And Apatow is like one of the few people that is still like unrelentlessly like going after Cosby.
Really?
Because it's like, it seems like a lot of people have kind of like, but it's like
on to the next thing.
Yeah, but he's like, no, this, like, we need to, something needs to be like, we need to, like, he's kind of keeping it. So he's one of the, because he's like, I guess he finally like canceled his tour, but he was still like.
Well, I saw like people were like yelling, and then he's yelling back.
Well, then he said some very inappropriate, horrific things.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Phil still likes Leonard Farnsworth. But I also talk a lot about just like his comedy roots and like, and so it was really entertaining.
That's good.
So it's all, but Judd Apatow is always great. And then the other podcast He probably did assault a woman on that set, Phil.
We've had this debate throughout the history of Radio BrendoMan about various artists and can you enjoy someone's stuff if they're horrible? Yeah, I don't know. It's still an ongoing thing. It definitely changes your perspective on it. I still think it's a funny movie, knowing about the people behind it. But you could, if you're only gonna like enjoy something, it kind of Christians do this all the time, where they'll be like, "Oh, I can't support this because this person's not a Christian." But no matter what you touch and what you produce, someone horrible has probably had their hand on it.
What about directly?
Well, again, I'm just saying.
Well, because I mean, you got the big. For me, there's like the big two of like Woody Allen and Polanski.
Right.
But like, The Pianist was really good.
Right.
Rosemary's Baby is really good.
So it's tough.
Chinatown is really good.
It's a tough question.
I've kind of I'm drawing a line with Cosby. I'm off Woody Allen. I'm off.
Yeah.
After reading like the Mia Farrow's daughter, like that was kind of the last straw for me. I was always like, because the Sunni stuff is really crazy.
Yeah.
It's still technically not illegal. Nothing that he did.
Yeah, but
just really. But then when you get to the it's very likely that he molested at least one of those kids.
Yeah, it's again.
And then the Polanski thing, I'm off Polanski because just watching them, like there was 2 documentaries, and the fact that like it's at the point now where I'm like, this dude has no remorse.
Yeah. And
okay, like people try and point out that like the whole Sharon Tate thing, and I'm like, doesn't make your like I mean I've experienced some trauma that didn't make me want to go commit some horrible crime.
Right.
And so
okay, so here's a question then.
But Chinatown is really good.
At what level though? Like what if there was a line producer that was assault, that was
I don't know.
You know what I mean? In other words, I'm not justifying what any of them did, but what I'm saying is at some point there's probably someone with the number of people that work on a movie.
Oh yeah.
So at what level in that production do you draw that line?
I don't know. And well, then there's people that can legitimately like separate the art from the artist.
Right. Or think of it this way. And again, I'm just throwing out hypothetical things. I'm not drawing a line or anything. But think of all the people whose careers would be hurting by, you know what I mean, by eliminating something.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Because they didn't know.
This is a very slippery slope that we're on right here.
Like I said, I'm just throwing out things to think about. I'm not saying right one way or another, and I'm not saying support that person because you won't hurt all those other people, but I'm saying if you're watching an old movie,
okay, But at what point are the people? I feel like at this point, people that work with Woody Allen are almost making a statement.
Going forward, agreed.
That's where I get concerned about like Emma Stone is like, and all these other people are like working with Woody Allen. I'm like, in the past. That's where
what
I'm
I mean. What about something that was done in the past? Going forward, obviously, but I don't know. It's weird. Does that mean we're not allowed to ever like quote a Cosby Show quote? Because there's probably things I say I don't even remember Cosby Show quotes.
I don't know. Some people would say no.
I don't know. Again, I'm not saying a definitive one way or another. I'm saying it's not as black and white as I think some people would have it.
Maybe it is. I don't know. It's something I constantly deal with. I've talked about this before. Pretty much every day, I watch wrestling matches featuring a man that killed his wife and son.
There you go. So are you allowed to enjoy that still?
I don't know.
Yeah,
WWE
puts this.
It's called the Chris Benoit disclaimer. It's basically like this warning that they put above that basically says WWE actors are not their characters. We don't, and like it's this whole basically covering their butt thing.
Yeah.
But like they are still like at least I don't know, and so but then I'm like, but he's still watching this match. He's an amazing wrestler.
Right. I don't know. And I will say this: I have not watched Leonard Part 6 or any other Cosby-related stuff during this because I feel very uncomfortable with it all. It's not an easy answer even for that, even though I still think Leonard Part 6 is really funny. there's plenty of other stuff to watch and do while I'm thinking about it. That's all I'm saying.
Other things such as listening to podcasts.
That's right. This
Stitcher.
is a plug for Stitcher. But you can talk about deep issues and look them on podcasts, which is good.
That's what's great about podcasts. Is that kind of entertainment. So, anyways, go to radiobrendo.com. If you haven't checked out Stitcher yet, you can use it on your mobile device on any web browser and listen to your podcasts. And go to radiobrendo.com, click the Stitcher link, and use the code BrendoMan. Sign up for a free account, totally free, and that will help us out.
You know what else would help us out?
What?
Getting your website hosted at DreamHost.
Yeah.
That would be good.
It'd be pretty good.
And we can offer something back in return.
We can. We like to help you out.
That's right. A promo code of Radio BrendoMan.
When you check out, after you order, get that year hosting package. You will save $50 order, plus you'll get a free domain registration on top. If you get a 1-year hosting plan, they give you a free domain name. You'll get another free domain name on top of this.
There you go.
So it's 2 domains plus hosting, $50 off.
Great deal.
Good deal.
You know where else you can get good deals?
Amazon Prime.
Prime is a good
Amazon
deal.
Prime saved my Mother's Day.
There you go.
It was funny. I actually tweeted, Amazon Prime saved Mother's Day, and then one of the Amazon accounts actually replied and said, happy to be of service.
Really? That's
and it was one of their official accounts.
Nice.
It had verified.
Huh.
So, at least it's nice to know that they're on Twitter and they're fun guys. But if you want to try out Amazon Prime, because the big thing, what saved my butt, is you get unlimited free 2-day shipping, and some things even next day.
Yep.
Depending on when you, because I just got a case for my phone. I know I talked about this last time, and it actually gave me the option I could get it the next day.
Which is
Boom,
great.
and it was here. And so that's pretty amazing. And you can get a 30-day free trial if you go to radiobrendo.com and click the Amazon Prime trial link. That will give you a 30-day free trial to Amazon Prime, which includes the Instant Watch library, over 40,000 movies and TV episodes with titles for everyone. You can borrow books from the Kindle Owners Lending Library if you have a Kindle. And like I said, the free 2-day shipping, plus the Amazon Prime Music.
Good stuff.
They also have I don't know if you've seen this, they have a free photo storage utility.
Oh.
You can store unlimited, if you're a Prime member, you can store unlimited.
That's cool.
Yeah, unlimited photos in the cloud.
That's cool.
In your Amazon Prime cloud. So it's pretty awesome. And then if you decide to stay on after your month trial, it is just $99 a year. And you will easily, if you use the shipping thing, to think about the holidays, birthdays, you can do all your Christmas shopping in your PJs, and it's great.
It's a good deal.
And you will make that back from your peace of mind and just...
But, even if someone doesn't feel like doing that deal, they still want to help us out.
Yeah. You're still going on Amazon, though.
You're buying stuff. The easiest way to help us out that costs you nothing extra is to go ahead on our little thing on the website. You click the link or
go
the
to
banner.
radiobrendo.com, then click the Amazon banner or the link, and then
shop
do your
as you normally
normal
would.
shopping.
And it helps us out. We'll read off what it is you guys bought anonymously, of course.
But we don't know who it is. It just tells us what you ordered.
So what do we get this week?
We got My Layer men's sport athletic pants, jogger, jogging shorts, capris, beach shorts, black. It's quite a description.
Sometimes I feel like they write the Amazon descriptions like they do
with
on
the
eBay.
Keywords. I think that's what it is.
To hit those keywords.
Yeah. Okay, then we got Star Wars men's La Force.
What's
I
that?
want to see this.
The shirt?
I think it's a shirt. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
look at that.
The French poster.
Nice.
That's cool. T-shirt.
It's pretty cool.
Very nice.
It's pretty fancy. Nice. It's a good little shirt
Good
there.
shirt. I'd wear that.
All right, then we got a Lot 10 set USB sync data charging cable for Apple iPhone. It's like a 10-pack.
Nice.
With charging cables.
Those things break all the time.
Yeah. Then we got a dual band wireless N600 router. You want a good wireless router, you can probably get a good deal.
Good deal there.
We got Hackers 20th Anniversary Edition Blu-ray classic.
I haven't watched that in a while. I should probably revisit that again because
insane.
Every time it's fun.
It's completely
and the further
insane.
we get away from that, it's crazy,
even
crazier
more.
It gets, right?
It's become like a midnight movie staple because it's so like stupid,
so ridiculous.
Like Matthew Lillard and like Angelina Jolie and
what computers they thought looked like.
Yeah.
Or
like
would look
computer
like.
And like what hacking looks like and like how a virus works and nothing about it is like accurate at all.
No.
Like I would actually argue that the Sandra Bullock movie The Net is more accurate than Hackers.
Yeah.
And The Net is pretty stupid.
That's right up there. Although I watched that movie because Sandra Bullock after Speed, I watched anything that Sandra Bullock was in.
Speed 2.
Well, except that there's a window for a little bit.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen. While You're Sleeping is actually
Which was really good.
Pretty good.
Just saying.
Give you that. That was a staple on like trips. Mike, we would watch that on the bus.
Good.
But if you want to listen to anybody, I recommend listening to it. I think it was 2 episodes ago. Derek actually gives a summary of Speed 2, and it's hilarious and stupid.
It was on our show, right?
Was it?
No, it was on the Megacast.
Oh, it was on the Megacast.
That's what it was. Yeah.
That's what it was. On the Benview, also on the first one that Phil's on.
Yeah, the first.
He gives a whole. He basically recites the plot of Speed 2, and if you were just listening, you would think he was making it up.
Yeah, it's great.
It's so absurd because I've never seen it.
I still haven't seen it.
Like I remember just from the preview, I'm like, what? Yeah. They're on a boat and Keanu's not in it, and what?
Yep, not happening.
And so even from the preview, because it's one of the biggest box office disasters of all time, so if you want to, that's something that's funny.
Yeah,
that
people should listen to.
That's right, you were there. So and then we got this is another thing. If you want easy gifts, speaking of easy Mother's Day gifts, and you can help us, Amazon gift cards.
Very easy.
And
this one, if I'm not mistaken,
this one is upload your own photos, so you get
got your picture on the gift card, right?
Well, it's an email card, but
email card.
Still, that's nice. Instead of the generic little card that people get, you get like a little personalized. So that's pretty cool. And that's one of those things where you can get up last minute. I've done some super last minute. I remember buying a handful of gift cards like Christmas Day because I think my paycheck got deposited or something, and I was like, then I'm like, well, they don't know. I guess it's like whatever. Like here's a gift. Here's a gift card.
Cool.
All right, we got Tully's Coffee Hawaiian Blend, medium roast,
extra bold.
Yeah. Here we go. You can get a subscription to Mad Magazine, including the Weird Al.
I actually bought the Weird Al one at Barnes & Noble the other day because I couldn't find anywhere else.
I actually Derek and I were at when we were at Book Soup. I looked for it because I was going to buy it for you. They didn't have it.
I've looked everywhere. I finally found it at the...
I think it was like a hot seller.
Yeah,
Not to mention Mad Magazine is hard to find to begin with.
It already is. And
I think it was a very popular issue.
There was only 2 copies of it at Barnes & Noble.
Are you ready yet?
I have not. I just got it. I got it on Mother's Day.
Okay.
Well, when we were going around to stores and stuff, so I haven't even looked
at it.
But
you can get a subscription on Amazon for $16.
Yes, you can.
It's pretty good. But this is where Phil sometimes I question because you did this with some other certain magazines where you buy them almost every issue of Mad that comes out, and you end up paying the cover price. You are wasting a lot have
Well, Nintendo Power, I had a principle.
Yeah. I remember you were so angry,
but
you still gave them your money.
Yeah, but they didn't know.
But they're profiting more off of you because you were paying the cover price.
Because then they have to pay the store that's selling it to.
I think when you're buying, the subscription is always cheaper.
Okay, but I think a subscription is better for the magazine because they get paid. Their advertising revenue is based on subscriptions as well.
Yeah, but I still feel like for you, the consumer. You're basically spending double.
I realize that.
Because usually the subscription price is half. Some of them are even more.
Or less.
Because I remember Entertainment Weekly, it gets pretty nuts sometimes.
Well, it's $16 for Mad for how much? 6 issues?
Yeah. One issue is what, like $5?
One issue is $5, so you're looking at $30. So it's about half.
But like some of them, like Entertainment Weekly,
plus
like
tax if you're buying the thing,
There you go.
Man, Steve's having a hard time in the chat over there. What's up? He's joined left again like 4 times already.
I don't know.
Glad you're here.
Google Hangouts, I know, has been weird for some people. See, look at these people complaining about Mad.
Well, people complain about Mad like they complain about SNL. It hasn't been funny since blah, blah, blah. Whenever they were like...
He just said good now, and then it left.
Poor Steve.
But I think he's in it twice.
Oh, maybe so. Oh, okay. Something's wonky over there.
All right.
Anyway, people complain about how when you were
I guess it's like SNL.
When you were 12 years old, that's when you think it was the funniest.
I think, because, I remember, I think it was either Judd Apatow or somebody even said, like, anybody you ask, their favorite season of SNL is whatever it was when they were in junior high.
Yeah, that's it. So,
and it's kind of the same thing with Mad.
And I will admit, I probably cackled out loud more as a kid, but it's still fun and funny. So there's a lot more ads in it now. I'll give you that, but they're still producing a physical magazine, so they're one of the last ones.
Just reading some of these reviews is funny. Not for kids.
Well,
like, have you ever even heard of? Mad Magazine.
What?
I read it when I was a kid.
I read it. I think I probably started reading it in like 5th grade.
I remember getting it was either Mad or Cracked, one of the Halloween issues, because I always had like huge Halloween issues, and I think it was like a reprint of Mad Monster Party even, because it was like a tie-in with the Mad Monster Party movie,
right?
Which is amazing if anybody ever gets a chance to watch it. And I remember having that as like a very young kid. So it was Kenan in D2. I remember my brother and I. It is Kenan in D2, right? Mighty Ducks 2.
I guess.
Okay. Well, Steve is saying that. So in D2 on this Saturday's show. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
On the Mother's Day show.
Okay. Well. Anyway. Oh yeah, because they showed it was like moms and kids. I heard about it.
Okay.
So it was because my brother and I, because I'm like, was that Kenan? And he's like, now I don't know. And then I'm like, because at first I thought it might have been one of those things where I'm like, are we being racist right now? Because it was some kid that kind of looked like Kenan. But I'm like, no, it was Kenan. So we kind of were like, no, Kenan, because I'm like, Kenan was in heavyweights, and the kid and the other kid from Mighty Ducks was in heavyweights. Maybe that's who. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure that was Kenan in D2. So we had this whole back and forth, but I was too lazy to look on IMDb. Yeah.
He's been around for a long time. I remember watching him on all that. And then
he's one of those. That's again one of those. He transitioned successfully, whereas not everybody's. So look at Kel.
Yeah, he did Mystery Men.
Yeah,
that was 14 years ago.
Was that Kel?
Yeah.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, the invisible kid.
That was Kel?
When you go invisible, you could feel it. Yeah.
Well, then everybody brings up Amanda Bynes.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, so Mad Magazine.
Mad Magazine. Oh yeah, we're gonna do an Amazon. I forgot. We got distracted.
All right, we got Arella USB portable cassette to MP3 converter.
Oh, nice. Oop, that's the bottle.
Tape to MP3 player with headphones.
That's cool.
There you go.
I've used that. That's a good deal.
Is it the one that you have?
Probably not. They make a ton of cheap ones.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but it's the same basic idea.
$20, dude.
Yeah.
I should get one. Well, I don't have any tapes anymore. All my tapes, I don't know what happened to all of them. No, they're in a box somewhere. I think my mom still has them.
Probably. I still have tapes of all our old KBBK ones. I still need to finish ripping all of those.
My brother, I had some of KBBK tapes in my car, and then when my brother had my car for that year,
right,
he tossed them.
Sad.
Which because
Spice
of
Boy.
there was 3 recordings of Spice Rack. I think you got to find the one because it was me, you, and Steve.
Yeah, I have some of that stuff.
Oh, that'd be pretty.
The problem is I probably have 200 tapes in boxes.
But if we could find that, would be such an awesome bonus for people.
So yeah,
that would be such an awesome bonus.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll dig up some fun stuff as a stretch goal. Because I have old recordings of you and me and Kate doing our music, and that'll be a good stretch goal.
Yeah,
we'll dig some of that out.
This is some basement tapes.
Random, yes. All right, that's a good deal.
We could even, I know, I think we could also, as a stretch goal, some of the video, because there's video.
Yeah.
The video that I really wish, I know Matt Moss has to have some of this. There was like live BrendoMan All-Stars video that exists.
He has he also videoed like me and the Spivvies.
Yeah. And like there's some other, he has like lots of video of just us messing around. I mean, my favorite video is still the one that we got of you, because I remember like we came into the room and it was like all the lights are on, the TV's on, and you have like a Rolling Stone seriously like across your face because you fell asleep in the middle of reading like you borrowed it from me, and like we go right up to you and we get you to do, you're like, oh, like you bolt out of bed and then you fall back asleep. And and I have green hair.
Phil, and you have green hair.
But yeah, and then because he has that whole show, which even has the Dirt and Gasoline and 78 Rally, and
he's got. I mean, if he still has that stuff, he's got some really cool footage out there.
Who knows? He probably recorded over it.
He BBC'd it.
Yeah. Well, because I know, like, again, you guys were like, he was just as cheap as you were.
Oh yeah, I learned a lot of. I mean, I was already.
I remember the biggest thing that Matt did was you guys found all those videotapes.
Yeah.
Like it was at that music store in Upland, or like it was over the back of Amoeba or something, or not Amoeba of Rhino.
Rhino, yeah.
And like they were all the same tape. It was like, what was it, like Roman Holiday or something, or
something like that.
It was some black and white movie.
It was an old like public domain movie.
And you guys took them all, like hundreds of these tapes out of the dumpster, and those were the tapes you used to record Seinfeld and other stuff.
Yeah.
So you just had tons of them.
Well, and all the tapes I recorded all our stuff on, I found in the dumpster at Biola. There were old Chapel tapes.
Yeah,
all
old
of the
Chapel
stuff.
Tapes.
Every recording, the BrendoMan All-Star, the first recording, I recorded that onto a tape that was an old Chapel tape that I found in the dumpster.
Well, that's how I remember.
I still have the box in my garage.
I remember that's how I knew. That's when Moss, I think, knew I was cool. Because I remember he came in my room, and this was how I remember. Like back in the day, this is how you would kind of gauge somebody: is you kind of go in their dorm room and look at their. First, he looked at my. He saw first. You look for a vinyl collection.
Right.
So he saw my records, and he's like, "Oh, cool, man." And he's like, "Look at my record." Then this is again like you can't really do this anymore. It's like check out somebody. I mean, I guess people still have like some media, but it was way more prominent.
It's different.
Like you could really kind of tell somebody like
go through
by their
movies,
media
at the time VHS tapes.
And so then he looked at my tapes, and I had a giant tape rack, and at first, just having tapes, even in '98, was kind of like a big, like most people had gotten rid of their tapes.
Right, we were on CDs.
But I was displaying mine proudly. He's like, "Oh, you got a ton of tapes here." And then he noticed that I had like some, because I had taken some of my old singles and like some other stuff, or I bought, because like, I don't know if you remember this. I think they still have it. Lose has that bin of old tapes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But you can, and they even say like, you can use these to record over stuff because they're like 50 cents.
Yeah.
And it's just to record over. So I would buy so I remember he specifically picked up an MC Hammer tape, but he's like, but it had the tape over the top, and he's like, oh, so because like most people don't even know you can do that.
Yeah. That's
so I think that's how I got in with Moss, was I had a bunch of tapes with tape over them that I recorded over.
Well, we hit it off right away because we were roommates, and I mean, again, already, like, I had been making mixtapes forever. I had the CDs. I had a vinyl collection. I remember, because you could, like, pick your roommates ahead of time, and so we had kind of, like, found each other ahead of time. I remember I did, like, the roommate call, and I called him up, like, the summer beforehand. I'm like, hey. He's like, hey. And I'm
kind of wish I had done that.
I was like, hey, so I got a TV. He's like, cool. So I got a stereo. I'm like, cool. I got a, like, tape, a double dual cassette deck so I can record stuff. Cool, man. Sweet. And I got stereo. Okay, and we just like compared. All right, you got a couch? Yeah, I got a couch. All right, that's good. We'll see you at school. Cool, man. And that was it. That was like our whole thing. But we got the important stuff figured out, like right off the bat. You got a turntable? Okay, you got the turntable. And we had it all covered.
Yeah. Because I had a tape deck in my car up until, I think like, all the way through, like up until I got here. Like every Honda I had a tape player. Like I think the Neon was the first car I ever had that had a CD player, and that was after Mike like put the CD player in. Like even when I first got the Neon, I had a tape player.
Yeah.
And so like I was always like tapes. I would buy, because it got to a point where it was so great, because I would like,
Tapes were cheap.
like I remember Warehouse specifically was like, there was a warehouse right by my house, and there was like, they were selling their tapes for $1.50 each,
It's
or like
DVDs
like
now.
5 for $5.
Yeah.
And I would always, whenever I got some, like I would always like I'd get some cash together, and because like once I got tired of whatever tapes I was listening to, buy a whole bunch of new tapes. And they're always like, you are the only person that buys these. I'm like, it's awesome.
Well,
like
I might take
you and your Game Boy games.
Dude. Well, yeah, exactly.
Just cleaning them out.
Cleaning them out.
Like slowly, because I realized I started being like, they're not refilled. Because after for a while they were actually like, I'd buy a bunch and then they'd come back and they'd have more. But it got to a certain point where like there are no more used tapes. Like they're gone. Like these are it.
It's
and I
weird.
was always like, no. Because tapes, like that's the thing. Like I would say even more than vinyl, like tapes break.
Oh yeah.
And like tapes. The other thing about tapes is a lot of people like they get left in cars and they melt.
Yep.
But they break. That's the biggest thing about tapes. Is like
I've never had a CD or a piece of vinyl go bad on me that I like owned. But I can't tell you how many tapes I've had bust on me.
Yeah.
Like of course, then you knew how to fix it. I mean, I was a master at fixing tapes. I mean, I could take them apart and build them from the ground up if I had to. Anyway.
I remember, I had right by my stereo, because I had the dual cassette decks, and I had a pencil just right there that was specifically like
that's
the tape winding.
That's your tape winding pencil.
Yep. Oh man, yeah. I always just joke. That was what, like, I remember as a kid, like my early like dreams of becoming a radio show is I would make mixtapes, but I would also create. I had a dictaphone thing that my mom, because my mom would, when she got a new dictaphone, she would give me her old one, and I would record stuff on it because it had like a microphone and everything. Yep. And I would make like little like DJ interviews, was like, all right, that's Nirvana with their new hit single, because I would get all like the new, and I would make, but like I never gave that to anybody. I just made it for myself. Oh my God, if I could find those, like they have to be gone.
But I would do more like I'd stick movie quotes in between.
Oh yeah,
like,
I did all kinds of. I remember I started doing that. There is a mixtape I have somewhere where I did stuff like that, like. Because I remember I had a bunch of like I had like the Mallrats soundtrack, and it was great because I used to like hold up the recorder but this like actually had like the quotes already, so I would take those, and I remember I did some things like some primitive like mixing where like I would cut like I remember I did a thing where I was like trying to trick my friend, so I had like bop, and then I would like 20 seconds in, I started like skipping this because I had a CD player and I would play it on the CD, and then while I'm recording the tape, I would skip the CD, and so it sounded like all like scratchy, and then I cut into like a punk rock song or something, and because I think I got inspired a lot of that and stuff like. Did you ever watch like skate videos?
Oh yeah.
And like that was like the staple of the skate video was they'd always put in just weird like random stuff or like just like or like weird scenes from movies. So that kind of for me like translated into making mixtapes and stuff was like putting just weird like holy crap, somebody just posted a link. There was something. This one company that made a lot of those skate videos, they're having like a big anniversary, and I think Boing Boing posted the link, and like it was this old skate video, and like just watching it again, I almost fell down like a YouTube hole watching these old skate, because it was one that I distinctly remember from high school, and it has Jason, because like Jason Lee was like a big skateboarder, like until he became an actor, and like and so it's one that has like Jason Lee and like some of these other guys, and like I distinctly remember like just even like some of the skits that they do, and it's just so crazy watching these again because it was such like again like a huge influence on me as a kid, and that is like that's gone, like that does not exist anymore.
I mean, all of this, it's kind of funny because. I mean, I guess kids just have a different experience. Obviously, they
now with like
things,
with YouTube, but it's just totally different.
It's a lost.
We're in a digital. Well, because I feel like it sounds stupid, but like you had to work for it, Instead, because now you like have anybody with a phone. I mean, that's the awesome part of it. But it does kind of make it just like it's so much easy because now you have a phone, you record, you can edit a whole video in your phone professionally.
Right.
Whereas like if you wanted to make something like that,
I slept for hours to make a mixtape.
Yeah.
You know, like
or like, and then if you're doing like video, like
yeah,
man, I remember
I used to do special effects within the camera. Like I had all my little tricks I would
like
do.
you could. I remember because I remember in high school, I took video film my senior year as like a slacker class, but I like fell in love with it to the point where I almost changed my entry major to film at Biola. Like I was this close.
Which was my major.
But my mom wouldn't let me. And man, talk about a different life path.
Seriously.
But I was like, but I got way into because we just had, and it wasn't even anything fancy. We had those giant like VHS camcorders. Yeah. They were just like beasts.
Yeah.
And I remember like doing things like manufacturing like a shotgun microphone to try and get better sound. I remember making our own boom mics and just all kinds of stuff. And then like doing as much in camera because like editing videotape, especially back then, because we didn't have, this was like, I think like Avid and stuff existed, but we didn't have that at school. Like, so we didn't have anything like that. We had like, I remember we had like one of those Tidal machines. And then like our editing bay was just 2 VHS decks, and we had like I think a couple of the bays because I remember one of them we had like 3 editing bays, and one of them was super janky. It was just 2 VCRs, but we had 2 of them where we actually had like the control panel shuffle thing. But even that is just like you're going through and marking your editing points. And it's linear editing. That's where now you have your Avid and all your non-linear editing systems, and the computer does a lot of the hard work for you. Whereas with old school, like again, like I sound really older, but you would make your editing points, and then you would hope that the machine wouldn't screw up, and it would do it back, and you would have to sit there, and it would do it in real time.
Oh yeah.
And you just have to sit there.
Yeah.
And hope that it worked. And if you messed up and you have to go, I remember putting in all these edits. And that's where I got smart. Where I'd started doing it like I'd chop it off because I remember the first few times I did it, I would just do these huge chunks, and if you made a mistake, you'd have to go back and do that.
Start all over.
So I just started doing it.
Degrades really fast too.
Because some like I remember even showing you some of my tapes, and like half of them they're just like because I edited it so.
Every time you edit it, it's like another generation removed. I remember one of my proudest moments. We went to this like summer camp, but it was like a family camp, so like the kids like went off and did our own thing, but like we did have like we like stayed in a cabin with our parents, so it was fun, but like we were kind of bored, and so I had our video camera with us, and I found like in the upstairs of like this lodge there was a VHS like a player, and so I spent the whole week making a music video with like the friends I made there. It was to a Dime Store Prophet song, and like I went and shot like the whole week, and I used the cassette, like the VHS thing, back and forth with the camera and edited the whole thing. I still have it, and it's pretty fun. Like it totally syncs up, and like I did
you like some camera tricks?
Just like someone would put in like a thing into the oven, and then it like cut, and they pull it back out, and it was like little boxes of cereal, and I had this whole thing where someone was holding like deer antlers and chasing people through the woods, but it looked like it was really a deer like running, and I don't know, just dumb stuff, but like I mean that took like a whole week, and we put together this thing. Now kids will make a Vine in like 10 seconds, and it's great. But it definitely did not. I mean, I worked hard.
I had to work for it, man. Like really had to work for it.
I don't know, but that's not to say the kids say they don't work hard and make amazing stuff. Like, I don't want to sound like a crotchety old man.
But it's just so it is different. It's very different. Wow, we really got a lot out of our Amazon. That's we're not even done. All right.
So someone got an MP3 cassette thing.
We got Outdoor Research men's short Ferocity pants. Pewter.
They're made of pewter? They sound uncomfortable.
I guess it's the color.
Color.
These are like outdoors pants. These are like tough pants.
Yeah.
These are like tough boy pants.
I mean, pewter. Although
like if you're going out, abrasion and wind resistant, spandex, stretch woven.
Someone's going on a hike.
Yeah, that's some like serious pants.
That's a pant.
That's some expensive pants.
Yeah.
Some not messing
around.
Not
Ross pants.
And then we got Lego Minecraft The Cave playset.
Nice.
I just saw an ad on Hulu for the Marvel Legos.
Oh yeah. Oh dude.
Because so I don't know. You saw Derek already put together the Hulkbuster.
Yes.
And Derek. My favorite story about that is when Derek bought it at Toys R Us. The guy's like, man. He's like, your son sure is lucky. And he's like, yes, my son is certainly a lucky boy.
He's gonna be so excited when he sees this.
Because at least you have cover.
Yeah. Oh, I do, and I use it too. When we go to the store, I'm like, all right, this one's for you. You get to pick out one of these, and this one's for Daddy. I let him help me though. I'm nice. But I got like a Death Star set the other day.
I could see you being like Will Ferrell.
I'm not though. I thought I might be at first, but I'm pretty cool about it.
Yeah.
I let them help me. They're good, and part of it is like they're really good. They can build their whole sets on their own now. They don't even need my help anymore, which kind of is weird, but
it's a little sad.
It is, because they used to be I would do all of it. I mean, they still want me to help like tighten them on or make sure they'll mess up a spot here and there, but it's they're grown up.
Some of them are nuts. That minifig that Audrey had with that frog.
Yeah.
And fitting that frog in the hand. I don't know. That was very frustrating.
They do need help on some of those things. Some of them are challenging.
Some of those are BS.
But for the most part, I mean, they can follow it all on their own.
All right. Well, I guess we can't postpone anymore. I teased this on Twitter. I don't know how many people are listening in because of this. I did tease. We have 2 major announcements.
Yes. Which order are we going to do them in?
Oh, I don't know. I think we should do it in the order that I have.
All right. That's good.
Well, first of all, don't forget we talked about it earlier, but our Facebook group.
Join there.
We talk about a lot of cool, fun stuff on there. It's almost like the show in Facebook form.
But you can like post videos or articles and
interact with other listeners. If you have cool stuff that you made or found or fun, dumb stuff, or you found some new soda or some funny video, just whatever. It's a good, fun group.
And people have been gradually adding on to it, so that's good.
We also have a subreddit. Right now, it's pretty much me and Craig from the Res.
He's moderating it now?
I gave him moderating privileges because he asked me.
So if you guys want Reddit in there. Steve's guess is the Brendo Wrestling Federation.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool. BWF.
I don't know. I have such a respect for the business, and I've heard enough old guys. Like, I just listened to somebody be like, these guys come in and they think they can be a promoter and they don't know what they're doing. I'm like, I would really like to do that. But these guys, they're such, like, it's such a tradition. I have too much respect. I feel like I don't want to be one of those marks that like I don't want to be that guy. I would love to have my own, like, someday. It was Cornette. It was Cornette. No, it wasn't. It was who was it? It was Kevin Sullivan, which I respect Kevin Sullivan way more than I respect. I mean, I kind of respect Jim Cornette, but he can be kind of a blowhard. Some of these guys hold on way too much to the good old days, which weren't even that great when you really think about it. But like, it's typical of everything. You always have your old guard that are like, back in my day.
Of course, we did just do a whole thing about how back in our day we made tape. Things.
We just did the same thing.
But we also respect what's going on now.
So that's where the BWF. I feel like I wouldn't. It was just if I was, because I did think about, like, if I had unlimited money, I would just have a wrestling show.
Right.
But like, I think I could do it out of a labor of love that I think the wrestlers would respect me, because, like, so for instance, like, I know a lot of people hate the Insane Clown Posse. They are kind of idiots.
Okay.
But one of the things that I love about them is they have their own wrestling federation, and it's not to make money. It is because they are huge wrestling fans. They have been their entire lives, and so now that they're like millionaires, they're basically like, we have all this money. So every year at their gathering event, they have wrestling, but they also all year round they put on wrestling shows, and they basically just hire all their favorite wrestlers. And like, some of these wrestlers, it's the only time they work because they're wrestlers that people don't book anymore. But and I think because they do it out of such love and respect, that they are respected by the wrestlers. And I'm like, maybe I could do it. If I had like that kind of money.
You know your stuff. It's not
I
like
feel
you're
like,
just be.
But I feel like there are some Uber fans that like, and they do like, the wrestlers don't respect them. They're just like, sure, I'll take your money. But I feel like I could do it from a position of out of love. I don't know.
Well, so shall we do the?
All right.
Let's do. Okay. Well, the first one, it's not as much a surprise.
Yeah.
So we'll start with this.
We've teased it.
We've teased it a bunch, but we are ready to launch our Kickstarter number 2.
Kickstarter number 2.
The Vinyl Countdown.
The Vinyl Countdown.
We've talked about it a lot, but we are going to be making history, doing the world's first podcast on a 7-inch vinyl.
Because we know people have done it on 12-inch vinyl.
Yes, and we respect that, and that was great. So anyway, we just shot the video for it tonight. And I think we're planning on launching it on Wednesday. I think is the day.
Yep.
So we'll have a chance to have heard this by then and be ready for it.
We're doing vinyl and we're doing new shirts.
Vinyl. There's going to be shirts.
Lots of other stuff.
There's going to be BrendoMan All-Star CDs. Like a new EP of some new stuff. All kinds of things. Some things we had on the last one that we're going to do again. There's a new design for the shirt, thanks to a tip from Jerry, our listener, who had called into question some of our design choices from last time. We'll leave it at that. But so anyway, it'll be modified from that, so it'll work better for all of our listeners.
Yeah.
Obviously, Janelle has never worn my shirt, so. So yeah, it's gonna be great. So keep an eye out for that. We'll be posting it on Facebook and elsewhere, to let you know when it launches. And we'd love and appreciate your support, as with last time.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
So yeah.
And the big news.
Drum roll.
This is the only other person I told was you and Derek. Derek is in Michigan, and he texted me when I sent out the tweet. He's like, I'm not gonna be able to listen. Or I don't know. I give him some spoilers sometimes.
That's okay.
So he's like, what's the big news? It's crazy. I found this out on Friday? No, Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday
night?
Because you guys were coming home from Disneyland.
Right.
Speaking of Disneyland, I have to ask you something.
What?
I'm going to delay the announcement.
Okay.
Did you go on Haunted Mansion?
No. We went to California Adventure Side.
The Hatbox Ghost is in.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
It looks amazing.
Oh, we gotta go over there.
It looks amazing.
That's
I've
awesome.
seen video. Because you get to go.
Yeah.
Don't watch the video.
Okay, I won't watch the video.
Oh, dude.
No, we went on California Adventure Side. It was super crowded.
It's sick. Don't watch it, because I know I probably won't get to go to Disneyland for a long time, because I'm like, I have to watch it. Don't watch it. It's so cool.
Well, we'll go.
You're gonna freak out. You're gonna freak out.
Luke wanted to go on Tower of Terror, which is why we did the California Adventure Side.
Luke went on Tower of Terror?
Oh, he's been on it. He went in Florida.
Oh, I didn't know.
In Florida.
I didn't know. I thought so they're not scared?
Luke he'll go like, I'm not scared of anything. It's funny because we went on the last time we went on it. We were on. I
just remember your kids were real wusses for a while.
Not Luke.
Okay.
Luke has always been like the
Audrey's
daredevil. Audrey,
always scared.
She doesn't like going anymore. She went on it once. She tried it. She's kind of done. But the last time we went, there was like a bunch of teenage girls, and they were like they were kind of freaked out. They're like, "Look, this little kid's going," and they're, "Aren't you scared?" And he's like, "I'm not scared of anything." And then we did it, and they were like screaming, and he was like, "That wasn't scary at all." And they thought he was super cute.
Even the Florida one, because the Florida one, freaky.
No, the
Florida one freaked me out.
He isn't. I'm telling you, he is not scared of anything.
You got great enjoyment out of watching me freak out on the Florida.
Very much so.
Because you almost you tricked me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's in the name. It's called Tower of Terror.
Yeah, but because I freaked out about because you're like, oh yeah, it's exactly like the one in California. I'm like, okay, and then
we didn't want you to know
when it started going forward,
yeah.
I lost my mind. I'm like, what's happening?
What is going on here?
And then
because I didn't know the first time I went on it, so I don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah. Anyways.
So
Hatbox Ghost. Okay. Oh yeah. So Hatbox Ghost.
Very good. Well, check that out.
You gotta check that out.
So the real announcement.
We are doing our Webcomics Advocates panel at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yes.
So
it's happening.
Boom.
Brendan and I plus Josh Anderson and
Patrick Scullin.
Hopefully, Super Siblings.
We can get his name tag correct.
Spelled correctly for once.
We have.
Although last time they fixed it on the fly.
But yeah. Steve, give me a
little nudge there.
For anybody that's already planning their Comic-Con schedule, our panel is going to be Thursday nights.
Yes, at
8:30.
8:30.
Yeah.
So it's later. Last time we were Thursday at what, 4, I think?
Yeah.
It's a little later, but I think it's cool.
I feel like we're not. It's because the nighttime panels, there's not as much competition.
True.
Although sometimes there's really cool stuff in the evening.
Yeah, but whatever. But I don't know. Will we get more because there's less competition, or will we get less because there's less people that stick around late?
Yeah, but we're still talking about a lot of people stick around.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is, there's thousands and thousands of people, so all we have to do is get a tiny percentage of that to, you know, match.
I feel like we're going to be okay.
I think so.
So it's from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. in room 4. I think that's a bigger room than we did last time.
Sounds, yeah. I mean, because we were in, like, kind of the smallest type room, weren't we?
I don't know. Room 4 might be a small room.
I don't know. But
either though, the smallest rooms at Comic-Con are still like
big.
100 people.
The great thing, though, is I'm excited because, you know, we did WonderCon, which is the same people, so obviously, you know, they had us back.
I think that's where now we're kind of established.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're in now.
If we get it next year, because we didn't get Comic-Con last year.
Right.
We didn't get anything last year. We didn't get WonderCon. We didn't get Comic-Con. But now we've got WonderCon. We got Comic-Con in the same year, and I feel like we might be in.
Yeah.
If we're in.
It's amazing.
Wow.
It's great. I mean,
because I think about like Topher, they've done that panel for like 8 years.
And like, I also like that we're on Thursday again. It feels like they're kind of, I know it's a little later, but they're putting us in like the same type of slot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was on purpose or it just happened to be, but I don't know. I think it's super exciting.
I'm excited. It also solves all the badge issues.
Yep. Because neither of us.
We're gonna have to sit down with some people.
Yeah. Yeah. If you get in on our badge, you come to our panel. That's the rule.
But
the funny part is you called, and it was like at 12:15, and my phone rang, and I was like,
because you had just texted me saying because we were gonna record the Kickstarter video.
Right. And then
you were like, nah. So I'm like, well, he just texted me, so he's probably up. But you guys were you had just.
We were driving. Janelle actually is the one that physically texted you because I was driving.
Okay.
And so it rang. It was 12:15. I'm like, who's calling me after midnight? It's got to be like either my brothers or Brendo, and it was you. And then like she answered, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm Phil's secretary." And you're like, "No, I gotta talk to Phil." And I'm like,
I said put it on speaker.
Oh yeah,
I knew
put on
everybody.
speakerphone. Once you said that, I knew what you were gonna tell me. I just knew because I'm like, he would have just told her. If you would have just said if it was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be gone on Monday," or whatever dumb thing, I knew that's what you were gonna say. So it was awesome.
It was cool.
It's very good. Very exciting.
You gonna bring kids?
Yeah, I think that's our plan.
Sweet.
Probably just for the Thursday.
We gotta take them to get some swag, man. We gotta give them like a swag run.
Well, dude, after the panel, I mean,
it's gonna the floor's closed. What if we did it before?
That's right.
I think we could do like a quick little run.
Maybe so.
Take them.
It depends on how long Janelle winds up wanting to be there.
Think about how much stuff we got with Audrey with 2 of your. Now that they can talk.
Oh.
And they're like
and
super.
Luke can go down.
Luke, I mean, come on.
When I took him to GameStop the other day, did I tell you about this already?
Mm-hmm.
And we were looking at all the Disney Infinity characters first, and he was like naming every superhero up there. And then we moved over, and there's the Amiibos, and he named every single Amiibo. And the lady that worked there was like, "Oh my gosh, how old is he?" I'm like, "Oh, he's 4." And she's like, "He's amazing. I don't even know all those." And I'm like, "That's my boy." Yeah. So anyway.
Well, I just remember the Marvel. What was it? It was the DC Online.
Yeah.
The DC Universe Online. And they were giving out capes, and the lady was like, "No more capes."
No more capes.
And then she saw Audrey, and she's like, "Wait right here." And she went back and got a cape.
Yep. Just
for Audrey.
Well, and then
like Scott Kurtz gave her like
she was just like playing with the doll today. He gave her a doll.
Yeah.
She got something from like the Snoopy thing.
Yeah, the Snoopy
something
people
they
gave
her a thing.
Stuff. So I feel like your kids can really clean up on the swag.
But panel's super exciting.
I'm just really I needed this like so much, especially like the week that I've had and like school driving me crazy, and now I'm like in job and money's tight and just stressed out. But at least I got this.
We got a panel at Comic-Con.
And hotel. I mean, now you got to get your hotel.
Now I got to take care of that.
Figured out. But our hotel, I just talked to Topher today. We're all set.
It's good.
So we got our Benview. It's basically going to be the Benview studio.
Now, are you also going to do the Topher panel?
I think so. I would assume.
So I mean, this will be your
third.
fifth? Because haven't you done 2 panels with him?
Well, yeah. So, but I'm saying my 3rd year in a row. So yeah.
Right. So this will be like your 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
Panel at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
That's amazing, right?
It is
Did you ever
nuts.
imagine when you were like
No.
even 5 years ago that you'd be doing panels at Comic-Con?
No, it's kind of a dream come true.
It is, right? It's amazing.
So
super excited. Well, and we got Josh confirmed.
Exciting.
That's been a valuable addition to our panel.
Always great having Patrick.
Patrick is great.
Check out Patrick Scullin Illustration on Facebook.
And Super Siblings is his
SuperSiblings.com. And he's going to be with us, and he was excited because again we went from we did nothing last year.
Right.
We got shut out.
To 2 in a row.
2 in a row, plus Long Beach, especially because we had a really good.
We had a good talk with Martha.
So that seems like that's definitely.
Yeah.
Although you got to get on that.
I got to get on that still. I haven't done it yet. But I think now that we've had this and that definitely ups our clout.
Yeah.
For elsewhere too,
we're established.
Because when they say what other places have you done it? Well, we've done San Diego twice now. WonderCon.
Well, it asks you on, and it asks on the San Diego, and I feel like that helped us this year definitely because I'm like, we have done it at both WonderCon and San Diego.
Right. Plus all these
other conventions. Because again, it is. I mean, yes, we had the 1 year where we didn't do it, but we've done Long Beach almost every year.
Right.
Twice a year. There. And then we did one in Texas and.
I don't know. It's just super exciting. It's fun, and not that I don't enjoy going already, but it gives it a purpose.
Yeah. I remember that year. I especially felt like I am here on business. I'm
earned
supposed
this pro badge.
Well, we already. I mean,
we do. It's just
I know some people that have pro badges. That's really
But I mean, that makes it
But
we're doing a panel.
We're doing a panel because I remember that was probably one of my best Kevin pep talks was when I ran into him and he's like, Jay told me you're doing a panel. I'm like, yeah. And I remember he grabbed me by both of the shoulder. He's like, look at you. And he's like, no one can ever take this away from you. And I'm like, yeah.
That's right. You've already done it. And we're doing it again.
I don't know. Made me feel real good. It was like impressing. It was like, you impress your dad.
Yeah. He's proud of you.
Yeah. That was a crazy year because that was the year Kevin said that, and I remember Will Wheaton specifically told us I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah.
I was I came out of there. I feel like that's when we really that's when we wrote our script because we're I
could do anything. Yeah. Dude.
It is being blessed by the Pope. But yeah. So. Anyways, we already talked about your vacation plans.
Yeah, talked about the animal thing.
And we're done with the first Kickstarter.
The final Kickstarter stuff is done.
Up the page.
The last thing was putting up the thank you page.
Well, because there was some questions about the website, so I kind of...
Yeah, but that's there, so if you haven't seen it yet, your thank you notes, or your backer list is up there. It says thank you, I think, at the top of our site, RadioBrendo.com. And then... the final physical rewards have all been sent out, so hopefully you have it by now. If you don't, it should be there in the next day or two. I can't imagine it would take that long, but who knows? Post office and stuff. If you feel like you didn't get something that you should have gotten, let us know. I'm 99% sure everyone's got everything, but if we're missing something, or if you haven't gotten something by this point, we'll make sure you take care of you.
All right.
But it's complete, so we're ready to launch into the next one.
I guess the only other thing that I have to mention is just I'm done with school. School's out forever.
Yeah.
I barely. I mean, I didn't pass my test, but I'll go back and pass that test once I have money.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's something where now that I know what to expect, and if I study that shortcut, because that was what tripped me up was I forgot how to do the shortcut way, and the guy at the New Horizons is really cool. He's like, he's like, I know you can come back anytime you want, and I'll work with you on this.
That's cool.
So, but I just right now I don't have the money, and I'm at the end of my rope as far as school.
You're not
and
stoked on going back to do that
burnt
right
out,
now.
just totally burnt out.
Yeah.
So, but now I'm back to the unemployment routine, which is get up, look for jobs. I'm gonna have to start meeting with that lady.
Yeah.
I'm very nervous about that. I have a feeling she's gonna call me like tomorrow and be like, "We need to schedule an appointment," and then I'm gonna have to come up with like, I'm worried that it's gonna be this situation where, because like with unemployment, as long as you're like you have your resume listed online on their website, and like you fill out that form, but you don't have to like be like it used to have to be where you would like be like I applied at these places.
Right.
Now because it's all done online, they're like, okay, you're out there, you're looking. But I'm worried that this lady, because she already before made me like write down like 20 places to apply, and like.
But you have done additional.
Yeah,
ones,
but just going through that and like having to do 20, and like I'm worried she's gonna put me through all these paces. And because you remember how that was driving me crazy. I know. And like I'm worried I'm gonna have to go back to that, and because as part of like completion of this program, I mean I don't know what can happen like if I don't find a job. I mean eventually I don't pay my bills, but at some point though, I think because I was in this program, they can like retroactively charge me for like.
Can they?
I don't know.
No, that doesn't seem fair.
I don't know. Well, we'll see.
Well, you've got some applications out.
Yeah.
Still working on it.
I was venting to you earlier today about how it's so stupid in our technological era that there's still job sites where you'll copy everything from your LinkedIn or you'll upload your resume, and then they'll have this web form where you then have to re-input everything that's on your resume. Stuff. And I'm just like, this is so stupid. And sometimes that'll take like 45 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know why they can't streamline it. Like, why do they need to have that twice?
It's so frustrating. Like, I'm to the point where I have a document and I just copy and paste stuff.
Right.
But even that gets like so just like good. And I'm like, you have my resume.
Yeah,
and then like writing cover letters and like all this other stupid bull crap that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. And also, as I'm applying for these jobs, I'm just like, this sounds stupid. Like, this job sounds dumb. But like, it's such like a frustrating reality of life that like, you have to do this crap because your bills don't pay themselves, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
Well, as you're doing it, I'll just remember we've got a panel at Comic-Con. That's like your...
What if that was our job? I don't know.
If we could do that for a job...
I love my mom's like, you're a really great writer. I'm like, the writing, there's not jobs that just...
I mean, there are, but they're not handing them out at the street corner. Like, people fight to get jobs that pay them to do things like write. So it's not, I'm not saying that we shouldn't continue towards our creative goals, because I think that's vital for human survival to do things. But
if I don't do that, then I'm nothing, and I'm because then I can never be satisfied with my life being he worked this crappy job, or like.
But at the end of the day, someone's got to pay the bill.
Yeah, and that's
I don't know.
That's where I'm like.
Steve wrote in the thing, I don't need this. I talk at Comic-Con.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. I remember when somebody like found out about all the stuff I did at WebSense, and they're like, and you're still just here at WebSense. I'm like, yeah.
Until one of those things starts paying.
Because they're like, they're like, I was just listening to a thing where you were talking to this guy, and you were doing that, because he started listening to he figured out that I was on Bagged and Boarded and all this stuff. And he's like, it's just so weird that I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't. No one's paying. It is. It's a weird thing. Because, I mean, I feel like we're definitely have had greater success in a lot of the creative things we've done over the years, like in recent times, but even still...
That just means that, like, people actually read and listen to what we do.
Right.
It doesn't mean we've...
It doesn't mean it's a career yet.
Yeah.
And that's cool.
At the rate we're going, it'll probably, I mean, like... But I think that's how a lot of people, you just do what you want to, you just do what you like to do.
Do it because we love doing it.
At some point, maybe get lucky, because it's really what it comes down to, is getting lucky. Because, I mean, you're doing what you can. You're putting everything into your work, and that's all you can do, man.
Yeah.
And as long as you do that, then I guess I try to be satisfied. But then sometimes I'm like, is there more that I could be doing, and why am I not doing that? But then sometimes you're just like, I'm drained, like emotionally, and just drained sometimes that all I want to do is just sit and... Today I just sat on my couch and listened to music for like 2 hours.
Well, you needed that today. That's all right.
And also I listened to my neighbor. Oh man, now I know more about my neighbor than I ever need to know on both sides. Very just days of our lives on here. So like this neighbor over here, she's always on her phone outside, like complaining about like now it sounds like there's the kids' school is like trying to get her kids taken away because she's an unfit parent. And then I'm kind of like thinking about like, you're outside on your phone like for at least 5 hours a day while I can hear her kids screaming. Right. So I'm like, maybe
they're not so far.
I don't know. But I don't know. And then this is embarrassing. I talked about this on Popsicles, but my neighbors on that side, in my bedroom, like I can hear everything in the bedroom because like my bedroom's attached to their bedroom, and maybe you can answer me this question.
Okay.
Because I've seen this on TV shows, and I don't know if this is a real thing because it's the only explanation I have. When a couple is trying to conceive, is it real that like, because I've seen this on a sitcom, but like that like a woman has like specific times of the day or specific days where they're like super fertile, or is that all BS?
There are definitely specific days.
Is there times? Does that happen?
There's a fine line between where the science and then the like old wives' tales picks up, and I would say it's specific days because the cycle, and there's certain days during the cycle when it's more likely to happen. Although it's possible anytime. Okay. But there are. Well. Then there's all kinds of old wives' tales. The couple
that lives next door to me has sex at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. every day for the last like 2 weeks.
Wow.
And it's so loud. And it wakes me up every morning at 5 a.m. And then I'm just kind of like, and it's loud. and now it's the point where I'm afraid of like when I see these people because I've never seen them. Right. And then when I do,
look them in the eye.
No, because I remember what happened when, like,
What is this story you're gonna tell?
No, this is when Duncan moved out of the apartment and this couple moved in, and they just had an air mattress, so it was very obvious when things were happening up there, right. And then I had to talk to them. That was weird.
That is, yeah.
But yeah, so and that's my neighbors. So 5 a.m. But then also sometimes like in the 5 a.m. But then also I've noticed like around in the evening, like it's clockwork though. Like the 5 a.m. thing, like I've like you can like so I'm just like, what is that? Like, did they get up really early and that's the only time they can do it?
I mean, it's possible it's just a schedule thing. It's possible there's some kind of a
5 a.m.
That's
how are you? I'm not even coherent at 5 a.m.
I can tell you this right now. That is not the time I would choose to do that activity.
Well, anyways, that's what's going on with me.
So that's Brendo's stuff.
Book corner.
What you been reading?
Well, so this is the testimony to some creators. So. There's this guy, I always see him at Comic-Con. I actually remember the first time I met him was on the hotel shuttle several years ago. His name is Mike Kingston.
Okay.
He is a lifelong wrestling fan, and he is a writer, and he took those and made a wrestling comic. He's at a lot of conventions. He usually has wrestlers with him. He's not related to Kofi Kingston. But he wrote a comic called Headlocked. And
cool.
Jerry the King Lawler drew like some of the covers. He gets wrestlers to write some of the stories. And Jerry Lawler is a very good artist, like super talented. So he did this. So he came out with the first, like he's been going around with the first graphic novel for quite a while, and then he did a second graphic novel on Kickstarter that I missed, called The Last Territory, and then he just finished a third Kickstarter, which I got in on, and one of the Kickstarter rewards, because I'm like, well, I haven't read the older ones, and he actually, I missed out on the Kickstarter where he was giving copies of the first one, the original Headlock, but he was giving out exclusive copies of Headlock: The Last Territory, his second graphic novel, with some extra bonus material. There was actually, he has some additional stories in it written by wrestlers.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I get so I think I pledged like $25, and I get the new one when it comes out, because this Kickstarter was for him to make the new one.
Right.
And he sent me a copy of the second book.
Okay.
Cool. And the problem was, remember when I was like living in hotels for 2 months, and then I moved here? I changed my address like 3 times, and so I get this email from Mike Kingston. He's like, so I've had 2 books sent back to me. He's like, did you move or something? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You don't worry about it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want you to think. He's like, no, just please. Like, I want. And so he actually sent me the third time to my actual address, and I got it like a few weeks ago, and then I finally read it. And so Headlocked is a story of a young man who basically tries to get in the wrestling business. The first Headlock is how he tries to get in the wrestling business and fails miserably.
Okay.
So this one, a veteran wrestler has taken him under his wing, and he takes him to the Last Territory, which is actually a developmental territory for the WFW, which is like the WWF.
Right.
And he's starting to learn the ropes. And it's like, I think anybody would be entertained by this comic, because it basically approaches, like, it basically, I mean, if this had happened like several years ago, he would have gotten run out of town for basically exposing the business.
Right.
And because it goes like on the very inside of what it's like when you're like getting shown the ropes and just kind of the ins and outs. And it's a really cool comic book, and it ends on a total cliffhanger leading into the third story. And I'll show you the cover later because it's really cool. But Jerry Lawler basically did this Norman Rockwell type.
Really?
It's total Norman Rockwell style of the cover. It's really cool.
That's cool.
And yeah, and so I highly recommend it for anybody, any comics fan. You can get it at headlockedcomic.com, both in digital and print forms. And he's also got individual issues, and there's also graphic novels. And he's at a lot of comic conventions. Like, I know he's at C2E2, New York Comic Con, bunch of like the big Florida convention. He's all over. So if you ever, because usually he has Jerry Lawler with him at his booth, or some of the other wrestlers, and they will sign copies. And it's like, I've met the Hurricane at his booth, and plus Mike himself is a really nice guy. And so yeah, so I give it my highest recommendation.
Sweet.
And then I'm still reading the Sword and Sorcery anthology. I finished that Conan story. It was really cool. And there's been some other cool stories, and now we're into some more modern stories, and there's some cool stuff. And then for my physical books, I finished Princess Bride a while ago, and I'm waiting for you to finish The Silent Gondoliers because I need to borrow your copy because the library doesn't have it. And so for the, speaking of also Kickstarter, I guess I've been reading my Kickstarter words. So as part of the Wondermark puzzles that David Malky did, you could add on to your Kickstarter. So for $25, you got the puzzle, but then for $10, you could add on and get a book of your choice. And so I got the one Wondermark book. I don't, because I have all of his other books.
Except this one.
He's got He's got his comic strip collections. But he's also got the Dispatches from Wondermark Manor, which are like a parody of like old Victorian serial novels. Which, if anybody doesn't have those, they are the greatest thing. Complete with like old-timey illustrations. They're amazing. I have all of those, both in print. You can also, he did a digital omnibus version on Amazon, which was like it's like $7. I actually went back and got that just so I have it all in one place, because I have all the books, but it's cool to have it wherever I go. Plus, he added extra stuff in the digital version. That's how awesome Malky is. Like everything he does
you extra
special. So he has those. Plus, him and Chris Straub have a book that's like a collection of their podcasts. And he's got the 2 Machine of Death books, which he was like the main editor, him and Ryan North. But he also has his straight up Wondermark books, and I have 3 of the 4, and now I have the 4th one, Wondermark Emperor of the Food Chain, and it's got the giant piranha moose on the cover, which is one of his famous creations, and it's great. I love his book collections because each one he just does more and more stuff. Like his first book is just straight up, here's the strips. And he's kind of like a little bit of bonus content. Now, every 4 pages, he does like a brand new gag based off of a strip. So like if there's like a strip that like references like some old like a newspaper ad, then he actually shows like the newspaper ad reference in the strip. And like he has all kinds of other funny little things, and it's amazing. And plus his strips are so funny. And if you've never seen Wondermark, basically what he does is he takes all these old Victorian like cutouts and like woodcuts and like all kinds of that, and it's like a Terry Gilliam style where he takes those and turns them into comic strips. But the funny part is he can actually draw too, because I remember Ryan North famously, because we were talking about, he's like, oh, I can't draw, but Malky over here, he can draw like a wind, but he doesn't do it. Yeah, and Malky's also a really cool guy, always super nice to talk to, so I recommend all his stuff. Go to wondermark.com.
It's very good.
That was one of my first webcomics I got into because Will Wheaton recommended it.
Yeah.
My 2 first were Wondermark and Achewood. And Achewood is no longer, I don't think he's doing anything, which is a bummer. But Malky's still going strong. And he's got the puzzles now, and he's got the Machine of Death game, which I also... because I've done a couple of his Kickstarters. We got the Machine of Death board game, and he's got the puzzles. And the puzzle's awesome because it's all these old-timey advertisements, and they're really funny.
He's a cool guy. He's very nice. He's always friendly to us.
Yep.
At stuff, so. I finished The Princess Bride. Yeah. And, I mean,
still great.
I've read it many times, but it's always wonderful. We were talking earlier that the whole final thing in the book is the Buttercup's baby, which is supposedly the beginning of the sequel, and it's so great.
Yeah.
But he's just messing with us, and I know
there is no. I don't think he ever planned to do it.
No, because I think it allowed him to write himself into a ridiculous like black hole. Like at the end of what they have in there, they're stuck on an island and like the middle of a whirlpool, and everyone's gonna die, and he doesn't have to explain any of it. He could just write whatever he wanted to because it's unfinished. But it's great. I love it. Like his writing style makes me want to go back and read all of his other books that I've read already. So it's just great. It's so clever, and I love it. And so then I just barely started The Silent Gondoliers, but it's very short. So at some point this week I'll bring it over. You can borrow it.
All right. And then for the next series we're doing a 3-parter, and Goodreads already spoiled it for me. It said because it sends your book club is reading it soon. So we're doing another Gordon Corman series?
Well, yeah, because we're coming up to a trilogy, and there's tons and tons of trilogies out there. It's tough. I mean, we could pick from many millions of them. But I've had these Gordon Corman trilogies sitting around, like these action ones that I haven't read yet, and I've kind of been saving them for us to do one. So that'd be fun to do it. They're short. Like, remember we did the 6-part one that he did, the On the Run series?
Yeah.
And I really like those, and that's the only action or adventure one I've ever read of his. So I figured we'd try these. They're only 3 instead of 6.
What is it called?
It's called The Island.
Okay.
It's like a guy gets shipwrecked, and it's his adventures on it, I guess. So.
Like the K?
I guess. I don't know. I've never read them.
Is it the K or the Key?
It depends.
Because Key West is spelled Key.
Right. But a lot of them are spelled C-A-Y, but they still say K sometimes, or Key. Having been down there, we asked people everywhere we went, and they said it's either one. Like, depends on where you're at, which island
That
or
book
whatever.
kind of like scared me.
Oh yeah.
Because like the part where he like goes and he like cuts himself on like the
coral.
I feel like Castaway stole a bunch of stuff from that book.
I mean, yeah. Because I guess there's only so many trapped on a
No, I guess it's all Robinson Crusoe.
Right. So.
But like I remember the case specifically because like basically doesn't he like so he gets shipwrecked, but he ends up on like a lifeboat, and then he lands on a, and then he's
him
just,
and
this kid and like some and then
a
like a blind guy, yeah. And then the blind guy dies.
Right. So then he's alone.
He's by himself. I remember I read that and like Island of the Blue Dolphins.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like the same time period.
And they're both like the same kind of.
You know, Island of the Blue Dolphins based on a true story, right?
And there's a sequel.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know.
I've never read it. I was just talking to my dad about it the other day. But yeah, he gets like cut on coral, and then he gets fever. You know, he gets it.
I remember he got like infected, but the old guy like saves his life.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I remember he died. But then I remember there was also a scene involving. I don't remember there was like something involving like poisonous jellyfish or like
or lionfish.
Some other thing.
I think.
Lionfish, and I was like,
it was that.
That made me real scared.
Yeah.
And
great stories though.
But like just the idea of like when he having to build like a shelter, because there was also that movie Shipwrecked. And I was like, I was really into it, but I was also terrified of like the idea of being stranded. Because I was also obsessed with Swiss Family Robinson.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
But then like,
the book.
If it ever happened to me, I was like terrified. Oh. Like I feel like I would die like a day. And I'd do something stupid. I remember there was some crap. What was it? It wasn't a Disney thing. There was some special miniseries I remember watching in like the mid-90s.
Okay.
Where it was like people stranded on an island. And I remember somebody died because they got their foot stuck in a rock when they were like fishing, and then the tide came in and they just slowly drowned to death.
What was that?
I don't remember. It was some miniseries. I don't know if it was a Disney Channel.
We have our own our nostalgia.
We have a nostalgia.
We have to solve our own case.
I remember that scene and being like, if I got stranded, that would be me. I'd be the dude that's just going fishing and drowned himself. And I remember because like people, they all came out and they tried to get and he was stuck and they couldn't do anything. They basically had to like watch this dude die.
Whoa. We got to figure out what this was.
What the heck was that?
All right. Well, if no one else is going to say it,
I'm going to find it.
Solve your own case.
I'm going to solve my own case. But yeah, so I was just thinking like that would be me. I'd be the dude that's like, oh, we're going to go fishing. Oh, crap. Dead.
Yeah, and then what happens? I mean, at least it sounds like they had a group of people, but then the story ends.
And what was that?
I don't know.
Crap. It was something where they get stranded. I don't know if it was like I feel like it was almost. I want to say it was like one of those Disney like Saturday, you know, the Sunday ones, like the World of Disney.
They did like their series, the Treasure Island series. Like, remember they did a series of that. Like it was. But
this was like modern. So, like I don't know what this was. Man, what was that? I also remember there was also a Fox special that I really liked called Lifeboat, but it was like a space lifeboat, and they were like in space. And that was like a mini series.
Was it like based on the Alfred Hitchcock thing at all, or was it?
No, but different? It was like where like they're all trapped in this spaceship, and like they turn on each other, and then like, and I remember that was a mini, but that was like a Fox miniseries, and that was also one of those '90s ones.
Well, I thought it'd be fun to see then what Gordon Corman comes up with for that.
All right.
See his take on it. Again, when you come up to trilogies, I mean, there's bazillions of trilogies.
Yeah.
But I figured I'd do one I know I have in the playroom already, so I don't have to track it down. And if you can't find it,
I have to track down.
Well, if you can't find it in the library, you can always borrow it from me. But I know it's better to read them at the same time. But they do seem. I'm pretty sure I've seen these at the library.
Mm-hmm.
So.
A lot of his, I mean, if it's newer, then it's a lot of his stuff is insanely popular.
Yeah.
Because like I told you, I went to Benson and I went to this bookstore in San Jose. It was like incredible, and their Gordon Corman section was like an entire bookshelf.
Right. Well, because he's written a ton of stuff, but before like a certain period, they're all
like his
print.
stuff like from like the late 70s, early 80s seems to all be. But that's true about a lot of that stuff.
But this one, I'm pretty sure is at the library, and if not, you can always borrow it.
Neil Gaiman wrote a whole thing about how like you never know which books are gonna last because he wrote about there was some books he mentioned specifically there was like 4 books from the 50s that at the time were like best-selling, sold like 1 million copies, but it was just because it was like people, you know how people are. Sometimes there's these fads.
Right.
It's almost like fads with books. Because we even have that like with like Dan Brown and like other stuff.
Sure.
So he talks about that because he's like this book sold 2 million copies. You cannot, and then like they're from like the 40s or like the 30s, and he's like, you cannot find a copy of this book anywhere. You can't even find it in a library. Because he's just talking about how some books just
don't make
disappear out of like, and at one point it was the most popular book.
What was it about?
I would like a few of them. I don't even know. He was just, he had a whole list because he's just talking about like you never know what's gonna stick. Because he's like at one point somebody thought this was like obviously because it sold 1 million copies and now like you cannot find it.
Will Dan Brown still be around in 40 years?
Well, I feel like now with like the mass, because even
and digitally stuff that anything that's available digitally.
But I feel like there's certain books that they made just so many, like how many millions of copies of some of those paperbacks are out in the world?
Yeah, but how many people are keeping those around once they've read them?
I'm
just saying, like it's the same. If it's the same, you know, those ones sold millions of copies.
Know. I feel like there's certain things, like it's like the Barbara. There's things sold so many, and people get rid of that stuff that you just always see certain things.
It's true.
Like I feel like there's never gonna be a time where there's not like just copies of like Barbra Streisand records, just sitting around.
Okay, here on a similar weird note, what presidents now, like, how many presidents could you name from, like, the 20s or whatever, the teens, right?
Well, I was, like, a huge history nerd
okay, but
for a while.
The average person, how many people could name, like, a bunch of all the presidents from the early 1900s?
So, like, Millard Fillmore, like Rutherford B. Hayes.
And what did they do? What was significant? In 100 years from now, I'm pretty sure it's a safe bet everyone will know who Obama was, seeing as how...
But like Gerald Ford.
Are they,
Jimmy Carter.
I mean, already, like right now, if you ask kids, they probably wouldn't know. In 100 years, they're going to be a Millard Fillmore.
Yeah.
And what
William
about
Henry Harrison?
Clinton? Like, was Clinton significant?
I think Clinton's pretty significant.
He was to us.
Especially for the controversy. Well, okay, historically, he did get impeached.
Okay, so that's on there. But can you name all the different presidents that were assassinated?
I can name a few.
Okay, well, most people probably can't. So even someone who was killed in office, most people can't name. Everyone knows Lincoln and Kennedy, but what about the others?
Yeah.
So it's weird. I mean, I'm just...
Wasn't McKinley shot?
I believe so. And I don't know. There was others I know, but I can't tell you beyond those.
Well, then there's the ones. I mean, Reagan was shot.
Right, but wasn't actually killed.
Which that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because that's when you think about like things like that, like. What would that have been like? Like, I feel because somebody was just talking about like in our lifetime there were 2 major things that could have gone either way, and like if they had, what would life be like right now? One is like if Reagan had died, and one is like if Al Gore had won the 2000 election. Because like even if like I don't think we would be living in some utopia, but I think things would be they might be bad, but they'd be different, and it would be so different.
Yeah.
It'd be so different.
There's a universe out there somewhere that happened.
Well, this is weird. I'm about to go into really weird territory.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
The closest I ever had to like a long-term girlfriend had a baby this week.
Okay.
And of course, my mom is Facebook friends with her, and of course, my mom just starts commenting, and I'm like, "Is this making my mom sad? Because is she thinking in some world like this is her grandkid?" And I'm like, "That's so." But then I'm like, "You can't think like that." But also, it is weird because it's like, yes, like she would like it was the closest I had to like. But then I'm like, But then that would have meant then that would have meant I married a girl I dated in high school, and that's I know a few people that did that, but that's definitely not something that, let alone like, I'm not, but like, I think there's reasons why it never worked.
Yeah, it's like, I mean,
but it is like this alternative. But I feel like that had to have been going. Knowing my mom,
I'm sure.
Like, I'm sure she's looking at that like, and knowing the way my mom looks at things, and I'm like, oh gosh, it was just kind of like,
It is. I mean, it's weird just being on Facebook and seeing people that, either I dated or even like just had a crush on, and thinking like, what weird like alternate way that would have gone. But I mean, I've never looked on and gone, I wish it would be that. I mean,
no,
you can't do that.
But
because, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful that I avoid, because I can't tell you how many times I thought like, I'm gonna get married now. This is it, like, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, mostly when I was like really young, like my first girlfriend in high school, I'm like, I guess I'm getting married.
Like, think about some of like your college girlfriends.
Yeah, like, I mean, and
they're all good people.
They're great people, but
think about you specifically. Most of your college girlfriends are now married.
Yeah.
And like
many of them have kids.
And like that's all these other lives, and like how just like if something had happened a little bit differently, maybe it could have been this other situation. Or just knowing, like, especially with Biola people, like how many other people dated, how different, how easily, like, if so-and-so had dated this person, because with Biola it's so, I don't want to say incestuous, but
it's
everybody dated everybody.
It's a small town.
Like, I remember telling Gates, like, when I just started listing off who dated who, out of just people that Gates knew, and it was like I was blowing his mind, and he's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's just we come from a small group of."
Yeah. But I mean, to me, I look back and I'm just thankful because, and again, not that I dated bad people, but just people that would not have been a good fit for me in the long run, and
that's why you made the choices.
That. It is, but I'm just thankful that I didn't at some point make a turn.
Because I feel like some people do be like, I'm either settling, or they're like, I'm never gonna meet anybody else, or they're just like, well, this is what. I mean, I hate to say it, but there are some people who are like, this is God's will for my life, and then they make dumb decisions.
There was a lot of bad decisions like that.
Well, I think about all the people that I know that are, I mean, okay, like, I've heard that the 50% thing isn't true anymore, that it's way less, but when I think about personally, like,
how many people
friends,
are divorced now?
All my friends that are divorced or on second or even third marriages, like, it's not for me. I think part of that was a lot of people got married way too young.
Yeah, or just bad information, like
just bad.
And it's funny. I mean, like, Janelle and I have talked about this to a great extent because I met her like my first week of school, and we were friends throughout the whole time period I was at Biola.
Yeah.
And like how much more valuable that type of relation, that friendship, liking the person that you're with, rather than feeling.
Well, and also going through, like, you guys weren't speaking for a while, but I feel like that almost helped.
Right. We got in huge fights, and we worked that stuff out and came through it on the other side, realizing we still cared about each other, even though we had these massive battles.
You guys, I remember because, like, we've told this a lot of times, but when I first met you, like, you and Janelle were not speaking.
Right. Oh.
And I didn't meet Janelle. I didn't even meet her until like that winter.
Yeah, because like, we were not talking.
Because like the first 6 months I hung out with you, like Janelle wasn't even around.
Yeah. I mean, she was there, but
I think one time, I think there was some like weird altercation where like you guys, and I'm like, who is that? You're like, I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, but so having gone through that and realizing at the other side, like this is still someone that I care about. Like, I don't know, and again, there are people that marry their high school sweethearts and everything works out great, but I'm so thankful I got to have the experiences of life a little bit first to know, like, okay, this is really something I want to do, not,
Yeah.
Anyway, it's tricky, but can't go down that path.
But it is weird. And just seeing my mom's comments, I'm like, oh, God, what are you doing? But she loves kids and babies, and
she likes everybody.
And she loves adding my friends on Facebook. Okay, I had a really weird thing happen this week. This is where I had to draw the line.
Okay.
A girl I went to college with, her daughter added me on Instagram. And I'm just, at first I'm like, looking at the name, and I'm like, wait, who is this? And then I look, and I'm like, holy crap. It is somebody I went to college with in 2002, 2003. She has a 13-year-old daughter, and she is adding, and I'm like, nope. Like, no.
It's weird. I mean, it depends on if you have that kind of relationship.
Like Danny's daughter Emma, she's my Facebook friend.
Right.
But like this kid that all she knows of me is maybe something her mom told me about her.
Right.
And I'm
what
told
if
her
she's
about
just a
me.
huge fan of like Radio BrendoMan?
That'd be weird. I don't know, but it was weird.
It's funny because I know.
Because I remember specifically like when this kid was born.
Yeah.
And like, and it was the summer after our freshman year of college, and Anna had a baby.
Yeah.
And now that kid is following me on Instagram.
Well,
like what?
It's weird. When, I think Steve might have found a little sidetrack here. Steve might have found.
Holy crap! It is on the Wonderful World of Disney. Oh, it's called Exile. Yes.
He solved it.
It's loosely based on Lord of the Flies.
A group of teenage castaways on an uninhabited tropical island after a plane crash. The beasts were good. Adults were full of a force of chaos, and the teenagers were a force of order.
Yeah, it's the reverse of Lord of the Flies, where the kids kind of go, but the adults were bad. That's right, they were drug dealers, and that's what caused the plane crash. And then I want to see if it has the kid that dies. Crap. There was no sign of the pilot student Salvador camp. Some nights later, one of the students, they got him back to camp himself.
I didn't mention it there, but that sounds like it, though. All right. So
that is it. That is definitely it. Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman.
Yeah. This is definitely it. Wow. Good job, Steven.
You're
a deputy nostalgia detective.
Yep. Officially.
Good job. Holy crap.
That's cool. Now, can you find it? Is that on YouTube?
Oh, dude. A lot of the Wonderful World of Disney stuff is on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. While they wait, some of them explore, but one dies in the rising tide after a rock traps his foot against another rock.
Yep, there you go.
See, I remember.
That's exactly it. That's awesome.
Dude.
Exile. Now I want to see it.
Yeah, it's one of those Wonderful World of Disney movies. It was like right there. I knew it was one of. I'm like, I know this had to have been, because I watched all of those.
Yeah.
It was very Lord of the Flies, because it says it sounds like Piggy. Also, I've talked about how Lord of the Flies ruined my junior high life.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, I've had to have talked about this.
Or maybe so.
Well, in junior high, that was one of the required books. Right. So everybody in junior high read Lord of the Flies. Guess what everybody called me?
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, like, everybody called me Piggy. Everybody. Imagine what that does to your 12-year-old soul.
We just all said sucks to your asthma, and we thought that was pretty funny.
If I got called Piggy by everybody.
Yeah, I could see that.
Even, like, guys in my Boy Scout troop used it as a term of endearment, but...
Did it help to explain that he was, like, the wisest character?
But they killed him.
Yes, but still. He was right.
They killed him.
But they killed him.
So then I was worried. I'm like, are they gonna
is
kill
that like
me?
a threat?
I don't know. I just remember a group of 8th graders surrounding me, and that was the first time girls ever made fun of me. Because in elementary school, the girls always would kind of protect me.
Right.
And that's when I realized in junior high it was over. Yep. Because when girls started making fun of me, that's what I'm like. I think that's when I first had suicidal thoughts. I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm like, girls too. Like, I remember specifically a girl that had protected me in elementary school, like, turning, and that's where I'm like, I don't want to live on this earth anymore.
I understand. I mean, that's brutal.
It's like, that's where that was the worst. Was like when people flipped.
Yeah.
Good people.
Obviously, those people didn't understand the point of Lord of the Flies at all.
No, but because I looked... Well, because also I bet you because the movie had come out.
Right.
Like, that movie came out, like, that movie coming out was probably a blessing to kids all over.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure they probably watched the movie and didn't read the book.
Although a good teacher would know the points to like
and then
ask about.
and then like that kid in that movie, I could have played that. I should have been a kid actor because I looked exactly like that kid. And like the glasses, that's where when I remember my dad even making because I remember again like my parents argued a lot and I overheard a lot of things, and I specifically remember my dad because like my mom didn't want to get contacts because at the time they hadn't come out with like AccuView like the soft lenses yet, so they were the hard ones. They were expensive,
uncomfortable,
and very uncomfortable. But my dad was like. I just remember my dad being like, Gail, they call him Piggy. And like, because my dad had gone to Boy Scout meetings and like, so my dad at least had a little bit, because the kids in Boy Scouts, they gave me a hard time, but they were mostly cool. But they still called me Piggy.
Because I only did Cub Scouts, but they were like, it was like a controlled me. Like they were mean, but they knew they couldn't get away with too much. But they also wouldn't like hang out with you at school or anything. Like that's the only time they would talk to you and be civil was like at those meetings, you know. Gosh,
it's amazing we survived.
I know. I mean, you know, and I think we both went in stages. I probably didn't have as hard a time as you throughout most of it. Definitely junior high was the worst for me, but man. I guess, and everybody goes through tough times. I know we're not alone in that. Not even just nerdy kids, but
just everybody. I mean, even I don't know. I remember talking later to people, and when you realize that like pretty much everybody
is just miserable,
but they all it's all addressed in different ways.
Yeah.
And everybody is, and I know it doesn't make it any better, but it. Having that hindsight that like because I remember somebody later on in life like who had a really hard time and he's like I was going through this and I took it out on you and other people and like just hearing that meant a lot to me. But I'm also like doesn't change what happened.
No.
But it's still I mean I kind of felt like Inigo Montoya like give me my I want my life back like that you freaking like I want that time that I spent cowering in fear and like and also like the money spent in therapy for like some of the shit.
At least though it lets you know it reminds you that it wasn't you. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't because of you.
Yeah.
Not that changes everything, but it, you know, it helps.
It does. Anyways, good job, Steven. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was good.
Exile. Because most of this stuff is on YouTube. I'm sure because like Justin found like a bunch like Rat Patrol, Mr. Boogedy, like all those '80s ones, like all those are on YouTube. So
that's cool.
Most of this stuff probably find on YouTube.
Another Nostalgia Detectives case closed.
Good job. Awesome. All right, what is this?
Oh, in anticipation of doing our Kickstarter, I mean, it was just kind of serendipity, but today I got an order from Potbox Music. I only have one 7-inch left. We've sold Upside Down Room and Spivvy 7 inches for a year. I already sold out all the Upside Down Room ones. I had one Spivvy 7-inch left, and I got an order for the last one today. That's it. They're gone, so we got to make more 7 inches.
Because those Spivvies ones,
that was it. That was the end of an era. I mean,
how many of those did they print?
I don't know, because that one they did with Jackson Rubio.
So it might have been a lot.
I think it might have been like 500.
Mm-hmm. That's still not that many.
It's not that many, but it might have been 1,000. I don't know. I'd have to ask them.
It's still kind of cool. Like, those are true collector's items.
And that's it. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the band has copies of it and stuff, but they're out there now. So, you know, if you wanted one, it's too late. And the Upside Down Room ones, I think they may have a couple more, but all the ones that I've had in stock for a long time are gone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cool because I mean I've sold other people's 7 inches, but this will be the first one that we've actually made.
All right.
So it's cool.
Let's try to get through these new movies.
Let's do it.
I got some retro movies because me and Derek and listener Ryan Kane, friend and listener Ryan Kane, we went to the New Beverly last, I guess this was 2 weeks ago.
We didn't do movies
because we did the Blaze, and then Derek and I went and we met up with Ryan at the New Beverly, which got to give huge props to the New Beverly. They have credit card, like I guess they've had credit cards since 2012, but when I was going all the time in 2010, 2011, did not take credit cards, so I had to plan accordingly or order my tickets in advance, but you had to pay a fee if you did that.
Right.
But now we can walk up and take cards. The concession stand take cards, and the best thing about the New Beverly is their concession stand is priced. It's a reasonably priced, like a large soda is $3.
Wow.
A large popcorn, no, it's $2.50.
That won't get you anything at
regular place. Nothing. It's like a normally priced concession stand. It's amazing.
Huh.
So I actually get soda and popcorn when I go to, because it's just a few dollars. It's like $4 for a large soda and a popcorn. So it's amazing. But we saw, because it was still March and April, or maybe it was April and May, I guess it was March and April, because May they got a new schedule, but it was 90s the whole month.
Right.
So this was Reality Bites and Singles.
Which is a cool double feature.
Great double feature, because it is that post-college, people. It's the time of your life that, like, shockingly, nobody prepared us for.
Right.
Except for these movies.
I think Reality Bites in particular.
Yeah, Reality Bites especially, but even Singles. Like, Singles is more like the working and dating life.
Right.
It's like the once you get over that, like, post-college morose, I don't know, whatever you want to call that quarter life crisis. But then you still have to deal with just the BS of, like, between job and dating as, like, a 20-something.
Yep.
It is like a whole, but it is a part of life that nobody prepares you for.
That conversation that Winona Ryder has with her parents when she's like,
oh my gosh,
she was the valedictorian of her class and she can't find a job, and they're like, why don't you go work down at the
like they're trying to get her a job, like, at the burger place, or like the whole thing where
college degree,
and and like, you told us, you made us go to school so we wouldn't work these jobs, and like and then like Ethan Hawke's whole, like, when he's like, oh, what, so I can work 25 years on the line and get a gold watch, and that's my life, that's what I get, like, I'm an artist, and I've had all of those, and just the relationship stuff, and the whole thing, and then especially, like, remember me and Ryan got in this argument with Derek after, because he's like, because it's Ethan Hawke, and then there's Ben Stiller, and Ben Stiller is not a bad guy.
No.
And I'm like, but he's actually, because, like, Ethan Hawke is a jerk.
Yeah.
But so it's like,
But he represents that artistic freedom, though.
Yeah. Whereas Ben Stiller represents he's sold out.
But he's nice. He
doesn't do anything mean. He apologized when MTV or when they, like, butcher her thing, but he tries to make it right.
Right.
But she totally disses him, and that's where because he's like, and Derek's like, screw Ben Stiller. I'm like, dude, he got kind of jerked around. Like,
yeah.
But
tried to do the right thing.
But I mean, like, again, it's kind of what it represents. And then it was also really cool because the writer and not the director, I keep saying director, but the writer and the producer were there, and the writer actually was dating Ben Stiller at the time, and, like, they were, like, living together. So she kind of. But she is funny. They talked about how she actually got in some trouble because she is the Winona Ryder character, the writer, and she only slightly changed her name, and then she didn't change some of the people's, because it's all based on her friends.
Right.
And one of them, like, at first he's like, yeah, they told me they were cool with it, but then later on, once the movie came out, they were not, and, like, things, like, she had to go to court.
Oh, gosh.
And also they got sued by David Bowie because their sound-alike song at the beginning was too sound-alike. And another piece of trivia that I didn't know, the woman that Ethan Hawke is leaving her house at the very beginning,
right?
Renee Zellweger, very first thing she's ever in. I don't even think she's credited.
Huh.
Um,
That's interesting.
And they pointed out some other cool things, and also that there is it's supposed to be Austin, or it's supposed to be Houston, but they filmed it in Hollywood, and they did it on purpose, but it kind of there's a new Beverly calendar on one of the refrigerators.
Oh,
even
really?
though it's supposed to be in Houston, but they kind of snuck it in there.
That's cool.
But yeah, they only did a few. They filmed in because like the things they talked about, they were pretty interesting. It is such a sign of the times. One, they had to like beg the Gap to be able to use the Gap, whereas nowadays they could have.
Oh yeah.
Like Gap would have paid them. Right. They could have made a fortune off of that because they were on such a shoestring budget because nobody wanted to make the movie. That was the other thing they talked about. Like they could not. They didn't even think they were going to be able to do it until Ben Stiller signed on and until Winona Ryder signed on, because they were originally, they wouldn't say who it was who they originally had as the lead. It was I think it was Parker Posey, because they said it was some other indie actress. I'm trying to think of who at the time was like the indie, and my mind was, that's the only person I can think of.
Yeah, I can see that. But she wouldn't have sold the tickets like
Winona Ryder is what got that movie made. And because even at the time, Ben Stiller because they're like, Ben Stiller's show was about to get canceled. Yeah. It actually got canceled right after they finished, because they were worried they weren't going to be able to finish the movie on time, because they're like, Ben's going to have to leave, but then the show got canceled.
So it wasn't a
problem. But
yeah, but he wasn't much of a name at that point. Like,
especially because he was almost like in jail, like after Ben Stiller's show getting canceled.
In jail?
Director jail.
Jail. I was like, I didn't know about
that. Like Hollywood jail.
Right.
Where Paul Feig was for like 10 years.
Right. He had the family name going for him, which helped a little bit, but
which his mom is in the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I probably haven't watched that in like 7 years, I bet.
It's really good. It holds up. And Singles really holds up too. It's a little depressing seeing all the grunge guys that died of heroin overdoses.
Yeah.
Like two of the, because like I have to remember that I'm a little bit older than like Derek and Ryan, because I'm like, oh yeah, it's tragic what happened, and he's like, what? I'm like, two of those guys up there, like, because it's Alice in Chains, because it has like live performances from like, because so Matt Dillon's band is basically Matt Dillon plus Pearl Jam, which is kind of funny. Like Eddie Vedder is the drummer in the band, and then you also, so the bands are it's basically Pearl Jam, and then Soundgarden and Alice in Chains are like the big. And this was like in '91, like because basically like, I mean, he found this thing before it was really like, before it took off.
Right.
Like, because this is pre-Nirvana, and so like that's kind of a huge deal. But then like seeing Alice in Chains up there, and I'm like, two of those dudes are dead. Like, and then like even like they have Mother Love Bone, and like that guy's dead, and like some of the other guys, and then like I guess like, and it's kind of Chris Cornell and Eddie Vedder survived, I guess, like.
Yeah.
But the music's amazing, and just the whole like going to shows, and like that's something, and then like just some of the dating shenanigans and like that stuff. It's and like just the way it's very Cameron Crowe, like people talking to the camera, the interstitials, like with and I even realized like he used this gimmick later in Jerry Maguire, where like so there's a thing where he's talking about forgot which basketball player. Oh, it was Xavier McDaniel. Okay. They're talking about a basketball player for the Seattle Sonics, and then there's a part where it's a very famous part where he's having sex with one of I forgot who it was, but they're having sex, and it cuts to Xavier, and he's trying to trying to focus on something else because he doesn't want to finish it. And so he's thinking about, so he starts, so she's like, and she even asks him like, what are you thinking about? And it cuts to Xavier McDaniel like interviewing, and he addresses him like he talks to the guy, and he did the same exact thing in Jerry Maguire, and it's when Bruce Springsteen's talking to him. So I think it's funny that that's one of his signatures. I had forgot. And then there's some other stuff in there. There's a scene where this girl goes in to get like her hair cut at this place, and one of the stylists is Tim Burton.
Really?
Yes. And no, he's not a stylist. He's going to get a hairstylist, but she's like, if you want my friend over here, because she's making a video dating tape, and so he's like, my friend over here will make your. He's like the Scorsese of the avant-garde film, and it's Tim Burton, which is really funny. And
Did he have scissor hands? Steve wants to know.
No, but he looked. It was very in his Tim Burton-y.
Right.
It was the Tim Burton-iest of his Tim. Again, this is like '91 Tim Burton. Right. So he's got the big black hair, just big, like Robert Smith hair, basically.
Right.
The crazy thing that Derek told me, because Derek always does research on the movies before he goes to see him at the New Beverly. And this is gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
Because Janelle is a huge. You can blow Janelle's mind with this.
Okay.
So Janelle's a huge fan of Friends.
Absolutely.
Do you know the origin of Friends?
No. I mean, no.
Are you ready for this?
Okay, go for it.
Friends is Singles, the TV show. NBC approached Cameron Crowe and said, we want to directly make this into a TV show, and he said no. So they basically took the premise of, like, because if you watch, there's at least 5 or 6 scenes where it's them hanging out in the coffee shop but they actually work there. But Rachel works at the coffee shop, and there's actually, like, once Derek said that, you can match characters.
Really?
And so they basically changed it just enough where Cameron Crowe couldn't sue him, and they took basically the premise of Singles, and that's how they made Friends. And because originally they wanted to do straight up, they were going to call it Singles, and it became Friends, but they basically took the idea.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to go back and watch it.
Yeah, and if you watch it, like Bridget Fonda is Rachel. And like there's one girl that's very clearly a Phoebe. Dylan is kind of like a Joey. Matt Dillon's kind of a Joey. Right. The one dude is very clearly like a Ross. Like he's very like well-to-do.
Oh, weird.
And like it's not direct. Like they change. But then like when they're hanging out in the coffee shop, you're like, holy crap! Like.
So they got the premise from that, and then they took all the plot lines from Seinfeld.
Pretty much.
There you go.
The whole thing is derivative, man.
Yeah, it's funny still. There's some good performances in there, but man, it's definitely derivative. Even
do you think now that, because like Friends is like streaming, when Seinfeld streams on Hulu, do you think people are gonna more people will be like, oh, this is, they'll watch the Seinfeld and be like, oh, hey, because there's some where they just directly.
Oh, I mean, there's whole entire episodes. I mean, the man purse.
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. The whole like.
Oh yeah, et cetera.
And they have the George and Susan, where she leaves them and then becomes a lesbian. Well, that happens to Ross. Like that's the whole thing with him. And then they both have like similar scenes with like stressed about, did I make her a lesbian? What did I do? Like, I mean, like there's entire scenes that are just ripped directly out of it. Every episode I would watch with John, I'm like, well, here's where they got that from.
Even like the Friends episode titles were rip-offs of Seinfeld.
Is the one with.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
But it was very much a play on the Seinfeld titling.
Yeah. So, I mean, as you watch through it, there's like way more, but.
Yeah.
Anyway.
At least Seinfeld didn't have the Ross Rachel thing, because.
No, and that's one of the things I love the most.
That's the signature part about Seinfeld.
Never learn anything.
Yeah.
Was it no hugging, no learning?
Yeah, and even where they almost tease that they get back together, it's just for they do it for a joke.
Yep. Like and even the last episode, which they almost kind of got a little sappy in, they still didn't quite.
It's still like,
even though it's not a perfect episode, they still kept to their rule. Yeah. Man, I love that show.
Great.
So I saw some new movies. Actually, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you went to your epic movie.
I did my epic movie marathon with my mom.
Yeah.
She took me for my birthday. She wanted it. I got to go and spend money for a day and hang out with her. And so we did 5 movies in the theater in a day, which is.
That's a lot.
A lot of movies. Our butts were raw and numb by the end of the day. Like
I don't want to hear about your raw butt.
No, I'm just saying. Like by the last episode, because we're like sitting next to each other, we would like rotate on a schedule. Okay, we're going left, and we both like had to lean to the left and then back to the right, because that's a long time to be sitting in those chairs. So we saw 5 movies, and I'll go in order that we saw them. First, we saw Furious 7.
How awesome was Furious 7?
It was really great. Definitely fun.
The end?
The end was great. Got a little, little teary-eyed, perhaps.
That was a really good. When the cars separate, that's kind of when I was like, oh god.
Yeah, they did a good job with it. The Rock was great. He was one of my favorite parts.
The Rock, and then my favorite. Okay, my favorite scenes. Have you watched The Protector or Ong Bak? Like, do you know who Tony Jaa is?
I know who he is.
So his fight scenes were awesome.
Yeah.
The 2 he had with Paul Walker and the whole too slow thing.
Yeah.
And then Michelle Rodriguez and Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
Holy crap! And Ronda, because like it's so cool. Like because like the last Furious 6 had Gina Carano.
Okay.
Which she was like the big MMA. Did you ever watch Haywire with Steven Soderbergh? It's like her and you should watch that movie. It's awesome.
Okay.
But Gina, like. I thought nobody was as tough as Gina Carano. Ronda Rousey makes Gina Carano look like my mom, dude. Although I think they are like different weight classes, so I don't think they could ever fight each other.
Right.
Although I still think Ronda Rousey, like, she's just so badass.
It was really good. Stunts were amazing.
Yeah, and like then when you read about how
much of it they actually
did. Like the plane one, that to me, there's a Cracked article where they show how they did the plane thing. Because basically they have a guy jump out before the car and then after the car. Those dudes jumping out before, that's
there's a car
crazy.
On top of you.
And they basically just have GoPros on their helmets, and it shows them jumping out after the car. They dropped cars out of a plane.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
They could have easily.
The bus scene was real.
Yeah.
They dropped a bus off a cliff, and the car scene through the building.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Obviously, it wasn't those specific ones, but still. It was great. It was really fun. Great action. I mean, it was exactly delivered on everything it promised.
It's crazy.
Really good. So then we saw The Age of Adeline.
Yeah.
It was actually really good.
Blake Lively.
Blake Lively and the guy was in something else, and I can't think of it. Harrison Ford anyway was in it.
Derek actually says it's like the best work that Harrison Ford has done.
It's great.
He said the best thing he's done in years.
I super enjoyed Furious 7, but I think Age of Adeline was my favorite movie we saw that day. It was very, very good. I don't know. It's kind of like reverse Benjamin Button, sort of, where she never ages.
Yeah.
But I just love like those weird, because it's like sort of science fiction-y, but really it didn't have to have any special effects. It's just the concept there.
Like about time.
Exactly. Like I love that kind of where they present this great like concept, but it doesn't. I mean, it didn't cost them anything to have that idea, you know.
How have you not seen Looper? Because that's Looper.
I just haven't gotten to it yet. But I love
Looper's
that kind of
gonna blow your freaking brain out of your back of your head.
Well, anyway, this one was really good and fun, and I will watch that.
We need to just one day. I want to kidnap you, and we need to have a Ryan Johnson marathon because like Brick.
I never saw
Holy crap! And then I haven't seen his second movie.
What was that?
The Brothers something. It's got Ruffalo.
Brothers Bloom.
Yes.
I never saw that either. But I knew that.
They're like con men.
Okay.
But you should. Brick is amazing, and I've heard good things. But Looper, plus he just seems so. I don't know. You should. After he did this 2-part interview with Kevin Smith, like he grew up in the Orange County like youth group scene, and like he talks about that a lot.
That's interesting.
And like I think he went to Saddleback.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That is really interesting.
So he kind of has
some
very
shows
similar background.
Didn't you come with me to some shows there?
Yeah. Well, I remember meeting Doug Fields
Huh.
and stuff at like something that we went to.
I can't remember. Because at
the time I was very into Doug Fields, and like I was like, because I was like a youth pastor dude, and he's like
the guru.
He's like the guru, but he's actually a cool dude. Like I respect him a lot.
Because Amy Warren went to biology. I had some classes with her. I don't know if you did.
Yes.
But that's part of how we So anyway. How do we get on that, Looper?
We were talking about Looper. We were talking about time travel.
Right.
Oh, yeah. So Age of Adeline.
So Age of Adeline is good.
That was almost like a whoa.
So Little Boy was one I saw next. Actually, like turned out to be really good. Surprisingly, I thought it might have been like.
When I told Derek you saw Little Boy, he did like a what? Why would you go see that?
Well, we saw it.
He's like, I don't watch those kind of movies.
We had to fit 5 movies in the day, and there was a schedule. Yeah. But actually, it turned out to be really good. Like, it's weird.
I've heard it's like a World War II allegory.
It is. It is. It's very much so. When I saw the trailer, I thought it was going to be like a super cheesy Christian movie for some reason, and it was definitely not that. It reminded me more of like. It was okay. You remember that movie Secondhand Lions?
Yes.
If you took that and mixed it with the Karate Kid, it was this movie.
Okay.
Which is weird.
Sounds pretty cool.
It is. It was a really weird, like random tone.
Yeah.
But like there's a whole like wax on, wax off like training thing. Like. But it's different. It's really weird. I don't know. It just had some really cool performances in it, and I super enjoyed it. And I did not expect to like it as much as I did. I thought I was just watching it as a placeholder. It's kind of weird.
You mentioned Karate Kid, and I remember that I watched.
You watched Community.
Caught up on Community.
Oh, I'm still behind. So then we watched McFarlane USA, which is the Kevin Costner.
How was that?
I hate to admit that I liked a sports movie, but it was great.
Well, that's what I've heard, and I really want to watch because I've worked in McFarlane, like Mike.
Yeah, it's in the we drive by when we go up north.
Yeah,
it's kind of in the middle of nothing, but it was just really well done. It was one of those. It was definitely more about the community and the characters than the sport.
Yeah,
and the sport is it's long distance running.
That's where I feel like you might enjoy. Like I think you should give Friday Night Lights, the TV show,
I might.
Because it's more about the town and the people. I mean, yes, it's about football, but it's also about the town and the people.
But cross-country running is much more interesting to me than football, though. I don't know. All I know is great. Kevin Costner was really good. I actually cried through a lot of this one. Like I'm not afraid to admit it. Well, it was a lot with like him and his daughter and their relationship.
Oh yeah,
anytime it's stuff like that,
like anything with like parents and kids.
Oh
now.
My gosh, like absolutely.
Some switch.
Well, okay, I'll skip down. We'll talk about it later. But I watched Interstellar, and the whole thing with him and his daughter, I was bawling, dude.
Yeah, overall,
what?
The whole thing, like, I don't know, like that movie was so boring.
Really? I loved it. I thought it was great.
And the whole story, like, I knew what that was, like, from the get-go.
See, Janelle said she did too, but I didn't know.
And the whole Matt Damon part was stupid.
Why?
Okay. I have to tell you why. It's the supposed genius scientist, and she's all about, like, the mission and the cause, and she chooses the one where she might... It's almost insulting to her character that she chooses the place where her possible boyfriend is instead of the one there they should go.
But I thought, okay, well, first of all, I thought they did go to the other one first.
No, they went to the one he picked instead of
he was dead.
But there was the one where they should go. There was 3. There was the one where they're like, this is the most likely one. But then there was the one that her supposed maybe boyfriend was on.
Which one was that? Did they go to that one?
No, they didn't go to that one.
Well, she wanted to.
No, she wanted to go to the one where Matt Damon was on, even though it didn't make any sense for them to go there. And it's like...
Because Matt Damon was the one that was supposed to be her boyfriend?
Yes.
I thought she wanted to go to her boyfriend, and they didn't want to go there. They went to Matt Damon instead.
No, Matt Damon was her love interest.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I thought 100%. It was the opposite.
No, it's 100%.
Okay, well, regardless, I still don't think that's that bad because it's not a...
And also, his story was stupid.
He was desperate. He wanted to be rescued.
Stupid.
Why is that stupid?
The whole thing was dumb and contrived.
He was weak.
And it was insulting to her character.
I don't think it was.
And
it just showed she was human like everyone else. She wanted to be with someone she cared about.
Boring and...
See, I was right. Aha!
Right.
Aha! Stephen Dick has got my back.
Whatever. The whole
That's
thing was stupid.
They went to go to him, and he was dead.
I knew it. I'm going to go back. I still disagree with you.
I think I'm right.
I disagree with you.
No, dude.
Whatever.
Right.
It was still dumb.
But even if she did choose that, she is showing she was human. She wanted to go. Even in the end,
but the supposed smart scientist.
Yeah, but Matthew McConaughey was no different. Like it showed that all of them were human. She was supposed to be this like lifeless drone that was humanity above all else.
Falling asleep.
And she's still like
boring.
She had a heart.
Boring.
I thought it was good.
Blech.
But
Gravity was like a million times better.
Two totally different movies though, like not even related. Space. That's like saying, oh, Star Wars. I like Star Wars better. Space.
I like Star Wars better.
Yeah,
too.
but I do too. But that's totally different though.
Boring.
Unrelated.
Boring.
Anyway,
So
I thought
boring.
it was good. I also saw The Duff. That was definitely one that we saw as like a last minute
I'm
thing.
surprised that you didn't like it.
It wasn't horrible.
I love Meg Whitman.
I do too. May Whitman.
May Whitman,
Yeah.
You're right. Meg Whitman is the eBay lady.
Yeah. I do too. I think she's great. I mean, she's maybe. I mean, not.
She's not maybe.
Not maybe. And.
Yeah.
It
Ali
just.
Shakwat.
It was. Yeah, I know. I just said the wrong name. I think.
Come on.
It was great. Her performance was great, but it was just a weak script. It just wasn't.
Do you think they don't know how to make high school movies anymore?
Yeah, it just felt like a caricature of a high school movie instead of an actual high school movie. Like I felt like.
Do you feel like?
It felt like if aliens came to Earth and watched 80s movies and 90s movies and then tried to write a movie based on what they saw.
I feel like we get an actual resurgence like once every like 10 years, and we haven't hit that yet.
And I thought maybe this could have been it, but it's not. It's not horrible. It's just kind of an interchangeable any other dumb high school movie that's not that great could have been the same thing. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't a total waste of time.
Every time I watch, I mean, I always think that like I'm like, because you know how like people our age tend to put John Hughes on a pedestal.
Yeah.
But like I'll go back and watch those John Hughes movies. I'm like, these movies are perfect.
Yeah.
Like
they are.
These movies spoke. Because, like, I remember one of the things that people talk about of this generation, they were criticizing, and they're like, the parents are never there. And I'm like, that's part of the statement that John Hughes, that's how we felt. Even as a generation, like, we're the lost generation. Like, for the most part, like, our parents weren't there, especially these kids, like, especially, like, those, like, because we're on the cusp of like we're like right there in the middle of Gen X, Gen Y. On like most like I feel like we're at the level because Mike talked about how Mike's always been very fascinated with the whole generation thing,
right?
And how, but like when you're on the bubble, you kind of go one way or the other, and I feel like I definitely went the Gen X way and not the Y, because like I definitely identify more with X,
right.
And I feel like that's one of the trademarks is like. Our parents, for the most part, weren't there. They were too busy working, and they kind of left us, and so there were a lot. Everybody had friends whose parents were never there.
Yeah.
Like
even
everybody,
if it wasn't you,
right? Like it was everybody had, because they're like that's so ridiculous. Like there's always parents. I'm like there was everybody had even in like the nerd circles there was somebody whose parents were never home.
Yeah.
And that's like that was just. I mean, now that idea to people is crazy.
Right.
But, like, everybody, if it wasn't you, you knew somebody in your direct group of friends that was the kid whose parents were always gone, and you could just go over to their house and do whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm talking, like, 5th, 6th grade, because I was the kid who, like, when my parents split up and I was living with my dad, and my dad didn't get home till 7, like, from 3 p.m. till 7, like, we did whatever we wanted to do.
Right.
Like nothing terrible ever happened, but like but I could like again like it was definitely like because our generation is where like you had the two parents working,
right,
and that again as like they went into it more in Breakfast Club, but it was also this condemnation of our parents who kind of they started out as this idealistic generation, and then they all kind of sold out. And like we as a generation, especially John Hughes in those movies, is basically like very critical of that.
Right.
Like Ali Sheedy's whole speech of like when you grow old your heart dies, and that speaks volumes to me. And I don't know, again, I feel like we're the old guys like, oh, they don't make them, but like those movies, but then there was another like Can't Hardly Wait, like there was those like the 90s high school movies, like it comes around, and
they come in different forms. I feel like Heathers, for me, was like
Heathers was another one of those. Heathers also kind of like was just groundbreaking for me, and like, oh, this is what movies can be.
Right, like dark and funny.
Yeah, and like end on like a
not a happy ending. And then like Clueless, while on a very different level.
Then Clueless is one of those again. Like Clueless kind of spoke. That was like our like when we were actually in high school. We were in high school. That was our high school movie. Right. Like Clueless, Can't Hardly Wait, and then like I hate to say it, but American Pie.
Yeah, I mean,
but it is very much. It is, but it's still, you can watch that and be like this, like especially like just the atmosphere and the music and
the fact that it at least it did something new.
Yeah.
Whereas watching this movie, The Duff, it added nothing to the genre. Yeah. There's nothing distinctive about it that I could say, well, this is what this one did with it. I think Mean Girls was then like another.
Well, then Mean Girls is like that next gen.
Right.
And for me, that's the last.
Yeah, I don't know. Great. Since then,
Easy A was all right.
I liked Easy A. It never felt like a high school movie to me though.
Yeah, but like Juno.
Yeah. So they're there.
They're there, but like they're different.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, different is fine. Yeah. But this one just didn't feel like it filled any particular.
I think it's. Gap. And then I like Superbad a lot because I feel like that captures that. Because then there's that other. Because then not only are there high school movies, then there's like those big night high school movies, which Superbad kind of brought that back.
Yeah.
Which I kind of love those movies.
I do too. I just didn't particularly like Superbad.
Yeah, I love Superbad.
I've only watched it once, but anyway.
All right.
Okay, so the last one for Mother's Day. Janelle and I went and saw Hot Pursuit.
How was that?
And it was fun. I mean, it was.
So they're like, are they cops?
She's like, it's like Midnight Run with girls.
Okay.
Except she is a cop instead of like a bounty hunter.
She's not just like a bounty hunter.
But she's got to get her to the. She's a
Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon is the cop, and she's got to get her. She's a witness for a big court case.
What's her face from
Sofia Vergara. She's got to get her to the the big court case kind of thing. And I thought it was funny. I mean, it's very. It's I suppose you would call it lowbrow, but it's great.
Are you excited for Spy?
Oh yeah.
Paul Feig.
That's gonna be great.
007.
It's gonna be great.
I think it's gonna be. I'm excited because I feel like it's gonna be a funny because it's basically I don't think it's a spoof, but it's definitely
it'll be fun.
It'll be real fun, and I'm excited to see Jason Statham in a comedy.
Yeah, I saw they're doing a new Transporter, and I don't think he's in it.
They've already done a couple. I think they've done at least one without him.
This one though, Hot Pursuit, it was a perfect Mother's Day light comedy. It was nothing too heavy, just funny stuff. It was good.
Cool.
If you need a date movie right now, that's one of the best options out there.
Yeah.
So it was good.
All right.
What you got? What are we gonna do?
I watched a bunch of TV.
All right.
And it's only gonna get because now that I'm back on the unemployed track here. All right. So we got WWE Network. Been watching a lot of that. I'm almost done with watching all the Monday Nitros that they have up. So now I actually wrote on their forum it's been a year since you put up this 1 year worth of Monday Nitros. Please. It's just sitting in their library.
Right.
I guess they have to because I'm pretty sure it's all on tape still.
Yeah,
because these are from the late '90s. But I feel like that can't be that. They gotta get some interns and do it.
You should volunteer to go do it.
I'd totally do that.
What if that was your job?
I don't want to get bored. I feel like that might make me hate wrestling.
I don't know though. What if they said
I could work at WWE?
Pay you a decent wage.
I'd have to move to Connecticut.
What if that was your job option?
Would you be mad if I moved to Connecticut?
I mean, that wouldn't be my first choice, but I will say this: I already got my one chance of you must move to Ukaipa before you move somewhere else, and you did. So if you do get a job somewhere else, I'll be much more.
If I got a job at WWE, that'd be crazy.
I would be much more understanding. I would still be sad.
Maybe I should start looking.
But I'm just saying, if you got a job there,
Well, anyways, so I've been watching a lot of that. I posted. I found sometimes it pays off watching these old wrestling shows because I found the greatest thing in the world. I'm sorry I'm going to do this. I know it drives people crazy, but I'm going to do it.
What?
Because I found this Roddy Piper video, and they actually played this on a Monday Nitro. It's the greatest thing of all time. And Benson hadn't seen this.
Okay.
I won't show you the whole thing, but just imagine I'm just watching wrestling and this comes on.
Okay.
This is Roddy Piper.
He's punching.
And then he starts singing.
He's singing.
Roddy Piper did a David Hasselhoff and released a single in the UK.
Really?
In 1992.
And then they played it on.
They played it on Monday Nitro in 1996
to try and. Over?
Well, they were trying to show that he's harboring because this was to build up to his match with Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
Because if you pause on the Hollywood Bowl marquee, it says Roddy Piper versus Hulk Hogan. So like, see, that's proof. He's harboring so that's how they built up this match. But this song, this is nuts.
Did it do well in the UK?
This is Roddy Piper.
He's not
Listen to this song. This is like a Beach Boys song. I'm your man. And it's like him and this girl on the beach, and he's like smiling, and
he looks like Brian Duncan when he sings. Look.
It's crazy.
That's funny stuff.
Whoa, it just cut out.
Well, there you go.
Why did it cut out? It's weird. Anyways,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah. So that was something I discovered watching WWE Network. Oh, they also put in they did add Hulk Hogan's Rock and Wrestling, the cartoon, the Saturday morning cartoon.
No way.
It's insane. It's also so racist with like Mr. Fuji and some of the minority wrestlers. Yeah. Some of the voices that they chose because it's not none of the people. Yeah, very, very bad.
Wow.
But it's amazing in a horrific, ridiculous way. But it's still kind of like total nostalgia. Cause like that was a big deal. I remember watching that and like the Mr. T cartoon, where like they'd have like all the like lessons.
Oh, totally. Stay in school, kids.
Yeah. Yeah, Brad Garrett from Everybody Loves Raymond is the voice of Hulk Hogan.
Really?
Yes.
They couldn't even get Hulk to do his own cartoon?
Of course not.
What?
He's too busy doing Hulk Hogan things.
That's funny.
All right, so then, holy crap, Last Man on Earth finale.
Yes. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen it.
We were totally wrong.
Yeah, totally.
Todd stayed Todd.
Todd stayed Todd. And Carol...
It was amazing.
Like, they're going on to something new. Although, my one theory could still prove true. Because I said that the title of the show is Last Man on Earth. So at some point, someone's going to have to still be the last man on Earth. I think now that they're gone, something's going to happen in Phoenix. They're going to all die off.
Tucson, you mean?
Or Tucson. I think they're all going to die off. And somehow, something's going to happen. And here's something to support my theory, is that it still shows a lot of the cast as, like, guests.
Yeah.
So next season, they're going to have a completely different cast.
Yeah.
And they're all dead, and he's the last man on Earth. I don't know.
And I don't know. I got pretty angry when Janelle called me a know-it-all for pointing out that. I
don't think you guys knew that.
Did you? I know why I remembered. You want to know why I remembered?
What?
He's straight up in the pilot.
What?
There is a flashback scene that I knew it wasn't just a picture.
No.
He's straight up in the flashback scene and the birthday. Yes, because I remember being like, oh, they got Jason Sudeikis. Go watch the pilot again. And it's also, the picture is very, very clear.
In that picture, you can't tell.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Well, it just really pissed me off. Because I'm a know-it-all for. Sorry
all of you guys she called know-it-all.
Knowing that because he's straight up in the pilot.
All right.
I'm sorry that you forgot that.
Maybe so.
Don't call me a know-it-all.
I'd like to see you say that to her face. Well, anyway, it was amazing, though. And
yeah,
I can't wait for the next season. I'm glad there's another one coming.
So glad it got picked up.
Yes.
Like, if that had been the end of it, I would be crying still.
Yes.
Because it's such a genius show.
Oh, so good.
And Kristen Shaw's amazing, and he's amazing, and everybody's so good, and yeah. So I hope. Sounds like Lord and Miller are like crazy busy, so I hope they stay on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're part of why the show is so great.
It could be Dan Harmon not being on Community.
But I mean, I feel like as long as I mean, it is Forte's baby,
right?
Especially like if after going to the panel. But Lord and Miller did play a pretty big part in it, especially like I mean they directed like some of the episodes, and I don't know. I'm a little concerned because I guess they just committed to a Marvel or maybe a DC one. They did commit to some comic book thing.
That could be bad.
And they also are right. They're not. They did say at the Last Man on Earth panel they're not directing the new Lego movie because they're like, yeah, that takes like 2 years, and we don't want to commit to that again. They are writing it.
Okay.
But then like they're doing a bunch of other stuff, so I'm a little worried about that. But hopefully they can work that into their schedule because it's amazing. And then New Japan World, we had 2 pay-per-views. They had, because I think they're doing a new thing where they make like a really big house show, and then they have their pay-per-view. So they had Wrestling Ni Kuni. I don't know how to say any of these names, but there was a big title match on that card, and then there was Wrestling Donataku, which another big title match. My favorite wrestler right now, Shinsuke Nakamura. He actually lost his Intercontinental title in an amazing match.
Okay.
And the American light heavyweight dudes put on an amazing show. Like the next big New Japan event is called the Best of the Super Juniors, and it's a giant tournament of all the light heavyweight dudes, which they put on like the craziest matches. So, and that's coming up towards the end of this month, and it's like 10 days. So I might not sleep. I don't know. I
know if you fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I might be watching
wrestling.
The Best of the Super Juniors tournament.
All right, we gotta go kind of fast for these because we're at 4 hours. I'm just saying, we're at 4 hours.
So
if we take as long as we have on each one, we'll be at like 7 hours.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is amazing.
All right.
Like, as I said, it directly led in, and the follow-up was like directly after. Like, this week's episode was like the aftermath.
That's cool.
Like, it's crazy, and it's awesome, and I don't understand why people give this show such a hard time. I love it.
All right.
It's great. Also, Agent Carter got picked up.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
It's amazing. So I'm very excited about that.
Daredevil coming.
Holy crap! And we're getting the
Jessica Jones,
AKA Jessica Jones next, and then Luke Cage is after that. So
it's good times.
Freaking nuts. And yeah. So and then we got I finished. Oh yeah, Game of Thrones. I actually haven't watched Sunday's episode, but I watched. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Everybody's going nuts on the internet. It's just because they're starting, because they're at a point where they are having to do things that he hasn't written yet. So I don't know if it's all gonna be in the books or if they're off book or what. Because stuff is happening that is going past what was in the books. Like, they're already at that point, kind of, and it's pretty nuts. So stuff is happening on the show that's just crazy, and it's just blowing everybody's brains.
Could he still write a different direction?
I don't know. I don't know, because I know how he's very involved with the show, which is good, because I feel like it's kept the show the quality that it's at. But then I'm like, is this affecting his books? Because it gets to that point where if you haven't written, because like, it's very clear. I don't know if you read like Lost World, like the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's very obvious that he wrote that specifically because he wrote it after. Because Jurassic Park was like written in the 80s, and then he wrote Lost World after the movie, and it's very, you could tell like, I'm like, this is ridiculous. And then like Hannibal is the most
that's like
clearly like this is specifically so they can make another movie.
Right. It
and
feels
it's
more like a
way
movie
too
novelization.
influenced by. So that's where I'm a little concerned. But
Yeah.
George R. Martin is a very talented writer, and I think he already has it. He's just got to write it down. So we'll see. I don't know where things are headed, but it's pretty nuts. All right, let's keep going here. So we got Game of Thrones, Kroll Show. Holy crap, the way they tied all this together at the end, amazing. I did show you the I don't want to go to bed,
yes.
which is so funny. Like, I don't want to go to bed. Alberta. He starts doing all this.
It's great.
Holy crap, so funny. The show's amazing. I'm sad that it's over. Then I watched, there's some Fast and Furious movies on HBO Go. Especially after watching Furious 7, where he goes to Tokyo,
right.
And it's actually like I didn't like Tokyo Drift, and now because I didn't even give it a shot, and now first of all on its own it's where they kind of embrace the fun,
right,
and silliness, and they really embraced it in this one, and then also because. And then the way it ties into the rest of the movies, now that you've seen all the movies, is insane. They did their best to because that scene in 7 where he goes to Tokyo and Lucas Black gives him thing,
right.
that takes place during Tokyo Drift.
Really?
When Han gets killed and everything, that already happened in Tokyo Drift. And then I don't know if it was their plan all along.
They just
or if they but where they retconned in Jason Statham, but it all works. It works perfectly, and it's just crazy.
I never saw Tokyo Drift, so I can't.
Because Tokyo Drift is the third movie.
Right.
That's where it's so crazy, and then because they didn't bring when Han appeared in 5, everybody was like, holy crap, because they thought he was dead, and then you realize that these actually take place before 3, and that's where it's like. Holy crap! So when Dominic shows up and is like, oh yeah, Han and I used to run together, they are talking about 5 and 6. That's what they're talking about. The things that's when they used to run together. It's nuts.
So would you watch them out of order now?
No.
It still makes more sense to put them in order. Okay.
Well, actually, I'd watch 5. Then watch Tokyo. You could watch 5 and 6. Well, no, 5 and then Tokyo Drift. Because if you see that end scene in 6 where Han dies, that's in the middle of Tokyo Drift. So it kind of, if you watch that first, it'll kind of spoil Tokyo Drift for you.
Right.
Because Han's death in Tokyo Drift is kind of a big deal.
Okay.
But and then at the end of Tokyo Drift. That was their big surprise. Was Dom shows up,
and he wasn't. No one was in that one from the.
No one, except at the very end, Dom shows up to race Lucas Black, and then they race, and then that's. But he's going back to get Han's stuff, but you don't find that out until 7. That's why he goes back. That's why Dom goes to Tokyo. That's what he's doing there in 3. Because at first in Tokyo Drift, you just think that's a stunt.
Right.
Why would he even be there? But they've made it in 7, he goes to Tokyo to bring Han.
So do you think it really was, or at that point it probably was just a stunt?
I think at that point it probably was a stunt because I don't think they realized. Because Tokyo Drift was their last. Because I don't think 2 did all that well.
I don't think 3.
But Tokyo Drift did better than they thought it would. And so then they made 4, but then they tried to make 4 serious. I don't know if you remember, but 4 was way more serious. It was a little boring at times.
It was all right.
It was all right. But 5 is where they really I think that's where they hit what they should do with these movies.
Right.
And then when they brought everybody back, when they 5 when Han got out, I was in the theater when people were like, holy crap, And then at the end of 5, you find out that Letty's still alive. And then 6, so I watched 6, because 6 is also on there. And then 6 is, again, I think they really, 6 is Gina Carano. You got The Rock. But Rock, instead of, because 5, The Rock is chasing them.
Right.
And 6, he's working with them.
Teamed up with them.
And then, oh man, so you've heard 8. is gonna focus Kurt Russell.
No.
Because Paul Walker's gone,
Right,
obviously. So
right.
they're gonna focus more like Kurt Russell is gonna be like they're gonna go like he's gonna be like sending him on some kind of crazy mission. Because Kurt Russell is one of the best parts of Seven.
Yeah.
And the part when because I love the fact that they don't, because you're like, oh no, is he gonna like just look bad? Because he's old, he's getting up there. But like I thought it was perfect when he finally when he puts on those night vision glasses, he just starts shooting everybody.
Oh yeah, he's great.
I'm like, oh, he's like, because you're like, okay, like he's in Snake mode, but this is a man that realizes he's not Snake anymore.
Right.
But he's still a badass.
Oh
and
yeah. It was very
awesome.
like what is the name of the movie with all the people in it?
Expendables.
It very had that feel
in
that sense. Like he's he's old, but he can still hold his own.
So from what I've heard, 8 is gonna be like The Rock's definitely gonna be in it. It sounds like they got pretty much everybody, but it's definitely gonna be like more Kurt Russell focused.
That's cool.
Which is awesome.
That's good.
And because I think at first they were like, what do we do? Paul Walker was a huge part of this franchise, but I feel like now that they've established that this is more of a caper thing, and they've kind of established a whole now they've got these government contacts.
Right.
So it can be just this endless what crazy things can we do? Basically, all you have to do is come up with some crazy mission premise, like, oh, you guys need to go get this thing or do this thing, and then just come up with the craziest possible stunts. Because I didn't think in 6 they have that giant plane on the runway and they're just doing all this stuff with the plane. I did not see how they could possibly top that. And then they had the scene in 7.
Where they throw the things.
Then it just you're like, how are they gonna top this? And then they do. So I'm excited for the next one. All right. Let's see. Star Wars Rebels. It was free for a few days, so I watched 3 or 4 episodes. It is so good. Like Clone Wars, I start watching that and I fall asleep.
Yeah.
You just too much garbage, too much Anakin, and all the garbage. So there's none of that, and it's amazing.
I did not.
And the new characters, the new Jedi guy that they're basically introducing, and he's already got a comic, and he's in the new canon.
Right.
He's freaking awesome.
What's his name?
I forgot already.
Okay.
But he's cool.
That's cool.
And so there's a Jedi and a Padawan, and it's really cool. And they even got Ewan McGregor does some voice work.
Huh.
And
are they gonna keep saying Padawan in the new movies?
I don't know. I hope not, because that's dumb.
Yeah. Student. What's wrong with student?
Do they use Padawan in?
No, that's not a prequels thing.
That's a prequels thing.
Yeah, don't sully our.
They don't say Padawan in Rebels either.
Okay,
so
that's good.
I guess I just said it because
I know it's in there. They stuck it in there, but no, it is not in the original Padawan. You keep your Padawans and your midichlorians and your Gungans.
All right. Well, then, I'm sure you fell into a hole with this.
Yes.
So I don't know if anybody has Hulu Plus. Pretty much all the Adult Swim shows just got dumped on there, and it's everything. Because there was a while back where they put 1 season of Metalocalypse on Netflix.
Yeah.
Some of that BS. Whereas right now on Hulu Plus, it's everything. So of course, what do? I watched 20 episodes of Tim and Eric.
Because they're only 12 minutes.
They're 12 minutes long.
So you're one more. Okay, just one more. Well, I'll just do one more. 12 minutes, that's all. Oh, dude, it's so amazing.
Because I started in season 4, because I wasn't sure when I stopped watching, and I'm still watching things where I'm like, oh yeah, I think I have watched this. I think season 5 is the one I haven't really watched.
I just went back to the beginning. I'm watching it from the beginning.
Yeah.
I want it all.
Okay, I just saw one of my favorite things that I forgot.
Okay.
There's so many crazy celebrity cameos.
Oh yeah.
Just nuts.
Like Steven Spielberg.
I found one of the best ones. It's an infomercial, and it's Josh Groban singing what is it? So and so and his brother. It's Steve and his brother.
Uncle Muscles Hour.
Yeah.
What is their names though?
So I think it's Chris and his brother or something. But so it's Josh Groban, the real Josh Groban, singing all those songs like in Josh Groban style. So it's like I wanna go on a horse, and you will never I have no I don't care about Josh Groban, but just the fact that he was willing to do that's pretty cool. Amazing. And because this is somebody my mom loves this guy. Yeah, he does in these he does I seriously almost fell off the couch.
Just watching him sweaty and
I feel like that's half of Tim and Eric.
It is, and just
all these uncomfortable weird.
I love it. It is so amazing. I don't know why. Janelle watched a few episodes with me, and then she's like, "All right, I'm good. I've had my fill."
I just watched the Tommy Wiseau episode. It's probably top 5 just craziest. It's so funny, and they actually show some clips from the room. I think that's where I got exposed to the room.
Right.
Because it's nuts. It's so nuts.
I realize they're not for everyone, but if you like them, they're just...
It's the funniest. I can watch some of this stuff, and the songs, just all the songs.
I watched the Rotten Meat dance over and over and over again.
I watched a new song, I don't know if you ever saw this one, the All the Food is Poison song.
No.
And it's the Rotten Meat guy and all these girls, and he's they're listing off foods, so the chorus goes, all the food is poison, all the food is poison. And he's vegetables, and the girl's poison. Hamburgers, poison. And it's the stupidest thing, but it's amazing. It's the best.
What's your dad like?
I want to meet that dad. And I just remember that was those two awesome cons are the highlights of the comic, the one where you weren't there, and I met that guy, but we met a lot of dudes. We met Dave Liebehart. We met James Quall.
Yeah. It was weird, exactly like
you would think it would be. Weird. David Liebehart tried to get us to buy his weird religious CDs, his
DVDs, CDRs,
and he was kind of bummed out that we weren't buying it. And then James Quall kept trying to sign my badge, and then you took your picture with the butt guy.
Yeah.
I just saw another thing with him in it where it was this whole thing where it was a bunch of these dudes, and there was this lady sitting there, and she's make my bubbles bounce, and at first you're what? And and they're all trying to dance, and then they fall in this pit, and then that guy's I'll make your bubbles bounce, and it turns out that bubbles are these two chippies in her belly, and he goes in her belly and is dancing with them.
I've seen that one, a clip of that one.
But I remember I've been sitting around going make my bubbles bounce. That's not something you could just show to somebody and be watch this.
You have to know. I remember when you first introduced it to me, even you were trepidatious about me.
Well, because I'm who? Well, I remember watching, because it was one of those things where when I first got cable again, so I had the TV just on all the time, and it was on at 2 in the morning, and I'm what the hell is this? And it was the first season.
Right.
I'm I think I just watched the greatest thing that I've ever watched, and I'm who can I tell about this? Because I remember I told somebody, and they're this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm oh, crap.
I tried to introduce it to my parents at one point. So
I think I tried to show it to everybody. Even Crozier was because they were. I remember John and Grace were way in. The only thing I can compare Tim and Eric to is shoot, what is it called? The kid show. Crap.
Show?
It was on MTV too.
Oh, Wonder Shows?
Wonder Shows. That's the only thing that I can even remotely compare it to.
But even
then, Wonder Shows has way more structure than a Tim and Eric.
The thing that I would compare it most to is some of the weirder aspects of Kids in the Hall.
Yeah.
I feel sometimes Kids in the Hall, they never quite took it to there, but some of their more strange sketches had a little bit of that,
But
so they're a whole different level.
And I'm trying to, so I'm I remember trying, and I'm Phil will get this. Phil has to get this. So I'm I know Phil, if you were ever, and I remember telling him, okay, I know you might not, but I'm like, you have to watch this.
Oh no!
And then it was like instant. I'm like, all right, I'm glad we're friends because like at least like I know somebody. Like who else can you show $1 million movie to?
Oh no!
Like nobody.
Even casual fans of Tim and Eric, that comes with a major. I mean, I think it's genius, but
Shrimp.
Oh gosh, seriously, it's amazing. It's
yeah,
so weird and twisted.
Taco. But like the Steve Brule stuff, like oh my gosh,
for help.
You don't have stupid.
Dummy.
The one where he gets all drunk.
Yeah. Or when they like pretend that one of the guys is dead, the character is dead. Why would you do that?
Oh my gosh.
It's prank.
Yeah. Anyways. So then, after watching, so I guess I did this kind of out of order, but I watched SNL. I watched the one with Scarlett Johansson. It was really funny. And then I watched Avengers, of course.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, I don't know. I just got this itch to watch Lost in Translation. It was on HBO Go, and that movie's still. I love that movie.
It's really good.
There's just scenes that I don't know. There's no movie that like captures what it's like to be in a foreign country better, because like I went through so many of those experiences, like living in China. Like you have your fun, crazy times where you actually feel like, all right, I'm kind of getting, and then you have other times where you're just like, I have no idea what's going on here. I'm totally lost and I'm miserable.
Right.
Like just where like she goes and she feels like she's like, I should be enjoying this, and then she just goes back to her hotel room and starts crying because it's like you have no frame of reference half the time. And then when you do find like a fellow like expat, you like cling on to them.
Right.
Because like I had like a couple friends that like, and like I feel like we like developed these like crazy fast like friendships because like you're all like
that's it. That's your connection.
All you have. And it's like I totally get that. Plus the music is so great, and like just all the music, and it's also funny like knowing like that Giovanni Ribisi is clearly Spike Jonze. And like that was kind of their whole. And then even though I guess she denied it later, like Anna Faris is clearly Cameron Diaz. Like she's definitely like she kind of denied it, but it's the only thing that makes sense because I'm like she's making fun of somebody, and like it makes it with the Spike Jonze connection, and like I don't know, and then she's just the way she talks, like her whole mannerisms, it's pretty, I don't know, to me. So then I'm like, well, then who's Bill Murray? But I don't know if that part. I guess she just kind of based it off of a few things and then kind of. But like, and also Bill Murray is amazing, and his whole some of the stuff that I guess it turned out he ad-libbed is like really great, and then like his line about like just raising kids, where he's like, your life as you know it is over, but then they walk and they talk and they become these amazing people, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
But like just like yeah, just like anyway, so that was good. And then the other thing, the new thing I watched is a new HBO documentary. It's called Kurt Cobain Montage of Heck. Did you ever watch The Kid Stays in the Picture? Robert Evans documentary?
I'm familiar with it, but
it's really good. But anyways, it's the same director, I found out. And this, even if you're not a fan, it's a really good documentary. The way they structured it, like the way they got an amazing access. So Kurt Cobain's family was Kurt Cobain's family and Courtney Love finally agreed to do, and they got like audio recordings that Kurt Cobain made like as a kid and growing up, like all his like just scratch tracks, demos, and so a bunch of these like audio things that he did, they animated, and it's haunting and amazing. And then like the footage, all these footage of him as a kid, it's really sad but just like really beautiful and amazing. And I don't know, like as an artist, like I respect him so much, and even more as an artist, because a lot of people like like his songs were like, a lot of songs were like 3 chords, but like he kind of relished in that,
right?
And then just like he was like just this tortured genius, and people, and then you just, I don't know. But then for me, it's hard to watch because it takes me back to that time, which not in a bad way, because like just that time period for me was so horrible. But listening to were one of the things that got me through that. So it's not like, oh, this caused, like, it was one of those things, but it's just bringing back a lot of painful stuff. And I'm sure a lot of people felt the same way, because just that whole like time period for me was very difficult. And then the memories of like I remember when I found out he died, and it was horrible, and it's very sad. But then I just remember some of those things. Like I remember watching some of the stuff on MTV, and like just like, I don't know, it brought back a lot of memories, good and bad. And it was just really well done. And they got some like awesome like a lot of the tracks that they use are like stuff from the vault, like that's like I think is never, some of it I've never heard before. Like some of the versions of the popular songs. And then a lot of like behind the scenes video stuff. It's pretty amazing. So I highly recommend it.
And this was on
HBO. So if you have HBO, go. But yeah, so definitely. And then I'm almost caught up on SNL. I just haven't watched this past one with Reese Witherspoon, but I watched a bunch of, because I hadn't even watched the Rock one.
Okay.
And
I've watched like clips.
Seeing like the Rock and Leslie Jones, like that was hilarious. And
I don't think I saw that one.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. She needs to be in more stuff because she's so funny.
Great.
She's just really funny and everything. And they've really, I don't know, I feel like this season's been really good.
Yeah.
And
I like the cast.
And I really wanted it. And then Community, they just did this amazing episode where Chang became an overnight hit because he does this commercial for this I think it's for like a breakfast sandwich or for like a rest, and his catchphrase is "Ham girl." And just seeing Chang like go, so he becomes like the ham girl guy, and so he leaves the school, but it all takes place in one episode, and he ends up having a fall from grace, and it's pretty amazing. People have been ripping on it, and that's another thing where I just don't understand at all. Because we shouldn't even have this.
Yeah, we don't
deserve
this.
That we get it is amazing, and I love it, and it's been really good.
Yeah.
And all the new, like Keith David and Paget Brewster, have been great additions. I mean, yes, I miss Donald Glover, I miss Shirley, but it's amazing that we even got this.
Yeah.
And it's totally Dan Harmon.
Yeah.
Like through and through. I feel like it's Dan Harmon and it's Dan Harmony.
Right. Oh yeah, he's been allowed to be more out there, and we still have those other seasons. It's not like that doesn't exist. So just be happy we get a little more.
Yeah.
Like
and we're probably gonna get a movie.
Which is great.
I think we're gonna get a movie. So, and people can complain about that.
They probably will. All right. Well, I'm gonna go very fast.
Oh wait, I forgot one thing.
What?
I found this on Hulu. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I found this on Hulu because it was like it always comes up and like you may be interested in when I'm watching like I watch SmackDown and some of the other wrestling shows on there. Again, this is another thing I'd recommend to even non-wrestling fans. It's called Fake It So Real. It's a documentary about this indie federation in a tiny town in South Carolina. If you want to see what it's like for these guys that will never make the big time, but they're putting on shows, it's super punk rock. I think you would appreciate it as someone that putting on a wrestling show, and you really get attached to these because it kind of goes through each wrestler and like their private life and just what they did to get there, and it's a really nice little documentary.
All right. Okay.
It's called Fake It So Real.
So we did some red boxes throughout the week. Got a bunch of free red box codes.
How do you get free red box codes?
On their mailing list.
On the text
Janelle
one?
gets the
I get the
text
text.
and I get the emails.
Okay.
So between the two of us, we bounce back and forth. We got Paul Blart Mall Cop and watched the first one. I've seen it, but Janelle had never watched it all the way because she fell asleep in the theater and didn't finish it. And the kids wanted to see the original one, so we watched that. A lot of fun. In retrospect, the first one's probably a better movie than the second one, but they were both fun. And yes, I'm proud of that. So everyone can like mock me and if it doesn't like Paul Blart, it's the end of the world, blah blah. But it's funny stuff. What can I say? It's ridiculous. Then we watched Birdman, and I enjoyed that very much. I feel like it kind of fell apart at the end a little bit.
I like the end.
It wasn't my favorite, but It was good. It was great. I mean, it was amazing to watch. Fantastic performances all around, especially Michael Keaton. Everybody though. I mean, it was.
How good was Ed Norton?
She's great.
Everybody was great.
Yeah, the cast as a whole was incredible, and just the whole thing.
And Amy Ryan, she needs to be in more things. Like I've missed her so much since The Office. Yeah. And like she's so great.
Kept me with Holly. Just the whole way that it was shot. I mean, where it all looks crazy. Like it's one giant shot, and it was very cool, amazing to watch. So I enjoyed that. Last Man on Earth we talked about. We watched Wild.
Yeah.
You weren't into it. I was kind of very disappointed with that. I was thinking there was going to be a lot more hiking on the Pacific Crest Trail things.
I feel like you did not watch the trailer.
Maybe I just didn't watch it. I just heard, that's the Pacific Crest Trail movie. That's going to be cool.
Because watching the trailer, you know exactly what that movie is, and I feel like you didn't.
It was boring. There were some funny little bits when they did do that, but it was bad. We didn't like it very much. Tim and Eric Awesome Show, we said that. I talked about Interstellar earlier, but I like that. Janelle and I both enjoyed that one. I liked it better than Inception, definitely. I felt it had a much more satisfying...
So I didn't really like either of them, but I definitely liked Inception more.
Oh. Well, anyway.
Interstellar was...
I thought it was great. What was boring?
Boring.
It was intense.
It's just a lot of, I don't know.
It's beautiful.
A lot of Matthew McConaughey crying, and I just...
You just
like right away,
the Lincoln commercials, right?
And then also right away, like I knew what it was, and I was like, "Oh,
I didn't know.
It's gonna take him so long to get there."
I didn't know that.
It's so obvious.
I didn't get it.
So obvious.
Well, Janelle did, and she liked it anyway. So. And then finally, I mentioned this earlier. We watched Selma today, and it was amazing and beautiful and sad and inspiring, and it's definitely one of those movies where you watch it knowing that you're going into watching it. I mean, it's definitely not quite as intense as like Schindler's List, but it's that kind of thing where you have to sit down and be ready to watch this movie. It's not just let's flick this on and play my DS while it's playing, you know. I mean, I was crying from the moment it started, like, and the whole entire time. And it's very powerful, so. So that's that.
Yeah, I forgot to talk about one more thing. Bob's Burgers. Yes. The new ones. Are you caught up completely?
No. There's a couple.
So this last episode, House Trap.
No, I've not seen that.
Holy crap! Did you watch the music one where the kids have a band and then Gene gets kicked out of the band?
No.
Oh, it's awesome.
Be two behind then.
That one's amazing too. Okay. Those two episodes are probably my favorite of this season. There's been some great.
It's been really good
ones, but those two, this House Trap one is ridiculous, and But I think my favorite though was the ones where the kids have a band, and Aziz is in it again, and basically he like ousts Gene as like the vocalist, and then Gene like gives up his keyboard, and like so as anybody that's ever been through that whole like artistic kind of I think you're gonna love it.
I can't wait. I love all of them, so.
But because. I don't know. As a Gene fan, I don't know. Louise is still my favorite. I know everybody loves Tina.
Tina's great.
But I'm a Louise. Louise is my favorite, but Gene is a close second.
I think the three of them.
They're all amazing.
It's incredible.
The whole family's great, but I don't know. I just really like. I don't know. There's been so many good episodes, and then been watching. I finished all of season 4. On Netflix.
Oh yeah.
And so, but I've been going back through again.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
The Quickie Kiss It with Will Forte, just the Will Forte character and the Tina like flying.
Quickie Kiss It. I love that.
And then the one where they go camping and like. I love my favorite part about the camping episode is Bob eats the fish and he just gets sick and he's like, I'm just gonna go over by this bush here.
Yeah.
And it's a really funny episode. And then we talked about it. I guess we didn't talk about it on the show, but my favorite season 4 episode is definitely the Equestronauts episode because it's basically just making fun of bronies the whole time.
It was pretty great.
Because I love where this they get to somebody's like, who was it? Who was it that was like, wait, no, it's gonna be all. You mean like a convention for adult men? And they're like. No, it's for Tina's show. Like, yeah, a bunch of adult.
I think it was Gene. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like Tina gets there and she's really upset. Like, and I could see where like parents bring their kids to this thing and there's a bunch of like 40-year-old dudes. They're just like,
think it's My Little
what
Pony.
is happening right now?
Yeah.
All right, and then I started watching Garfunkel and Oates.
Yeah, good.
Because I've seen them live and they were awesome. And then like I'm just like, well, every other IFC show is amazing, like Marin and Comedy Bang Bang, and so like why wouldn't this be? And then they canceled it. But it's really great.
It's really good.
And it's really funny. Then I watched the X-Files episode that I was in, and you can't see.
Oh yeah, you were trying to find yourself.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Maybe somebody else with a better eye and more.
Or maybe like a deleted
because it's hard
scene
to
or
pause.
something.
It's hard to pause on the Netflix.
I do have the DVDs, and it might have deleted scenes.
Maybe.
So maybe you could pick you an outtake or something.
That episode on its own though is really silly.
It is. It's definitely.
That was like when the season. Well, that's where the whole show started.
Yeah.
Skidding out of control.
There still has moments all throughout, but.
Am I correct in like you and Erica were in Big Bear when they were shooting an episode?
Jen Kendall.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they were. And we drove by. I think I was with Jen. Maybe Erica.
I just remember you. I think it was either. I don't know. I just remember you guys telling you were being...
Yeah, we drove by, and they had, like, signs on the highway, like, X-Files this way, and we're like, oh my gosh, and we drove down as far as we could before they, like, stopped you. But you could see, like, the stuff set up, and we didn't actually get to
and it was in Big Bear?
But it was like on the mountain on the way down, you know, so probably actually in Barton Flats. But, I mean, we didn't actually get to see, you know, David Duchovny or Gillian Anderson or anything, but we could see all their equipment set up in the trucks, and it said X-Files all over it and stuff. And, you know, who knows which episode it was, but it was a later season.
Well, yeah, because it was when they went back, because they shot in Canada for years, and then they came back and shot in L.A.
But, you know,
it was definitely one of the later...
in the trees somewhere.
I think it was the season that I was in. I think it was that fifth season.
It was like
I think it was that same season, because that would have been my sophomore year.
Yeah.
And Jen Kendall was there freshman year, and they were filming, because they filmed that scene. They filmed those scenes at the Olympic Auditorium, and then it's clearly Hollywood, the rest of the scenes. But it's also crazy watching that again. They shot in the Olympic Auditorium for that was 30 hours worth of shooting. It is seriously 2 minutes of the episode. And that just shows you how much
it costs to do
time and effort
and as a writer, when you are writing a scene, how much a paragraph or a couple lines of dialogue could cost, you know?
I just felt bad for, I'm sure Rob Van Dam thought, this is my big... And he's seriously in it for, 30 seconds.
Right. Oh. All right, I'm going to go through mine very fast, and I think we should end it after Netflix and talk about video games later.
Gosh.
Because I'm pretty sure this is going to be our record-breaker longest episode ever.
4:33?
Well, we're not done yet, but yeah. All right, Bob's Burgers, yes, we already talked about. Phineas and Ferb, I've been watching a ton of Phineas and Ferb with the kids, including we watched the movie again, Across the Second Dimension in glorious 2D. Super good. I'm going to make you watch an episode with me sometime because it's super good. Finished Daredevil. Also continued on in my trek through Star Trek. Janelle and I watched Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, which is the only original Star Trek movie that Janelle cares about at all.
It's one of the better ones.
It is, and it's got it's got a much broader appeal. It's got whales.
It's got the lady from Seventh Heaven.
It's got the fish out of water,
oh my gosh, vessels
running around San Francisco.
The vessels.
Vessels, yes. I mean,
computer.
Yeah.
Computer.
Yeah, picking up the mouse.
Oh, how quaint.
It's great. I mean, you know, it's definitely the broadest appeal of that original series, I would say. So that's fun. Watch that. I've been watching the show called Strange Hill High. Have you ever seen?
No.
Okay, it's I think it's actually made for Netflix, or it might be a BBC original show. I can't remember now.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's British, and it's it's kind of a mix between marionettes.
Did you finish Daredevil?
Yeah. Oh,
holy crap!
Amazing.
Right?
Amazing.
Oh yeah, we talked about it.
I think we talked about
forgot.
it. No.
Just not on the show.
It's a cross between marionettes and stop motion animation. They're vinyl toys, but they do some stop motion, and they also have they digitally do their mouths. So it's got a really weird, unique look.
Did you ever see A Town Called Panic?
Mm-mm.
I told you to watch it with the kids, and it's it's all toys.
Yeah.
Like it's seriously like a cowboy and an Indian, and it's like in French. It's nuts.
I still have not.
You should watch it. It's amazing.
Well, anyway, this takes place at a high school where like weird stuff happens every week. Like there's monsters and ghosts and stuff like that. But it's I guess it's kind of targeted at kids, but probably more like junior high because there's a lot of like gross bathroom humor and stuff like that. But one of the voices is Richard, I think it's Ayoade, I don't know how you say it, from the IT Crowd. And then this guy he's a rapper. It's funny, his name, he goes by Doc Brown is his rapper name, but he's also like an actor. And I don't know if I've been trying to figure this out because that's his like stage name is Doc Brown. There's a character in the show, he doesn't voice him, but the character is designed exactly like Doc Brown from Back to the Future, like with the future goggles on. He's got like white hair and like it's like that's got to be a reference to him, I guess, but it's never explained. Anyway, it's really weird and fun, so it's on Netflix and cool. And then we finally watched Derek season 2.
Holy crap! Did you watch the whole thing?
We watched all season 2. We haven't watched the special yet.
I haven't watched the special yet either because I've been saving it.
Yeah, and
they just filmed that.
It's
okay. How much did you cry?
It's amazing.
How much did you cry?
Just like throughout the whole thing.
But like that last episode, like when the dad died.
Yeah, like it's.
I don't want to spoil it.
It's just amazing how they can be so touching and then so like crass and funny and. Like the one where Kev, like who's like the nastiest, like
oh my god, when they get you
jokes,
to like cry
when
for
you
Kev,
feel empathy for him, like
you're like this show can do anything.
What
like,
they did to me right now, but there's no way I should.
When you're like crying for Kev,
because he's like the nastiest scuzzbag, like, and you're like I was just bawling, like when he did the job interview.
Yeah,
I lost it. It's amazing. There's some incredible writing on that show.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It kind of like re-energized my love for Ricky Gervais.
Yeah. And I mean, if you think about it, if his legacy to the world is the British Office, extras, and this show, like he's done it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's done lots of other stuff, but as far as a straight-up TV show goes, that's a pretty good legacy right there.
It's so good. Like I loved, and so the special is like the wedding, I guess.
Yeah, I mean...
And they also did a Christmas special, but it's not out here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When does it take place in the timeline?
I don't know. It came out because I know Ricky Gervais talked about it.
Huh.
Or maybe this is it. I don't know. I think this special is the Christmas special. I have to look online. Maybe this is the Christmas special and they just put it. No. I think there isn't it. I think maybe this special that's on Netflix is the Christmas special. That's it. I don't know. I have to look.
Well,
because the Office Christmas special isn't on Netflix, like the British Office Christmas special, and you have to have the DVDs of that. And that episode, you
have to have that.
Because they did that, like that's the real last episode, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
But I would see where if you just watched like the 2 seasons of the BBC show and you didn't watch and you get no closure.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing.
It's really depressing. But then again, the extras special is like one of the most depressing things I've ever seen in my whole life. Like when he goes out, like I still like just thinking about it kind of makes me tear up.
Again, like it's amazing how for a dude who like has made a living being so offensive on purpose to make a point,
he can hit you right in the feels.
He's a really amazing writer. Like I don't know, it's something. Again, like that, I think the epitome of that in this season was making me feel for Kevin. Like that, he spent a whole season and a half setting up what a scuzzbag this guy is.
When he flips the script on Kevin, you're just like, holy crap.
Amazing. It was amazing.
And the fact that like I'm super bummed that like Carl's not in the show anymore. Because like the fact that like he got a actual like thoughtful, because like you watched Ricky Gervais show, Carl Pilkington, and you watch Idiot Abroad. He is like the biggest idiot like in the world. And but like he that is a real performance.
Yeah.
Because I remember you didn't even know it was him.
I didn't know it was him until like halfway through. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's Carl Pilkington.
Yeah. It's nuts.
I think I saw his name in the credits one time. I was like, what? He was in one episode of this season, but
it's still.
Yeah.
I wonder if they finally had a falling out.
I don't know. He could have just been doing.
I think he just was doing other stuff. But I've always wondered, like, when is Carl just gonna get sick
done with it?
Because think about all the stuff they do to him. Like, they're so like Stephen Merchant, especially. It seems like they're so mean to it. But I know that's part of the show.
Yeah.
But at some point, I'm always wondering, like,
he's gonna crack.
He's gonna snap. Like, but I feel like that's part of who Carl is he isn't gonna snap.
Right.
Like. Because just watching the Ricky Gervais show, just all the, like, his whole, like, just dumb monologues about, like, all the stuff. Yeah. Like, he doesn't care I don't think he cares what anybody thinks about him. Like,
he doesn't seem to.
He doesn't care at all. I gotta watch, because there's, like, 2 more seasons of Idiot Abroad that I haven't even watched.
It's so good.
Because I think I only watched the first season.
Yeah, I watched the first 2.
Because I know I watched, like, the Orient Express ones where he goes through China. Because, like, I've been to a lot of those places.
Yeah, that was great.
But I loved, like, the Mongolian... when he wrestles, like, again, like, they made him do horrible... When they finally make him bungee jump. Like, what was it? Either bungee jump or they were gonna... I forgot what the last... Like, how they finally made him do it. But you could... I'm like, oh, my gosh!
So mean.
He clearly does not want to do this, and they're basically forcing him to do it. It's pretty amazing. Anyways, I'm glad you watched that. That's great.
Yeah, it really was.
I think are we ready to wrap it up?
I sure hope so.
Is this a record?
I think this is the record. I think this is it. I think we were like 4:10 before. I mean, we're at almost 5 hours. Do you realize that?
It's because we did so many short ones where we got cut short. This is what happens. This is what happens when we don't...
You also realize we talked for an hour before we even started recording?
Yeah.
I came over here at like 9:10. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning.
Is your wife worried?
She's been asleep for hours. Are you kidding? But I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, don't you have to get up in like 3 hours?
Yes, I have to get up in 3.5 hours.
All right. Well, let's wrap it up here.
Is anyone still in the chat room? Because if they are, I have to applaud them.
I think some people are.
Oh my gosh, Andres and Steven. If you guys are still awake, congratulations. If you guys are still listening to the show, it's 6 o'clock where Steven is. The sun is up. Oh my gosh. But you guys made it. This is record breaking. We're history making here. We're doing the world's first podcast.
I feel like I could talk for 2 more hours.
I feel like I could, but knowing what I have to do in a couple hours, I cannot do that.
You know what I have to do tomorrow?
What? You got nothing. Yeah, I got carpool duty.
Watch wrestling. All right. Well, anyways, make sure you go to RadioBrendo.com for all your latest Radio BrendoMan and for the latest Kickstarter updates.
Keep an eye on that.
That's going to be launching on Wednesday.
Wednesday is the plan.
And stay tuned to our Twitter, Facebook for all that. We'll be constantly updating that.
Yep.
We apologize in advance for... We'll try to keep it...
reasonable. We get very excited about it, so you know.
And then Comic-Con, if you're going to be there... Reserve that slot, even though I know they haven't announced the schedule yet. I'm sure there's going to be something.
Just plan ahead.
Just for your consideration.
That's right.
Thursday, 8:30 p.m.
It's going to be good.
Phil, me, Josh, Patrick.
Don't want to miss it.
On Comic-Con, baby.
Comic-Con.
We did it.
Yeah. We're back.
I need to find a job.
Definitely.
All right, well, we'll talk about video games next week, and stay tuned for next time. What are we going to call this episode?
The longest episode ever.
We already did that one. We already used that.
The even longer episode ever.
That's good. All right.
Or Phil and Brendo talk for almost 5 hours. Plus, if you add in the song at the beginning...
You only have to go for 15 minutes.
No, if you add in the song in the beginning and the plugs and stuff at the end, we're about 5 hours here.
Holy crap. Great. Love it.
That's amazing.
We did it.
Yeah.
Great job.
Okay, good job. Hey.
Anything else, Phil? No Brax today.
That's good. No. It's one of those days.
Good job.
Still had jury duty.
Still had jury duty?
Yes. That's a whole other story. I don't have time.
Where do you have to go to jury duty?
San Bernardino.
Ugh.
Yeah, I actually said it wasn't that bad. Apparently it's jury duty juror appreciation week.
Did they get something?
Yeah, they got like snacks and stuff.
Jeez.
And the judge came down to like thank them all. Yeah.
Did she get into a trial?
She has to go back tomorrow again. She doesn't know.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right.
She got a student teacher.
Yeah, I mean they got a sub and stuff too. So.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
That's it.
Bedtime.
Let's talk about video games.
Bedtime for Bonzo.
Let's talk about something else.
Time.
Did we talk about the Douchine? Yeah, we did.
We did before, yeah. It's delicious.
3 hours ago.
Yeah, we're gonna start looping now.
Let's start looping. Let's do it.
Oh my gosh.
Did we talk about the 7-inch?
Yeah, 7-inch.
Comic-Con?
Rosie Thomas and Super John Stevens.
All right. Well, for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. Do you think our neighbors, like, if anybody heard, like, they're like, what's going on over there?
I hope they can't hear you.
They can't. I've done tests where, like, I put the TV at, like, 70
Yeah.
and then gone outside.
You can't.
You can, like, barely hear.
That's good.
Because at first I'm like, can they hear everything? Because
we're loud.
Because I can, like, it's so weird when that lady, when she's on the phone out there, I can hear her, so I'm like, can they hear me? And then I go out there and I can't, so I don't know.
One way.
All right.
Thank you guys
What
in
if
the
I
chat.
just accidentally close?
Oh my gosh, do not.
Kill me.
Wait, we gotta do it again. Let's start over. Try to remember all the stuff we said. I can't believe we just talked for almost 5 hours.
I can.
Well, no, we talked for 6 hours. We just recorded for almost 5 hours.
167. All right, YouTube. I think we're. You want to
YouTube's been like going for 7 hours or something.
I'm
now.
surprised it hasn't. I think they extend. You can't because remember we used to
for a
run
while
out of
you
time.
couldn't do it. That's because we
would
definitely extended it out. If it's still going.
Because yeah, there would be times where it would be like you're out of time.
At this point, we could have watched the entire Star Wars trilogy.
Wow.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did it.
All right.
All right. Bye.
You've been here since.
I've been here since 9 o'clock.